rule within domestic things like school and church, education, and I think the public health care. But foreign matters is still handled by the rigsfællesskabet. What's it in English?
The kingdom, call it the kingdom community, right?
Yeah.
The royally administered commonwealth, maybe. Is that a good translation?
Yeah, thank you, Dome. Always come to the rescue. So this is a matter that is handled by Denmark, basically, but with a big input from Greenland and Faroe Islands.
So people should think of it like this, right? The Kingdom of Denmark encompasses Greenland, the Faroe Islands, and the country of Denmark, right? So there's devolved powers when it comes to healthcare, education, fishing, whatever, right? To the other ones. However, defense and foreign policy is administered from Copenhagen, also for Greenland and the Faroe Islands. The argument being, of course, that the small populations of said countries, it would be difficult to administer foreign and defense policy well in the first place, and it's kind of what I don't know. Is it fair to say the exchange of money going one way and the foreign and defense policy powers going the other way? Is that a fair thing to say, Klaus? What do you think?
Yeah, when in the before it was Denmark is aiding Greenland with 4 billion Danish kroner each year. And before I considered that being sort of some aid, but due to the changes in the geopolitical situation, as I mentioned before, Denmark have two things to bring to the table. They have the passage out of
Danish Straits,
the Baltic Sea, and they have Thule Air Base up in Greenland. So now I consider this being a sort of a subscription model where Denmark is subscribing to a geographic area which puts Denmark to a greater influence than it would otherwise have. Thank you. And the geographic location of Faroe Islands it's very well positioned to sort of look after Russian submarines, ship traffic, etc. But when Russian vessel ships are being allowed into the harbors of Faroe Island, that complicates matters a lot. So this is a great concern for all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly, right. And it should be a concern for Norway as well, frankly, right? Because it's between Norway and the Faroe Islands that much of the Norwegian oil and gas rigs are, pretty much, right? Maybe a bit south of that line, but still, if they can operate out of those places as bases, but also from the Norwegian ports, frankly, right. This is bad news bears, very, very bad news bears.
Talking of bad news bears, would you like to hear what was lost over the last 24 hours?
Oh, let's go with some good ones. Yes, please.
Yes. Well, right. There's no special equipment on it today, so I was a little bit sad about that. But there are other things that cheer me up. So we have, to begin with, pretty much a standard. As per this week, 660 liquidated personnel. So no real changes there, still ticking ahead with that. However, last couple of days, we've had a much reduced amount of hardware, haven't we? And today we have 8 tanks, 8 armoured personnel vehicles, 12 artillery systems. So I thought that was a significant jump up from the last couple of days. And you'll be really pleased to hear this. 23 vehicles and fuel tanks. So it seems that they were just saving them up for you coming back on this Monday.
I don't hear any special equipment, Marcus. What is this?
I know, I'm quite upset about it. Bit disappointing, but there were 3 yesterday, so maybe they're just having a little day off today. They did take it down to helicopter though yesterday as well.
Oh, very
so,
good.
you know, maybe they were just outperforming.
Most excellent. Most excellent.
I kind of forgot that you weren't here yesterday and you wouldn't have known about the helicopter.
Was it an Mi-24?
It was. Oh, you did already know. You were just joshing me, obviously.
That's right.
I am looking at another fire, by the way. It's this one. Again, it's apparently Ukrainian unmanned aerial vehicles. So in the area of Ravenki in the Luhansk region, which is currently temporarily occupied, a depressurization occurred in a tank at the vicinity of Rovenkovskaya, maybe, which is an oil depot. So, you know, those big round tanks that they sort of have storage containers that sort of sit around at these facilities. Well, one of them definitely had an emotional moment.
So that long word that you said, right? Rovinsk, whatever it was. Rovinsky Viskaya, maybe? I don't know how to form it. It's just an adjective. It's just an adjectival form of you know, something in Rovenki. That solves that mystery, is what I was going to say. So a depressurization, interesting. You know, usually you hear that in relation to aircraft while they're in the air, but I guess it's not a good idea if you have a tank farm and your tank of something under pressure goes no longer under pressure, because that usually means that you've lost whatever is in it, and the tank probably isn't terribly useful anymore.
Yeah, the tank looks to be damaged beyond repair, and there's an awful lot of black up the side of it. So I'm going to imagine that the metal itself will have probably been weakened by that whole situation.
So what do they allegedly store there? Fuel or something else?
Oil, fuel, something like that. Yes. Oh, I love it when they do that. Sorry, you know, when you're reading something and it just updates, and you're like, oh, cheers. There we go. So yeah, this is looking like obviously it's to do with logistics. Now they do say it's an oil depot, but there's no reason why that tank there couldn't have had fuel positioned in it. But whatever it was, it blazed nicely, big bright flames. So I would say that it was awfully flammable.
Awfully flammable. Oh no, that's the best kind of flammable.
Absolutely. That's what happens when Russians put stuff where they shouldn't have put stuff. Like, you know, soldiers, tanks full of fuel, vehicles, that sort of stuff. If it's where it shouldn't be, then believe the Ukrainians have every right to take that out.
Absolutely. Now the interesting thing is the Rovenki south of the city of Luhansk, right? It's quite far away. It's, I'm guessing, about 150 kilometers from the front line, maybe, something like that. It's about as far as you can get in occupied Ukraine, well, not on Crimea, from the front line, behind the Russian front lines. So hitting it, of course, previously we'd say HIMARS just wouldn't be an option with the regular Gimlers, right? So that's where this comes in very useful, and it's a great use case for these one-way drones like this.
Yeah, I have heard as well that the Ukrainians have seriously ramped up and simplified production of a number of these one-way drones, and in order to produce them now, it takes hours rather than days, just because they've got it down to a fine art. They've got a number of pieces and a number of 3D printed pieces that are all sort of like pre-made now in specific shapes and sizes, and all they do is build the thing from all the pieces, like a big Meccano set, if you ever used to have one of them. And it's simplified the whole process. So even though they're still hand-built, they're hand-built from sort of standard semi-mass-produced pieces that are apparently light, simple, well-designed, and you can have a drone ready to go in an afternoon.
Well, that's excellent. I did see that some people from Lufthansa Technik made a CFM engine from Lego that rotates. I presume they had to glue it together. I don't think that's quite what you meant, right? By Meccano set. Just maybe a better way to put it would be maybe it's an IKEA set.
Well, what made me say Meccano is because some of the pieces are like just sort of long metal strips with a hole at either end where you're probably going to bend this strip and then tack it down at both sides with a bolt. Meccano was very much like that, wasn't it? Little strips of metal with places where you could place bolts, and that's where it came from.
Very good, very good. I think there's time for some more memes with IKEA assembly. Klaus.
Thank you. I've heard about this British understatement when speaking, and I hear some slight understatement by mockers. That's good to hear. Thank you.
Well, yeah, us Brits, we don't like to get too excited because, you might think we've hurt ourselves or something. So, yeah, it's always best to keep it on the down low.
No, but very good, right? If they can hit more places further behind the lines, so much the better. What I'm kind of curious about is exactly what's going on here in Sevastopol. What was indeed hit? It was something by the water side, right? Either a ship or a jetty or some such. And I think slowly we're getting some better angles. People like Gani will be able to look at and then say, yes, this is such and such vessel. No, I bet it was so and so destroyed in the process of it being hit. What I still don't know is whether it was an airborne or a waterborne drone that hit it. Not that it matters particularly. Well, it's about a factor of 1,000 in density, right? And one just allows you to bring somewhat different quantities of munitions than another, I guess. No, let's see. The more, the better. Lots of artillery pieces destroyed. Lots of trucks destroyed. Big fan of that. Do we have a guess as to where? Were there any reports that were commensurate with either one of those during the course of yesterday, Marcus, by any chance?
Oh, sorry. Either one of what? Sorry.
You know, the vehicles, fuel trucks, primarily, really is what I'm asking about, or the artillery pieces. You know, any hot points that were widely reported yesterday.
I'm going to be really awful now and say, yesterday, I'm so sorry. I went out on Saturday night and, well, let's just say I wasn't quite at my tip-top best yesterday because I'd had like 3 hours sleep. So, yeah, you're asking me to remember to notice things, and I really wasn't in the right way. I really wasn't going to be able to yesterday. So, yeah, I apologise. Wipe the slate clean and try again.
Okay, well, in which case we will say it is what it is. I see now where the explosion took place in Sevastopol, at least almost right at the bottom of Strelitska Bucha. That's very interesting. Right down there, right at the bottom of the inlet, as far in as possible. I reckon this is Ukrainians trying to test the defenses as much as possible. You know, really see how much they can get away with, how far in they can get without Russians being able to pick them up on it. Okay, it's not the big harbor, but it's deep inside one of them. That's it's pretty good, very good.
Yeah, there were obviously boats moored in the area from satellite imagery. Ships. Sorry. Did you know there was a beautiful aurora over Kyiv last night? Just tweeted a picture. It was purple.
No, I thought aurora was happening in Sweden. The exercise, was this a different aurora?
This was an aurora borealis, one of them.
Aha. Okay. Very good. Any reason why Kiev's kind of far south for one of these?
Yeah, something to do with some particularly interesting weather patterns that caused it. But yeah, the aurora was seen as far south as Kyiv. Yeah.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, that's good to know. Very interesting. Chris.
Chris, are you pinned underneath a Malamute?
Oh, hello, Marcus. Sorry.
There you are.
Yeah, sorry. Did you hear any of what I said then?
Not a sausage.
Oh, I must have somehow either I was going to say either the mic switched itself off or I switched off. I probably switched it off. Yeah. Oh God, what was I going to say? Oh no, I was going to say, Marcus, that I thought you were going to say that the Ukrainians saw it as a sign of victory or something. You know, a sign sent from above, the aurora.
Well, it's usually quite auspicious, isn't it? People, travel for miles to, people travel countries to see this phenomenon.
And you've posted a picture of it, have you? Did you say?
I have. There is a retweet on my timeline.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was going to say, Doman, there was another term used for these attacks that are going on, poking the Russian bear with a sharp stick in a number of places to see how it reacts, which I quite liked, I must say. And I was going to tell you, Doman, I sent you a couple of things by DM, and I had a sort of like an interesting weekend of connecting with people. I won't name the lady who I sent you and that, but it was quite funny, and you can see her surname and that. But yeah, she I noticed that on my LinkedIn she laughed at my plan to combine Vikings and Celts to protect oh god, where's it? I'm thinking of, I've got it's gone out of my head. The Welsh in where's Auburn?
Hungary.
Hungary, right? Sorry. Yeah, to protect the Welsh and the Vikings in Hungary. She laughed. She laughed at that. So I assumed that she could that she had a sense of humour in that. So I connected with her on LinkedIn, and she had a very what should we say, auspicious looking LinkedIn profile. Looked like she'd served in every US military organization that existed. So anyway, long and the short of it is that she turned out to be a tanky, right? Because after we got off to a fairly good start when she said, "Oh yes, I'm totally happy to connect with you, Chris. Because you're Royal Navy. I love the Royal Navy." I went, "Oh, okay, it's a good start." Anyway, but it went downhill from there on when I sent her something about one of my articles about supporting Ukraine. She said, "I'm not a fan of Ukraine, Chris." I went, "Oh, okay, interesting." And then she started saying loads and loads of tanky things, and so I was looking at her surname, Doman. I was thinking, I wonder where that surname comes from then. And I don't know whether you'll agree, but it was I did some research on Wikipedia and that, and it said could be Estonian. And anyway, so I asked her, and she said, "No, actually, my husband is Romanian, and I am half Ukraine and half Poland." I went, "Oh my goodness me!" So anyway, I'm now blocked. It ended up whereby she was basically threatening me for being subversive or something like that. But anyway, on a more positive note, and referring to drones, yeah, the other chap I put in the DM there, from what's his that? I can say where he's from because it's public. Yes. He was actually over here in the UK, and we're talking about him coming to the Ukraine pavilion and helping us with that. But he was telling me some interesting things, which are that to do with drones and that. So they are, I think, trying to get to a situation where they're improving the efficiency, shall we call it, of the supply of drones globally. So they want them in bigger numbers and more efficiently. So that's a big program that's on the go at the minute. So we're actually hoping that he might be someone that will actually speak at the expo about that. The other interesting thing that he's into, I mentioned this to mockers. Did you see a video of what shall we call it? Unmanned demining tractor, Doman?
You mean the blue one that has BMP panels around it?
Yes. Now I am
I've
right
not seen it.
You've not seen it, right? Okay. Am I right? It was unmanned. Is that correct?
Correct. It was remote controlled. Yes. So,
Right.
so what they did was they took a blue tractor, a very old blue tractor, put demining blade sort of on the front of it, put
Yes.
additional armor that they lifted off of a destroyed Russian B&B, bolted it around it to protect it a bit more when a mine goes off, animated remote control, and the chap operating it was sitting in a bucket of a digger that was elevated as high as possible, so he had a better overview of the field from further away. I reckon, which I think is altogether is a tremendous set of contraptions.
Okay, well, I didn't get all of that detail, but that's fascinating in that, right? Now, I gather that along with that, if I understood correctly, right, there are also actual drones as well involved, right? So I perhaps the drones, if you like, are, I don't know, surveying the fields ahead, or maybe the drones are involved in like watching where the vehicle's going or something like that. I don't know exactly, right? Anyway, basically what he's saying is that obviously, unfortunately, when we kick the Russians out and that, the demining task in Ukraine is probably going to be one of the biggest ever, I think. Does that sound right? And
Absolutely.
yeah, so again, it's an area where they're basically looking to scale up that type of technology. Well, and other ideas, if you like, to help with the demining process. Yeah, so I thought that was interesting as well. So that's about it, I think, for now.
No, absolutely, Chris. And there's two things here. So one of them, as you say, is the flying drones, right? And the mapping abilities that some have. I still don't understand entirely how that works. I think somebody explained it once and thought, oh yes, I understand it now, but then I forgot it. So tough. I need to relearn that. But it's apparently very useful for the deminers to then be able to know what they're looking for, where they're looking for it, when they're probably done, and so on. But the other thing is these Ukrainian kind of domestic engineering, putting together devices to clear fields. These are very large areas, and especially now when the growth isn't so tall yet, it's probably easier to do it. And now is a good time to be doing it. And we've heard of several people in different parts of the country figuring out ways to do it. When you have hundreds of hectares or maybe thousands of hectares of fields that might be littered with unexploded ordnance, with mines, if you even if your contraption isn't going to be perfect, but you can say, okay, well, I've probably gotten rid of 98, 99% of the stuff here. It's still a lot better than it was before, right? And the chance that you hit on something and it explodes is much lower, and that's a really good thing. And it shows something about both the resilience as well as the innovativeness of Ukrainians to be doing this, to be thinking of doing this. So yeah, Chris, thoughts, and then we go to Will.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth there, Doman, actually, right? Because so we've talked about like drones themselves, right? We've talked about demining, and I don't think you were here, Doman, when I was when I think it was with Mockers that I spoke about an article that I just read on situational awareness and battlefield management software, right? That Ukraine has produced, right? So I think we've spoken before about Palantir, which is obviously an American company, and Gisata or Gisata, however they pronounce that, I'm never quite sure, and also the Delta battlefield management software, right? But actually, it turns out, I'll send it to you if I haven't done article. Sorry, Damon. It's a very interesting article. I'm sort of surprised about it because it seems to give a lot of stuff away, but it is public knowledge and it is written by somebody from Ukraine and that. So I'll send that over to you. Anyway, so then we've got that area as well, which, as you quite rightly say, are all pioneering. And I've got a sense of something here, Doman, which I think you were alluding to as well, right? Is that that obviously we have to win this war and push the Russians out of Ukraine, but there are a number of Ukrainians who are looking forward to and planning for a post-war Ukraine, a free Ukraine, where so they're planning for all of these things, not just to win the war, but beyond the war for later on.
100%, Chris. 100%. And they're planning for it at the small level, at the government level, at the in between levels. No question about it. And quite right. No, quite right. This demining thing, it'll take a long time. Even where the most effort was being put, for example, in Bosnia, right after the dissolution of Yugoslavia, the worst it was more than just wars, but that's it. The war component was where the mines were laid. They were still around, decade and a half later. They're still not quite done. And a lot of effort was put into that. So it will be a long time before Ukraine is genuinely free of mines. Let's be quite aware of that. But it needs to be. It needs to be for the country to have the future it should. Well.
Hey, Doman, how are you? Mockers, how are you? I just wanted to chip in with the issue about as much as I would like to say it's divine intervention. No, I wouldn't. The Aurora Borealis as far south as Kiev was caused by a major solar flare 2.5 days ago, which released a full coronal-shaped mass coronal mass ejection. So a full halo, which is kind of unique that it produced the entire circumference of the sun, which is impressive. But it was a massive ejection of material, and that's what's caused the Aurora Borealis as far south as Kiev. So there's that. And then the largest demining operation was Cambodia. And I think they've only just finished that because obviously it didn't have the level of attention. It was the most mined, but it was not nearly as big as Ukraine, the spatial area. But I reckon they'll get on after it a lot quicker than Cambodia because Australian UXO people have been involved in Cambodia for a long time. And it took quite a while there, as you rightly pointed out. The good thing about those remote systems those farmers are doing is the innovation, of course, it shows. Plus, they're from a society where they're not used to being reliant on their government because, Ukraine had problems of its own in relation to government delivery of service and assistance. But the good thing, the best thing about that is that farmer has used technology to start the work on his own very pragmatically and well adopted great technology to do that. And when he does get done with that, as you say, the rough demining will be done, and then the final capability to find the last of them and remove them can be done with the ground penetrating radar and drones that they can put in place. But it won't take nearly as much time, and that means that those assets can move on to other fields much more quickly and much easier to get through everybody's minds through that. I expect the Ukraine will probably show the best application of technical innovation in mine detection and demining after this war that you've probably ever seen. Would be my guess.
I couldn't be in greater agreement. Well, yeah, you're right. Cambodia was really big, and I think one thing that is quite interesting to note is Cambodians already sent like instructors. I don't know if they sent them to Ukraine or to somewhere else to help Ukrainians in learning how to do demining and help in teaching more Ukrainians how to do demining. And I think that says a lot, coming from a country that, I don't know, doesn't have nearly as much disposable funds, really, as some others do. Yeah. Daniel.
Good morning. Speaking of drones, not drones that makes mines go boom, but rather drones that go boom themselves. I don't know if you've seen, there's an article in a site that is called Naval News, and I really don't know exactly what that is. I have no idea of how reliable they are, but they have a short article about the explosions in Sevastopol. And they claim, and it doesn't say which sources they have, but they claim that it was due to a new version of the Ukrainian naval drones. They even have a picture of how the new generation is supposed to look like. And they also, it wasn't really much new stuff in that article apart from that, but they said that they have now a physical barrier, a 6-layered physical barrier into Sevastopol harbor. So I guess they really take this threat seriously from the Russian side.
Yeah, it wasn't the main harbor, right? It wasn't the longest inlet, but it was one of the smaller ones. But nevertheless, they're supposed to be protected, etc. And I'd love to hear exactly how much of a fallout there will be. How much of a fallout there will be. Chris.
Yes, I was going to sort of just totally agree with Will Doman, and it's not particularly secret, but I realised I had sent him details of the same person that I sent you details of. I'm just like keeping it a little bit quiet and that, but yeah. So definitely there. So I'll just say that there is a major international agricultural company involved, and I'm also glad to say that there's some discussions going on here in the UK with somewhat unknown body called the Worshipful Company of Farmers, one of the worshipful companies of London.
I've never heard of this one.
Okay, well, it exists, and also the National Farmers Union and that. So there's a lot of discussion going on between UK and Ukrainian farmers, apparently, and support being given. And so this demining program is, I mean, it's building to something pretty sizable. So and with as we've said, with the Ukrainian software development ability and innovation and that, we're going to see something pretty amazing, I think.
Very good. Chris, I looked up why I've never heard of the Worshipful Company of Farmers, and that's because they are 80th in the order of precedence, because they're relatively young. It's pretty much a time of creation ranking, right? So do you know who the first ones are, the top ones are?
Oh gosh, I don't know who the top ones are, but I do happen to know the chair lady or whatever they have. I think some strange title that she has of the worshipful company of farmers. But go on.
It is an order. The mercers, the grocers, the drapers, the fishmongers, the goldsmiths, the skinners, the merchant tailors, the haberdashers, the salters, ironmongers, wintners, clothworkers, dyers, brewers, and leather sellers. Pewterers, barbers, cutlers, bakers, and wax chandlers. That's the top 20. There's more. Interesting. Wax chandlers come just above the tallow chandlers. That is to say, people who make candles from wax, or just before the people who make candles from tallow. Tallow being animal fat, basically. So I think that's quite interesting, really. But yeah, it all depends on when they were founded. It's awfully interesting. I'm not going to go more deeply into it, but I'm sure that we have one or two people who are often around here, such as, for example, the Senate, who would be able to tell you a whole lot about these. Chris?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, actually, it was worth reading that list, wasn't it? There was some wonderful worshipfuls there, wasn't there?
Absolutely. I think it's very interesting. It's an interesting bit of living history, so to speak. Living history. I can tell you that the vintners, they have a really nice the museum section, very very nice, with some very old bottles in there, and it teaches you a lot how developments in glass working have changed the ability for bottle shapes to regularize into what we now know is more normal. And how the boxbeutel that you might find in places like Franken still are pretty close to the original bottles, really. But anyway, sorry, Chris, I got distracted. So what is the Worshipful Company of Farmers doing? Helping out the Ukrainian farmers with demining or something else?
Yes, exactly that, Damon. So that at the minute, there are, what should we say, people who are interested being brought together to take that program forward. I'm not saying that it's exactly that technology that we've seen in that video, right? But certainly that type of thing was alluded to in the conversation I had with that chap that I put in the DM. Yeah, there's a program building, if you like, and it's going to be a big one as well. I mean, what can we assume here, Damon? I think we can assume that they want to get something ready. When I say something, I mean the technology and an organization and everything like that to clear Ukraine of mines as fast as possible. Shall we say that?
100%, not just as quickly as possible, but as completely and thoroughly. And some areas will be easier, some will be more difficult, I hope that a comprehensive approach is taken, that it is not let up on until it is indeed complete.
Yeah, Damon. So again, hope I don't know whether that specific area will be of interest to the expo, where we're building the Ukraine pavilion, but I'll be having those discussions shortly. They all of the expo people have gone over to the RSA conference in San Francisco, where I'm pleased to say they are meeting with a Ukraine delegation that's in San Francisco this week, and also with some of the Ukrainian companies that we are, some we're hoping to get to the Ukraine pavilion, but actually, I don't think you were aware of this, but last week we confirmed a company called Under Defense, which is a Ukrainian cybersecurity company where the CEO sits on the Ukraine cyber defense team, and they've been confirmed, or he's been confirmed as a speaker on the main stage of the expo, which obviously, just to remind people, the expo is traditionally a physical security and military expo, but has had a cyber security element added onto it. So we've managed to get a speaker from Under Defense for the main stage in the defense part of the expo, and also on the cyber stage as well.
Fantastic, excellent, Chris. And you still have what till September, I think, right, to set this all up and get it all running. I'm sure that it will be even much better still.
Yeah, what we've decided to do, Doman, obviously for some people there will be visa issues. I'll say no more than that, but obviously you can imagine, right? Yeah, and so we sort of set ourselves a deadline of like end of June to try and get speakers and companies confirmed, and then that gives us 2 or 3 months or a bit more, to get all the visas sorted out and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's not just the visas; it's also the exit permits from Ukraine for men, right? That's the other component of it as well. I'm sure it will be all quite manageable. Now, shouldn't be too complicated, I don't think, under the circumstances.
But you're right, of course. That was one of the other things. Yeah.
I have a sorry tale of woe for you, if you would like, Doman and everyone.
I would love to hear a sorry tale of woe. Is it the sorry tale of woe of Russians?
Yes, a
Then
young Russian
perfect.
soldier. Yeah, young Russian soldier. Let's just say that army life hasn't quite been what he expected. So, he appears to have mistakenly been given HIV after an army flu inoculation, because apparently he didn't have it before. So,
wait, how does that happen? Do you have like, I reached for the wrong injection? I grabbed the HIV syringe instead of the.
I can only imagine that there's not the proper process in place, such as clean.
What, disposable needles?
Everything. Yeah, disposable needles. That might be a really good idea. Gosh, this sounds pretty much like he's having a bad life. And well, I'll tell you his story, and you can tell me whether you have any Fs growing in your field. I don't think I have, but here we go. So the independent SOTA, S-O-T-A project reports that an unnamed man from Podolsk in the Moscow region was mobilized and sent as a Marine to occupied Kherson region in September 23. He was assigned then to dig trenches on the Black Sea coast. The experience, however, was not what he expected. According to relatives, he was particularly disappointed not to see that the Russian army was not expected there at all. When he and his comrades met locals, they were told to leave Ukraine. So he was very upset that the locals weren't friendly. What a fucking shame for him, hey? So The man apparently had a previous injury, a spinal cord injury, which happened in 2016. So while he was digging trenches, this got worse. And he was sent to the Black Sea Fleet Naval Hospital at Simferopol, where he was given some tests and told he had early stage case of HIV. The only time he may have come into contact with anything or anybody who could have given him HIV was when he was given a flu shot as he joined the army. So they've narrowed it down to probably that event. So he was discharged from the hospital, but mistakenly sent by the army to his unit's headquarters at Supikov in the Moscow region, instead of back to his unit in Kherson. So while he was in Russia, the man's relatives took him to a private medical clinic where he did receive some treatment. And 2 weeks later, his relatives received a phone call from the army threatening him with prosecution for desertion. So the man's frightened relatives sent him back to Kherson, where he was told by the commander and the unit doctor that he had to continue to serve despite the HIV and despite the fact that Russian law exempts HIV positive people from Russian military service, unless, of course, you're a convict. So he was then, instead of being put back to work, dropped into a pit as a punishment for his desertion. So he has been reportedly locked in a zindan, which is a 4-meter deep open air dungeon type pit with a metal grate on the top of it. So, you know, people can enjoy the weather while they're stuck in there. He has apparently been there for 11 days. His relatives are filing a complaint with the Russian MOD to try and get him transferred back to Crimea. But yeah, apparently army life not working out for this young man. And well, no, there's nothing in my harvest for him, I'm afraid.
So, you know, let's assume that he didn't make it up, right? And that it is indeed true that he could only have gotten it from that injection, that he wasn't, I don't know, up to something else at some point. Because that's plausible as well, or somebody else is up to something else with respect to him at some point. What that says is they don't have disposable syringes or aren't using disposable syringes. Sorry, not the needles, right? The needles are the only bit that needs to be switched out. Which is probably should be quite terrifying for most Russians.
Absolutely terrifying, yes.
Now, disposable needles have been much for many decades across most of the world. Because guess what isn't very expensive?
Disposable needles?
Yes.
Well, it would seem that, yeah, this guy is blaming the Russian army services for not only giving him HIV, but also when he was sent back, apparently incorrectly, to the main barracks rather than the back to the front, he's now being accused of deserting intentionally and thoroughly punished for it. So I'm sure he's really motivated now.
You know, we have a manpower shortage. We will make sure that we get all the deserters back, and once we get them back, we will not make any use of them whatsoever. That seems to be the Russian approach here.
Well, they are making use of him in a way to sort of indicate to others that if you disappear, and we will find you, even if you go back to Russia, and this is what you're going to get. So, you know, he's serving as a warning to others, but that is all. Yeah, he's not useful in the actual army type way.
And not to mention, he didn't actually desert. Right, that's the really the clincher here, I think.
Yeah, exactly. It does seem quite unfair for him, doesn't it? But you know, them's the breaks. You go off to war, and these things happen if you're not organised.
Yeah, he's not only not deserving. Or literally, it was very much the army's fault that first they gave him HIV, and then they locked him in a dungeon as punishment for it.
Well, how dare he go and seek treatment, eh? And I love the fact that they just bent the rules as well with regards to, you know, the in the Russian MOD, they don't allow anybody who's got these, you know, possibly transferable diseases to serve. I wonder if they gave him one of them little bracelets. I bet you that made him feel better.
Well, I guess at least he's well separated from everybody else, so there's no danger that he could cause anybody else to get it.
Well, that's true. And he is safe from certain practices as well, I would expect.
Yeah, I mean, nobody can get to him, right? He's down at the local minimum of elevation.
I don't know about you, Doman, but I've seen an awful lot of this going on at the moment. Quite a lot of discontent, shall we say. People being locked in basements and dropped in these medieval pits. I mean, the last time I actually saw a mention or use of one of these medieval type pits was on the Vikings TV program. And well, that was a few years ago, and that was historical. So yeah, the fact that this sort of historical practice has been brought back, I'm not sure it's the homage to you know, the love of history that that the Russians think it is. It's yeah, it's really unmotivating for people.
Yeah, I've not heard of the word Zindan since I was reading about the Russian-Ottoman wars in the Caucasus in the 19th century. You know, really takes you back. Really takes you back when you hear somebody using that terminology.
Well, they've been sort of regressing into a medieval period for some time, so you know, I suppose it's only the next step to start bringing back the language as well.
Sure, makes sense. Makes sense. No complaints on my end. In other news, speaking of the south of the south of Ukraine, right? There was some other quite tremendous news, I would say, broken by one Natalia Humaniuk, the spokesperson for Operational Command South, who noted that the Russian invaders' construction of fortification in temporary occupied Crimea indicates not only preparations for the Ukrainian counteroffensive, but also the occupiers' desire to launder money, as she put it, the bureaucratic potential that has been accumulated in Crimea, that's to say, the servants to the empire that have been moved there, and felt quite calm during the annexation, realizes that it is time to pack up, and they try to launder money in the end, where a lot of money is allocated for defense facilities, such as trenches on beaches of Crimea. They can turn some money in their favor by imitating this activity, realizing its pointlessness. She also noted that intercepts of Ukrainian intelligence confirmed the occupiers' fears of the Ukrainian army's advance to the peninsula, in particular complaining to the relatives about the inevitable offensive and the arrival of Ukrainian defense forces. I think it's quite fascinating, right? That whose theory was it? Was it David or Gunny who first said yes? You know, at the end of the day, they're doing this to divert money into their own pockets.
Well, it's yeah, it's something that's been identified as probably not the best use of their time and energy. So yeah, very likely it's just a get-rich-quick scheme, playing on the paranoia, I suppose, However, I did notice as well, and this amused me slightly, that on the beaches which currently don't have trenches attached to them, the ones that are still technically open, they have been making preparations for the holiday season. You know, getting all their tables and chairs and gazebos and things out. I thought maybe that might be a little bit presumptuous. Either that, or they're doing it as the welcoming committee for the Ukrainian armed forces.
And also, on top of this, Radio Svoboda reports of Yuri Sobolevsky, who is, I forget what he is in Kherson Oblast, he's some sort of an official in Kherson, saying that in the Kherson region, Russian commanders force the military to dig trenches so they don't get drunk. Oh, I see, he's the deputy head of the regional council. In most cases, there is no logic in the fact that they dig more trenches. They simply have nothing to do, and when there is nothing to do, waves of looting and drunkenness and desertion begin. That's why their commanders try to keep them on their toes from morning to night. And on their toes, I think they mean shovel in hand.
On their toes, yeah. There's certainly a lot of what would you say? Anxiety. Anxiety. That's the word. It would seem to me that there's quite a bit of anxiousness going on. Have you heard that there was a bit of a scuff in the Luhansk area between some Wagner soldiers and some Russian MOD that resulted in a shootout? Oh, no, indeed. Yeah, it resulted in a shootout between them. I can only hope that there was a resolution which ended in nobody being able to continue to have a shootout, maybe. Certainly, they're not getting along if they're shooting at one another.
Wow, I mean that's just awful, isn't it? If that is indeed happening, that's just absolutely dreadful. And my thoughts and prayers go out to them.
Yeah, sorry, I'm talking to my boss at the same time, which is always helpful.
That's quite right.
Sorted. Sorry, I was just like,
So-
oh, you can't answer that.
So in where is this? In Luhansk, Stanitsa Luhansk it was, wasn't it? Right there across the river, across the Seversky Donets from the city of Luhansk. I mean, it must feel absolutely awful, doesn't it, to know that you're fighting on the same side as the Wagnerites. That must be quite a realization. And we've heard of these pretty much every time for Ukrainians started push, haven't we? There were the Buryats and the Kadyrovites who didn't get along in the right bank in Kherson just before Ukraine swept in. These things keep happening, don't they? These disagreements. I mean, oh no, really? These disagreements between peoples in the Russian military just keep cropping up. Just keep cropping up.
Well, the thing is, they're such a well-organized, well-trained and cohesive group, you know. Oh, sorry, no, they're not any of those things. And that means that they are gonna, I mean, you know, also they're terribly gang sort of affiliated, as in, you know, they're divided by race, by class, by money, by opportunity, and in the armed forces, they're still divided into those groups. They're divided into the Wanga group that receives, you know, better stuff, and probably a lot of those proper Wanga members who are generally being used to train Mobics and conscripts, those guys aren't going to the front as much as the rest of them. They appear to live in some rarefied air because of their connections, and so it's only the new guys, the FNGs, that are being sort of sent out to almost certain death. And I can imagine that sooner or later that does start to cause a bit of friction. Why are you so darn special? Considering you're the one who's trained with all the flipping gear, why don't you go and give it a try instead of sending us poor saps in? I can imagine that sort of conversation might go round, perhaps with quite a bit more swearing, though.
Yeah, the conversation goes around, and then some rounds go as well.
Exactly. I have an MOD report, if you'd like it as well.
Let's go through that, and then let's see if I can incentivize a certain Ming to talk to me about planes, because I want to talk to him about some terrific planes doing very odd things. Marcus, MOD report, please.
Good stuff. So, Defence Intelligence update for the 24th of April 23. The authorities in occupied areas of Ukraine are almost certainly coercing the population to accept Russian Federation passports. Residents in occupied parts of Kherson have been warned that those who do not accept a Russian passport by the 1st of June 23 will be deported and their property will be seized. Shades of Crimea there, isn't there? Anyway, Russia is using passports as a tool in the Russification of occupied areas, as it did in Donetsk and Luhansk before February the 22nd. Russia is likely expediting the integration of the occupied areas into the bureaucracy of the Russian Federation to help paint their invasion as a success, especially in the run-up to the 2024 presidential elections. And I'm not sure they need any real success in the run-up to the 2024 elections, but certainly they like to celebrate everything, don't they? I'm quite sure they would claim the opening of an envelope to be a success if it helped their cause.
Oh, absolutely, and the Russians don't particularly care about the content of the elections, and I don't think they'll have much to do voting-wise. The Russians in the for now occupy Kherson Oblast by June next year. When's the election? Is it June next year? I forget. Whenever it is next year, I think this will be well swept under the rug. What I will note is that already since June last year, Ukrainian authorities have been asking people to please leave the occupied territories, in especially Kherson and Zaporizhzhia oblasts, and make their way either to Georgia through Russia or to free territories of Ukraine, because they don't want them there. They don't want them there in the way of the liberation, in the way of the counteroffensives. The fewer civilians there are around, the easier it is for Ukrainians to, of course, operate, right? Which would be a very good thing indeed. But yeah, it's quite interesting that they're still pushing this passportization. I think it's no, they went at several levels, and remember, these aren't passports like you're imagining them. These are principally internal passports, so-called internal passports. So Russia has a dual passport system, an internal passport and an international passport. If you're trying to go from one bit of Russia to another bit of Russia, you generally need to present an internal passport on, say, boarding a train, not just a plane. And they're using these passports to tie the population to themselves and to try to legitimize their occupation in the eyes of tankies across the world. So that's kind of an important component for them there. beyond that, what else can we or what else should we be noting beyond that? The deportations, the seizure of property, that's quite normal. Let's hope that by June the 1st, there won't be too many civilians still in occupied parts of Kherson Oblast. Who knows? Anything is possible. But the fewer there are, the better for either of the two positive reasons. That is to say, either they've left or the areas have already been liberated by Ukrainian military. Which is entirely plausible. When it comes to the presidential election, I think that's the other quite interesting bit. So the Russian presidential elections next year, Putin tends to get about 70%, give or take. The rest going mostly to people from, let's say, the permitted opposition. The opposition that the Russian state doesn't mind too much being there. So let's see how that goes. But critically and crucially, I'd say that it will be quite a test of not so much what happens at the election, but does Putin survive to the election, and does the Russian Federation, in some form, survive to that election? The Russian Federation does survive to that election. That'll probably be the last election in the Russian Federation for one reason or another for a long time, right? One reason being a possible dissolution thereafter, the other being a descent in complete autocracy. So whatever happens, I think Putin's going to get a very large proportion of the votes, even larger than previously at the election, for whatever reason. There might be. Ming, what do you think? Do you think that there will be an election in Russia in 2024?
I think there's too many ifs and buts before we get there. I think Mr. Putin will have a problem just getting past May the 9th at the moment with the current rate. That's not going to go unnoticed, with various parades being cancelled all over the place for fairly obvious reasons. So, it all adds up, and at some point, even the Russians break.
But before Russians break, some of their property tends to break, no?
Yeah, so Boeing 777-300ERs, in fact, and you're absolutely right. It's Russian operated and Russian owned as well, since that aircraft's owned by VEB Leasing. So I came across a report this morning on the Aviotoshina Telegram channel, which said that this 777 had been flying to Phuket without a wing access panel on it. And this wing access panel was on top of everything else, was on the leading edge of the wing, just inboard from the engine on the starboard side. But everything isn't as bad as it seems, because apparently Boeing lets you do that as long as you don't do it for longer than 120 days. But obviously, with an access panel missing on the leading edge of a wing, you're going to burn more fuel, because the profile of your wing is less aerodynamic. And I did some quick back of an envelope calculations on that. It's roughly an 8-hour flight, just over 8 hours, Moscow to Phuket. Let's say that Aeroflot are operating this aircraft reasonably efficiently. Let's say they're doing 12 hours a day roughly with it. So if you look at that, what that adding the fuel burn on a 777 is about 2,500 gallons an hour, and at European fuel prices, that would mean a total cost just shy of $70,000 for that lot. On a daily basis, so 12 hours a day. So you'd be looking at an incremental increase at European prices at about $2,000 a day, or 62,000 thereabouts a month. Unfortunately, though, for the Russians, their fuel prices are 23% higher than the European ones. So they are looking at something closer to $2,500 per day just for that aircraft, and $76,000 a month. So they're going to fly around like that for 4 months. Yeah, I mean, that's getting pretty expensive for them.
Now, my question here is kind of along the lines of, so you're allowed to fly without, one access panel for 4 months, and I understand that, but my question is the little diagram that you showed there. It shows which panels you can have missing, right? And some panels that are essential you can't have missing, and some you can have missing. But I presume that the rule is, you can have one of these missing at any given point, or maybe some proportion of these missing at any given point. And I think you have all of them missing at the same time. There's probably some difficulties in enabling sufficient lift still, right? And the more you have missing, the worse it is. I wonder how many you can have missing, and if they can genuinely have a problem of, they just have too many of them missing.
I think if you have too many of them missing, your plane's going to fall apart very quickly. So I'm pretty sure the Boeing maintenance planning document will say, yeah, you can have this one missing, but if you have this one missing, you can't have that one missing. The other interesting question about that question is the equivalent panel on the other wing, would it be an idea to take it off and have it missing at the same time? Because that would improve the overall, otherwise the aircraft's going to be yawing right.
I think you can trim that out.
You can probably trim that out, but you'd save on the trimming if you took the other panel off on the other wing. So, but again, maybe you wouldn't want to do that if the other panel was good. The odd thing about this plane is that it's very young. It was delivered literally just before the war to Aeroflot. So I'm not sure what's going on with these panels anyway. Maybe someone bashed it and they thought, oh, well, we need to repair that, so we'll take it off. That's the sort of thing that can happen.
Yeah, maybe they don't have the right bolts, or they didn't close properly anymore because somebody bent it a bit. I think that's probably the most likely option, or it just fell off.
But the really interesting thing is, so that this was spotted last week, according to the source. So we don't know how long this aircraft's been flying around without this panel, but it'd be really interesting to see what happens to it when those 120 days are up. Will they have somehow fixed the panel that came off? Will they sneakily have got their hands on a spare? That's a bit unlikely. Maybe they're hiding what is it? Is it MH370 somewhere in the depths of Siberia, and they can just pinch bits off it? That's just a random conspiracy theory thrown in there just for fun. Or will they ground the thing? So I'll be keeping an eye on that aircraft on flight radar.
Very interesting. How many of these planes do they have at Aeroflot? Basically what I'm getting at is, how likely are they to just say, well, we're just stop using one of these, and we're going to part one out to just keep the rest flying, with all the panels.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to switch my mic on. They've got 22 of them in total, and they've got 18 operational and 4 sitting on the ground in storage at the moment. So presumably they can cannibalize the 4 in storage. But the fact that they've let this aircraft fly to Phuket without this panel would indicate to me that the parts are not available from the stored aircraft, or they're just happy to fly the 120 days without the panel.
I just weren't bothered to part out the other one. right? Be like, it'll be fine. We'll take the panel off of one of the donor ones later.
It could well be. It could also depend on whether the donor aircraft is sitting. I can take a quick look. Where are they? Yeah, no, it's going to take me a bit to get that, but I can find that out, because they may be in Krasnoyarsk or something, and this aircraft's currently bouncing backwards and forwards between Phuket and Moscow. I just took a check. It's currently underway from Phuket to Moscow, so clearly he's doing that route on a daily basis at the moment. Let's see. Right, the parked aircraft are very young. They're delivered in early 22. That is interesting. Oh, actually, I take that back. It's 2014 delivery. They were just re-registered in 22. I'm just looking at the wrong data here.
From Bermuda to Russia. Okay.
Correct, yeah.
What were they re-registered just before they were just before Russia invaded Ukraine? Because if any re-registrations happened just before that, that would be additional pieces in the puzzle saying, actually, but these people seem to have known something.
No, they weren't. So they were re-registered in April of last year. Pretty well all of them. I think they had to put their thinking hats on about that one. I think we saw that, for instance, with that Pobeda aircraft owned by SB Leasing that was stuck in the Czech Republic for maintenance when the war started. They clearly decided not to re-register that one. The problem with re-registration is that it's completely illegal, and it has the impact. It had the impact of having all those aircraft that were re-registered in Russia being stripped of their certificates of airworthiness. So that immediately has a massive impact on the value of all those aircraft, because they're carrying on operating them, but under an unapproved regulatory regime, and probably with a regulatory regime that doesn't simply have the capacity or the knowledge to regulate those aircraft from a maintenance perspective. And, I think we've seen some hints of that in their approach. For instance, when we had a chat last week, Doman, about that, about the accidents I think that they had last week, the fuel leak, and what was the other one? It was I forget now. I can look it up. It's in my feed somewhere. But yeah, no. So those aircraft have massively lost value, especially on the maintenance front. This aircraft stuck in the Czech Republic didn't get re-registered, so the Russians were able to were able to sell that aircraft to the Indonesian police, probably at a full price, somewhere around $35 million. It was a relatively young 737-800, about 4 years old.
And Phuket specifically seems to be awfully popular, right? Very major destination, one of the few major international destinations for Russian airlines. That was where that engine blew up in the 767 a couple of months ago.
Yeah, that's right. And so they seem to be all hanging out there on holiday. It doesn't seem to be one of those destinations they go to avoid getting mobilized. Did we not have an Australian guy up the other day who was on the beach in Phuket or something, and he was surrounded by Russians? I think that was like 2 weeks ago. I forget his name, but I just thought that was very funny. And I asked him at the time if the guys around him looked like they were of mobilization age, and he said apparently they all were. The interesting thing about Thailand is that it's not one of the visa-free destinations that Russians can go to, like, say, Turkey. So they're kind of, they do have to get visas, but obviously the Thais are pretty nice about that, because they don't mind having the beaches in Phuket crawling with Russians.
It's quite dispiriting, isn't it? Yesterday, there was some talk of certain super jets being so super that Aeroflot has retired all of them. The largest operator, that operated about half ever made, said, "No, we don't. These are too old for us. They're like 10 years old by this point. Now some even 12 years old, maybe 14. They're far too old for us to keep. No point. The miracle of Russian domestic engineering." So, I mean, why did Aeroflot retire all of their super jets?
Well, I wouldn't read too much into this in the context of the sanctions, in terms of them not being able to get spares to keep them flying. The thing about them is, and just Russian-built aircraft in general, is that when a new Russian aircraft type comes out, basically the government orders all the airlines to buy them. And like good patriotic citizens, they all do. But those aircraft, but the moment they take delivery of them, they discover that they're absolute rubbish, and they tend to get rid of them fairly quickly. So if I was to look at the fleet history of Aeroflot's fleet history of operating superjets, which I'll just pull up here quickly, they took, let's see, these, here we are. So they took delivery of the first one in June 2011 and got rid of it in January 2013. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, four of them showing that pattern. And the next two are the two that they still have in storage. And then there's another whole bunch of them they got rid of. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. Another 4 that they got rid of really quickly. And then there's a bunch they got rid of to Russia Airlines in 21, 22. So they've been palming them off in 2021 onwards to Russia, who presumably are slightly more patriotic than Aeroflot.
So in other words, what you're saying is, don't think of this as effective sanctions. Think of this as just how bad Russian engineering is in the first place.
Absolutely right, and it's not necessarily the engineering itself. It's the support, the after delivery support that they provide. That's the bit that they really can't handle at all. Just in terms of even providing manuals, which are usable. That, for instance, was an experience that both Interjet and CityJet reported, that the manuals simply weren't up to dealing with the situations they were encountering on a day-to-day basis.
I do wonder, will Gazprom Avia be the last operator of the Sukhoi Superjet 100 very soon?
Well, it looks like Russia's they look as though they're quite popular with Russia. I can have a look at Russia's fleet, see what they've got in service. They have 59 superjets, 17 sitting on the ground. Now that is a very big number, assuming that, because it's the biggest chunk of their overall fleet. So they've got fleet of 96 operational aircraft, of which 59 are superjets, and 17 sitting on the ground. So 17 out of 35 grounded aircraft. That is pretty chunky. So I think if we're going to be looking at these guys, are obviously very reliant on the superjet, and let's see if they've retired any. Historic fleet. Yes, they have. They have an awful lot of they've got those previously mentioned superjets sitting on the ground, but they've also got a bunch that they've just got rid of. So they've had even more in the past. But again, they've discovered they're absolute rubbish. Oh, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong page. Here we are. Have they retired any superjets? No, they haven't. Okay, they haven't. They're just sitting them on the ground when they can't use them anymore.
Yeah, they're just letting them catch their breath, right? That's how that works, I think.
Take a break while things cool down, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's important that the most super of your jets are nice and stationary at all times, even when they don't absolutely need to be. It's also the range isn't very useful for them other than for internal flights at this point, right? Because unless they're flying Sochi to somewhere in Turkey, there's very few places that they can go with them.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head what the range on the Superjet is. Let's take a quick look. So it's probably, but I would guess, off the top of my head, probably maxes out at about, 4 hours, something like that.
Yeah, but between that and all the airspace restrictions everywhere else um, for Russian planes, and on top of that, the airspace restrictions within Russia that make some routings a bit longer. No, there's just not so many places that they can get to outside of it. There's only so many internal flights that they can keep sustaining, even if there's much greater need for particular type of cargo flight, especially.
Yeah, I haven't found the range figures for this thing. I have to work it out in Excel because I've got the payload and fuel burn and all that stuff. But that's a bit of a slow process, knocking up a quick spreadsheet to do that.
We've not heard anything about the new cargo jet, right? Or rather, cargo turboprop, specifically designed for Siberia that can actually operate in most of Siberia. We've heard no news on that.
This is the Baikal, the one that looks like the Pilatus turbo porter, right? Yeah,
Precisely.
no news, and I don't expect there'll be any news on that for probably a couple of years, because no doubt, like everything new in Russia, there'll be fantastic delays before that thing becomes operational.
Right, makes perfect sense. For anybody who's missed that, a couple of months ago, news came out that Russia has contracted out for a design of a new, completely domestically made or almost entirely domestically produced aircraft specifically to serve the remote communities in Siberia, except it wouldn't be able to because it couldn't carry any cargo and it wouldn't actually legally be permitted to fly across most of Siberia because it needed the diversion airports far closer at all times than airports are distributed across the Far East. A perfectly executed, entirely domestically made plane that was not fit for purpose, not legally allowed to fly, and one that they couldn't actually produce. Terrific success for a Radio Yerevan joke.
As ever, a total triumph, Dermot.
Yeah, they're simply unstoppable, right? Simply unstoppable in every way imaginable. Do we know if the AN-124 that Canada took from Volga Dnieper has been given to Ukraine yet, or to Antonov yet? Or is it still something that's in the process? Because it probably takes a little bit of fixing, right? After it's been standing for a year in Canada, and Antonov need to send some engineers over to actually make it viable.
I don't know, to be honest. Let's have a look. Let's see if that thing's moved. So who was it? It was Volga Dnieper, wasn't it?
Yeah. At Pearson, I think.
Yeah, no news on that. Just so last week they were reporting Canada to transfer stranded Russian, but I guess they probably have a fair bit of work to do on sorting out the 300,000 loons, Canadian loons they owe in parking fees and all that sort of stuff. So I wouldn't expect that to move for probably a couple of months. Yeah, you see, so the Canadian report. No, so this is from Prime Minister Schmichel. We are preparing to confiscate the AN-124 aircraft and other assets of the aggressor in Canada and transfer them to Ukraine. So that's probably a fairly lengthy process that's going to take 2 to 3 months.
Yeah, it takes a bit of an effort. I've got a question from an Irish listener here for you, Ming. You'll appreciate this. Will the bearing shortage have any bearing on the Russian civil aviation fleet?
Well, I don't think so, because you can't just, this is a Russian internal issue, but you can't just stick any old bearing on an aircraft. And I can't think, off the top of my head, I can't think of an awful lot of places where they're going to use bearings, ball bearings. So maybe in the landing gear, and maybe on the engine core. But again, you can't. Engine cores have really long lives. I mean, they don't get replaced. It's all the bits that attach to them. And the landing gear are constantly being, they constantly have rotables being replaced, but those rotables won't include ball bearings. So I don't think that's going to have an issue on their industry. I think the fact that they just can't get the parts that they need from the West is much more important.
Yeah, I'd guessing that you would have parts. What can I say? You'd get parts that include bearings, but you wouldn't be replacing bearings individually. You'd be replacing a part that has some encased in them.
Correct. And those bearings will be, certified by their original equipment manufacturers, so Boeing or Airbus or GE or Rolls-Royce, whoever it is. And those are not parts that a Russian in Krasnoyarsk can knock up in the local smelting factory or anything like that.
No, you don't. You don't go bit by bit, right? There's whole components that get replaced rather than individual bits. Well, did you have something to add to this?
So I just wanted to ask Chris, but or Ming, I think he's answered it already. I believe the cores probably use tapered roller bearings in the ends to mount them up, the bearings that hold up the ends of the core, and the wheels would probably use ball bearings in races, but as you said, they would all have to be certified. So I suppose they could potentially manufacture ball bearings themselves, but they wouldn't be certified. And I'm not sure they could get those pressed roller bearings at all. I guess it's an equivalent problem, I guess, Doman. If they can't make and get ball bearings, they probably can't get machined tapered roller bearings to hold up the core of those turbines either. Chris or Ming?
No, I think you're probably very right there, Will. I just can't, even if I was the craziest Ivan around and I sort of knocked up some ball bearings somewhere in Russia, the last place I would put them is on the on the undercarriage or in an engine core or on an aircraft. I mean, that would just be insane.
But they'll eventually be forced to do the insane, won't they? If or unless their entire commercial fleet is going to get grounded in the next year and a half, they'll basically either have to get into the manufacturing game for second, replacement parts, or they won't have an airline business anymore. And the commensurate amount of risk that I basically don't think I'd ever get on a Russian airline again.
No, we probably you got on Russian airlines back in the 90s, didn't you, Will? So you did you get any of the Yak 40s with the benches?
No, but I did get on a lot of the little AN-24s. What are they called? They look like a Dakota or a DC-3 kind of thing.
Yeah, no. So you never saw the Yak 40s with benches for seats.
No benches on the sides. No.
Yeah, that was probably my worst experience knocking around Russia in the 90s.
So bench seating on a plane.
On the sides of the fuselage, yeah, like you're going to.
No, it wasn't even on the sides. It was like normal. The benches were arranged like normal passenger seats.
Oh, right.
In the same kind of way, but just without any backing.
Well, I really like to fly small airplanes. That prop-driven planes where you slide around a lot in the air and you can really feel the fluid nature of the air, because I actually quite enjoy that. So I was on quite a lot of little prop planes flying in internal flights in Russia, even up into the 2000s, the mid 2000s, they're still flying. What plane are they, Ming? AN-24, the one that looks
is that no? But I think you might be thinking, is that the biplane, the AN-2?
No, it was a single engine or single wing on the bottom of the fuselage, connected to the bottom of the fuselage, and it looked like somebody copied a DC-3 or an old Dakota, like
because the 24 has it on top, so it's not the 24.
Okay,
that's a high wing.
I didn't really care. I just got in them because they were going the right way, and they were decent planes, but they didn't smack me of anything like advanced technology. Certainly, that's true. Even in the 2004.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I don't know what plane off the top of my head it might be, but I certainly didn't fly on every aircraft type they had available. I wouldn't be here to speak to you all today.
So, I mean, when you say benches, so where there would be 2 or 3 individual seats, there was basically one long one. Did it have a back? Did it have seat belts?
Yeah, no. So they had backs, right? But they only came up to the small of your back, so they were like little round pads, and it had seat belts, but they were basically a bench. That's what you were sitting on.
So like a church pew.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
And there was lots of braying.
Well, yeah, I think it's something that was illegal since, what with atheism being the official policy.
Were they bolted to the floor? Were they bolted to the floor well?
Yeah, no, they weren't loose. I think even the Russians didn't have a need to do that. No,
occasionally they were loose.
They were bolted to the floor.
Hey, so Ming, to follow up on that, the bearings issue, have you done any overall assessment of, we put a lot of effort and time into these expert, the prove it, provenance back to a source and everything for a lot of the parts. I mean, I understand why that's done in the airline industry and the other critical type of equipment industries, but have you seen anybody do an overall risk assessment on what the likelihood of frequency of occurrence of significant air accidents are going to be as Russia moves toward going with secondary non-certified parts? Has anybody done that kind of quantification?
No, I haven't seen that, and I kind of think that's I can't see people spending time and effort to do that sort of thing other than the Russians themselves. But of course, as we know well, they're much more, into kind of, crossing their fingers and hoping. So they're the least likely candidates to do that sort of thing, but the guys with the most need, if you see what I mean. If we were looking at a similar scenario in a Western country, yeah, I'd see a lot of people invest resources into doing something like that, but not the Russians.
Because
there's no insurance. Will, there's no insurance.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't be insuring it, but like in industry, if I'm going to run a piece of equipment now in the oil industry, and I've got to have critical controls missing, you have to do basically a finite. You have to do a quantitative risk assessment to get a level of risk that's higher, and then you basically need to get step out approval for that. And we can do it in some cases, right, where there's critical infrastructure that has to run, or something that if we didn't run this, it could cause a bigger problem offshore or something. So it does happen, but it's very rare, and we are required to quantify that risk, the additional incremental risk, so that the senior managers can literally sign off on it on a director level.
Yeah, I think Ming put it clearly.
Yeah, this is not something I see the Russians gearing up to do, Will. However professionally they may profess to run their companies, this is it, especially in the current circumstances. I just can't see it happening.
Yeah, because I guess they have no other choice, and I guess that'd be the point, right? Unless they're self-insured, they're not going to get any external insurance to operate those airlines either.
It's not the choice thing. They just don't do this kind of stuff.
And on the insurance issue, Will, their aircraft are all insured. They're just no longer reinsured in the West because that's subject to sanctions. So they're all 100% reinsured by the Russian National Reinsurance Corporation, which is effectively a state entity. So, at some level, if there starts to be large numbers of accidents, I can see that draining the Russian state coffers pretty quickly.
Well, they just wouldn't pay out, right? I mean, that's really really the outcome that you would get.
Yeah, and there's a related aspect, because you can't fly abroad if you don't have liability insurance on an aircraft. So they'll all have the usual liability limits. Typically for a big airline like Aeroflot, that'll be probably about $1.5 billion per occurrence. But if they do something dramatic, like, I don't know, crash into a city or crash into Thailand or Dubai or something, that gets wiped out pretty quickly.
If they drop a flaming engine on Bangkok, for example, that wouldn't be very good, would it?
No, not at all. That'd be pretty well. If they drop an engine, that's the plane going down too. So that plane's going to crash land as well. So it's going to be the whole thing, and $1.5 billion in the kitty, that's gone pretty quickly.
Well, let's see where they end up with all of this, and in a more let's say in a different country, they just stop with the flying, but culturally and politically, domestically, politically, it's very important for them to maintain this sort of sense of normalcy. It's all right. So you can still go on your holiday to Thailand if you want to. Look, we have a regular flight. Yes, there might be some panels missing, but it's a perfectly regular flight all the way to Phuket. If that's where you want to go. And sure, you might not be able to go to Paris this year, not as easily, but you can still go to Thailand. You can still go to Dubai. Isn't this lovely and normal? Isn't the social contract still observed by the great leader? Certainly, it is. That's perfectly normal then, right? It's all perfectly fine. It's all perfectly fine.
In the words of the late Prime Minister Chen Mirden when he was speaking in the aftermath of the 98 financial crisis. And his comment on it was, well, we hoped for the best, but it turned out the way it always does.
Viktor Chernomyrdin, runner-up in the eyebrow contest after Brezhnev.
That's the chap, Axel. That's the man.
Remember him well.
So how much does the runner-up win then?
I really haven't looked at the price list, but Ning might know.
Sorry, you're going to have to give me more context there, Damon.
Well, Axel said that he was the runner-up in the eyebrow contest after.
Oh, right, yeah. Brezhnev. No, I think Brezhnev was ahead by many lengths. Chernomyrdin, yeah, he was much more famous for these malapropisms. So he had a kind of slightly odd way of saying things. So they love that, and that quote I gave you there, that's one of the examples. But if you look at his wiki page, it's full of sort of odd quotes of his that somewhat endeared him to the Russians in a funny sort of way.
Going from the arrow to the space. Apparently, there's a report out that now that Vostochny is more interesting to the Russians, right? What were the problems at Baikonur and part of the stuff getting seized by Kazakhstan, and who knows how long they will still get to operate. Apparently, there's now a report that 126 million rubles were stolen from the budget for the construction at Vostochny. In other words, now this has probably been known all along, and the person who did it is no longer in good favors with powers that be of the Siloviki, and they might not be around for very long, or they might be promoted to perhaps heading the next Center of Sports Excellence and Patriotic Education. Axel, maybe this is worth noting on, Axel, right? There's a tendency in higher Russian echelons that people steal, embezzle, whatever, and that's fine, and everybody knows about it, and that's fine. But at the same time, that gives the state effectively a tool, the Siloviki Centro effectively a tool to get rid of anyone at any point as convenient. For having stolen, for having embezzled, because they know that they have something on everyone. So it's a way of also keeping people in line from a technical perspective, right? An open window not being the only danger.
Everybody serves the state.
And for as long as they're useful, fine. And then as soon as they're not, there's consequences that come with that. Right? There's consequences that come with that in the shape of a cage recently introduced in the recent decades to Russian courtrooms. And on that, actually, I don't know if you heard this morning, but Natalia Khmenyuk, the spokesperson of Operational Command South, came out and said, yes, all of those defenses that are being built in Crimea, those trenches, those who build them know that they're useless and pointless. However, it's a wonderful performative act which facilitates for embezzlement of public funds in a way which is considered reasonable and appropriate by the public and by those who are in charge of it. In other words, it's a way for the local administrators of occupation authorities to, for the last few months, that they still are in control of Crimea, more or less, to be able to enrich themselves one last time before they're expelled.
Play it for me one more time.
Yes, indeed, it's what David's been on about, right? David Brookfield, our sapper friend, of why are Russians digging trenches on the beach? Well, it's because somebody gets to make money off of it, and somebody gets to either embezzle money or gain monetary favors for giving out the right contracts to the right people for doing something fundamentally useless. And of course, the Chinese ambassador to France seems to be in some trouble because the Chinese government came out, the Chinese foreign ministry came out and said, no, we actually do respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of countries that came out of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, quite differently to what Mr. Ambassador had to say on television a couple nights ago.
Did they say how much?
They didn't say how much trouble, but I hear a post opened for the administrator of a rural district somewhere in the Tian Shan Mountains, and I have a hunch of who might be at the top of the list for promotion now. You know, he will be much higher up, several thousands of meters higher up. I'm wondering if this is landing, because not everybody might be aware of what the Tian Shan is. It's the northern delimitation, is the northwestern delimitation of the Taklamakan Desert. So the southern is the Himalayas, and then to the northwest there's these sort of 6,000, 7,000 meter tall mountain range at its highest, and sort of the border between China and Kyrgyzstan. It is really the middle of nowhere as far as Russia is concerned. It's just about the least important place, and quite unpleasant, really, from a living there perspective. It would be a great promotion, for he would get higher up, but not in the hierarchy, merely in elevation above sea level. Klaus?
Could we get this number in as a percentage so Axel and I can better grasp how much bigger? Thank you.
How much bigger what? How much higher up?
You said that several thousand meters higher regarding this ambassador, Chinese ambassador from Paris. So I was just wondering whether we could get that as a percentage compared to,
Well, I would say the best way to think of it is about 2 orders of magnitude, right? Paris is very close to the sea level. There's very little drop on the Seine from there down to the sea. And I think Paris is at an elevation, depending on where you are, let's say you're by the Seine, you're probably at an elevation about 30, 40, 50 meters, thereabouts, right? So it's going to be about 100 times higher than that, at about 3,000, 4,000 meters. And I'm sure you can still find some sort of a rural municipality where you can appropriately place someone who is displeased, the actually higher ups in the hierarchy. As a percentage, that would be a 10,000% increase, which is great because that's a much bigger number.
So maybe 8,205% could be some digit.
There are many options. Yes, it could even be, who knows? He might even get his picture taken from a Canberra.
There was a discussion a while back, I remember, about the Russians being in space and who came to the space first. Do you remember that?
What Russians were? Oh, you mean like Gagarin first in space? Was that the question?
Yeah, I think it was because we talked about this space and then who was in what space first, and then I remember Miss Piggy from the Kermit show.
Pigs in space.
Pigs in space.
Well, you know, Klaus, I don't know about you, but I have been in space my entire life.
Can you elaborate, please?
Well, we're all in space at all times, right? That's kind of the definition of the space. That is to say, the universe. It's not really a question. It's just getting, out of Earth's orbit, for example, or into outer space outside of the atmosphere, perhaps, or where the atmosphere is sufficiently whatever the opposite of dense is, thin, to no longer be considered the atmosphere. I think that's really the question. But first to space is a tough one, because it's the first to have existed would have been the first in space somewhere, even if on Earth. The Earth isn't anything special, if you put somebody on Mars, you would say that they're out in space, right? What makes the Earth so very special that just because you're within here, you're not in space? Of course you are. You're just in the little bit where it's normal to be.
Have you ever imagined how fast we are going through the space? I have done a calculation once.
Speaking of China, in more positive news, the chief of Ukrainian military intelligence, Kirill Budanov, had an interview with RBC Ukraine, so one of the mainline Ukrainian outlets, saying that, as far as he knows, as of now, China has not transferred, sold, given, whatever, a single round of ammunition to Russia. And as far as he knows, China is not preparing to do so either. So there seems not to be, as far as he's concerned, any concern about that. Now, it didn't go into greater detail of whether this includes anything that's been transferred to Wagnerites as opposed to the Russian Federation mainline, because there certainly have been suggestions, allegations of that. But at the same time, Guido Crosetto, who's the defense minister of Italy, says that China could be a mediator in negotiations, which really makes me question him. You might all remember that in what was it, about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, Prigozhin of Wagner fame put I think it was a $15 million bounty on Guido Crosetto's head, and I would have thought that it would have ironed rather Minister Crosetto, because that's an awful lot of coconut to be placed on one's head. And I think he'd be quite annoyed with it. He'd be absolutely surrounded by chocolate and coconut. And yet, now saying silly things like, "Oh, we could have a mediation run by China between Russia and Ukraine." I think in the context where, as noted earlier, China is funding quite a lot of Russian, pro-Russian messaging, Russian message amplification throughout the so-called global South. And it doesn't really seem like they'd be in very good position to mediate at all in any sort of negotiations. So what's going on with him? Could it be some sort of a sugar rush, having consumed some of the $15 million bounty that has been placed on his head and then invariably broken up. Could be.
Can you now hear me, Domen?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, because you were talking about space, and I just wanted to ask you, do you know how fast we are going through space?
Well, we're absolutely flying to it. Is it
It's
100,000
very
kilometers
fast.
an hour? 100,000 kilometers an hour? Something like that?
More.
More than 100,000 kilometers an hour?
Yeah,
Okay.
I will do the calculation again. I have done it once, and I was very astounded how fast we are going through space. And then I calculated everything, the movement of Earth through our solars, through the Milky Way, and how fast the Milky Way was going through space. It's very fast. If we would do that as a human normal, we would not survive it. But that's just one thing I wanted to say, nothing on topic or something. But I will try to do the calculation again.
Excellent. So, there's the speed. So I think 100,000 kilometers an hour roughly is the speed of precession of the Earth around the sun. But I don't know how quickly the whole solar system is moving within the galaxy. That might be much, much faster still. So even then, the actual precession of Earth around the sun might be a small fraction of it. So who knows? Have a look at that. I'd be curious to know, and I'd be curious to know how good my memory is on the roughly 100,000 kilometer an hour rate of precession of the Earth around the sun in the first place. Well,
is it just me, or is anybody else hearing the song from Monty Python's Meaning of Life, where just remember that we're living on a planet that's revolving at 900 miles an hour. I'll play that back in my head, and I'll have that answer for you about the time M does the actual calculations.
But that's the revolution about the axis of the planet. That's not the precession of the planet around the star, not least the precession of the star system.
Oh no, he does both. He does. He walks through all of it in that song.
Oh, do they? Okay, very good.
The spinning, and it's spinning around the sun, and then the sun spinning around in the galaxy, and the galaxy rotating around itself, and then I'm not sure he gets to the separation
speed that galaxy is traveling through space.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah, anyway.
if you count them all together, and then you have roughly some imagination how fast we are going through space, and that is very, very fast, because the space itself is still
it's still accelerating. The Big Bang
and it's accelerating faster and that's something that is mind-boggling, because nothing goes faster as light, they say, but it seems that space is going faster than light. So to be clear, a total calculation is not doable, because it's still accelerating.
I've been told that 2 million kilometers an hour is the speed with which the galaxy itself is moving. So everything else is but a correction to it. Goodness. Well, there we go. Marcus, get us back on terra firma, pretty please.
I was just going to advise that there is not a thing in the nest at the moment, so maybe we could add some exciting things into the nest. We had a little crash. You
can put the one from Verlaine in the nest, because that's a running running topic. So
Here we go. That
Yeah.
should be a bit better.
yes, they are there.
Yeah, so there there has been something that has come out today, which I think, well, I spotted it yesterday. I think it's a noteworthy development, basically, that the Russians have now started to use anti-thermal blankets and coats, where they're in close proximity to Donetsk to try and obviously hide their thermal imaging from what are they called?
Thermal cameras.
That's the
Drones?
one, from cameras, from the drones. That's it. Well, it's not like a new technology or anything, but it is evidence of them adapting. It's doubtful that they can supply lots of them, but certainly some of them in some areas do appear to have this equipment now, and it's going to make things a bit more difficult for nighttime drones, I would imagine.
So I think the slight problem if you're trying to use those is that what you end up with is kind of a square that's all of a square, some sort of shape, that's all of exactly the same temperature. And I think that makes it kind of obvious where the blanket is. You might not see the human behind the blanket, but you can generally, I think, interpolate the very even edged, straight edged, evenly shaped area is probably trying to hide something.
Well, yes, there is that, but there was a little video produced which showed a guy lying on the ground and a dog, and obviously he pulls the blanket over himself, and you can quite clearly see the dog. And where he is, there's just a bit of a misshapen sort of mark on the ground, and it doesn't look like it stands out in any way, really. So I would say on that particular camera, it was quite a good disguise.
This might be actually a very good place for AI integration, right? This is something where you can do with a relatively straightforward machine learning algorithm, I think, probably. I identify such places that are slightly too even in temperature, and I think that was suggested. The other thing is they are quite two-dimensional, right? So as a drone moves, they wouldn't have all that much of a three-dimensional form. So I think that could be another component of it that could make it a bit easier to identify. I think that's, I don't know, possibly interesting. That is to say, it's not perfect, right? There's ways around that. There's ways around that.
There will be ways around it, yes, but it does show that they are learning, that there's adaptations taking place, and they do realise now that they are not safe at night. So also, just think how the rest of them feel when one of those lucky boys gets a blanket and they don't. I can see these things being stolen, or people being beaten up in order to hand them over. Yeah, maybe that's what they were fighting about last night in the Luhansk area, hey? You never know. Would you also like to, somebody is very kindly here, Joe, thank you so much, has been looking through Russian regional newspapers just to see what's happening. And it turns out that, well, Russia sucks, is the nice way of putting it. Would you like to hear a couple of these headlines?
Oh, will they be almost as good as the TASS headline? Russia still has friends in the world, says Putin.
Well, perhaps a little synopsis of the reports. Here we go. So, on the 21st of April in Buryatia, a resident of Buryatia beat his friend to death with a crutch and then went to bed and left him dead in the house. So that's item number one. So it seems like a regular thing when you're out with mates, doesn't it? On the 19th of April in Ulan-Ude, maybe?
Ulan-Ude.
Yeah, it's got a hyphen in the middle. A drunk driver smashed into a stationary car before getting out and then stabbing the vehicle's owner. Now, I can only imagine that the vehicle's owner came out and went, "Hey, mate, you've just smashed into my car," and got a stabbing for it. So that was also probably just regular Russia, yeah. 20th of April in Buryatia. Here's a nice story. So, a school bully attack left parents arguing because apparently they were exposed as parents of monsters. My son is a well-mannered and obedient boy. However, her well-mannered and obedient boy had threatened to break somebody's arms and legs, and a 10-year-old girl had a mysterious head injury and concussion. So, just your regular things going on. I mean, I know kids at school are a bit feisty sometimes, but generally they try not to put each other in hospital.
I would argue, Mockers, he just arrived a few years late. Had he shown up a few years earlier, he would be very well suited for Wangerites, Russian army, any of the other organizations they're in.
Well, they are taking them younger and younger these days. We'll get to that. On the 21st of April in Buryatia, a man was kidnapped, taken to the forest in the trunk of a car, beaten and left for dead in icy conditions. Now, what had happened was a drunk trio of men had come to his house, smashed his windows and his interior, carved up the floor with a chainsaw, taken his television, and then battered him as well. So I don't know what he'd done, but it sounds like somebody was particularly annoyed with him. And, well, I can only say that with friends like that, you just certainly don't need enemies. 24th of April, so this is Buryatia, and it is right up to date. So this is a direct quote from the newspaper. Residents who do not have military training can now become contract soldiers from the age of 18. They are promised not to be sent to the special military operation. What do you think? Do you think that last bit might be a fib?
No, I'm sure that they were actually promised.
Well, yeah, they will have been promised, but it won't have actually happened, will it? I can see those young guys suddenly finding themselves in the wrong oblast, shall we say? Yeah, I'm sure they'll do just fine without their mums. Yeah. So bad times going on, and the general level of violence. I'm not being funny, but no matter what was going on, no matter how much I disliked somebody, I wouldn't have thought of going round to his house with a chainsaw. Just probably just me, but that wouldn't be the first thing that entered my head. But yeah, apparently lots of exciting things going on, and I'm looking forward to more from this thread. So thank you very much for that, Joe.
Well, you see, there might be criticism, right, that this is just but a few isolated incidents for Buryatia is a huge place, right? And it's true. Buryatia is a very large place. I think that the area of Buryatia is very similar to that of Germany, just about. Right, I think it's about the same size as Germany. The difference, of course, being is that it's not land that does this. It's not land that is involved in these incidents. It's people, and Buryatia has a absolutely massive population of somewhere less than 1 million people. These what might seem a handful of events that just happened to happen there. First of all, only the ones that were interesting enough to have been reported and have made their way, out of Buryatia, well out of Buryatia. But also, it's among not that very many people, which I think is quite interesting. So, can you go through the chap who got who had his TV stolen? Did somebody take a chainsaw to his floorboards as well? That just seems like adding insult to injury.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, the story goes that a drunk trio came to his house, smashed his windows, smashed up the interior, carved up the floor with a chainsaw, and nicked his telly, just to add a bit of extra insult.
I mean, I can see why they would have stolen the television, right? That's fine. But putting in that much effort as to start a chainsaw and carve up the floorboards, that's a lot of effort. So it's a lot of effort.
That's a grudge of some kind, isn't it? I think that's got to have been a very targeted, specific grudge.
Well,
yeah, I think the answer is they formed a syndicate to play lotto, and he was holding the ticket, and they won, and he didn't turn over their shares, so he probably they suspected he was hiding the money in his house, sequestered under the floorboards, and they took his new TV and all the vodka that he purchased with his ill-gotten gains. No, it does sound like these people probably just targeted because they thought he had money, because there are still people that hide a fair bit of money in their house in Russia.
Perhaps under the floorboards.
Yeah.
So very Dostoevsky.
So very Dostoevsky, yes. But a bit of Edgar Allan Poe mixed in there too, perhaps.
Notes from Under the Floorboards, the book.
I was thinking more of the purloined letter, but yeah, I understand.
No, like there's literally, one of the books that Dostoevsky wrote is literally called Notes from Under the Floorboards. So I thought that's what you were. But it was very, very clever, right? Very, very clever. Klaus?
Maybe it's time to rewrite the song Under the Boardwalk to a Russian version.
Yeah, a boardwalk's very different. A boardwalk is outside.
Yeah, but they still had some fun ripping up the floorboard, maybe.
So I'm sure they did. No, but I think that's a really good point, Will, right? People store cash or valuables, and they store them literally under the floorboards and I think that could well have been why they chopped up the floorboards. They were looking for money. Yeah. They were looking for stuff that's hidden.
And guys get drunk together, think another guy has a bunch of money. I could just see it's like a Coen Brothers thing. One of these farcical things that they write. You don't watch movies, but the Coen Brothers write a lot of farcical sort of crime things where people just get in absurd situations, like getting drunk, hearing a rumor their buddy has some money, and then so smashing the shit out of him and dropping him in the woods after tying him up, trying to tear apart his house and look for all the money. I mean, you wouldn't have seen it, but I'll bet there's dozens of people listening that would think that this smacks exactly of a Coen Brothers movie.
Yeah, I'm bad with film as well. Faust?
I'll spare you for any singing, but maybe we could have Fellaini sing this song for us.
Well, the boardwalk one. Maybe I can't. I'm not gonna promise anything in anybody else's name. Well, what do you reckon? Why did the thing blow up in Sevastopol harbor the way it did? Not in the main one, but kind of the side one. Do you reckon that the Russians actually blocked off the main one, or were they supposed to block off all the inlets and then when you bother to do the main one, think that's all we really need to do?
So the capacity to block those things off is determined by the length and depth of what you got to do. So that breakwater at the head of the main harbor is obviously the place where they would put any netting and focus their detection things around the pinch points if you were going to take a surface vessel in there. But those outer harbors, like South Harbor, that virtually impossible to cover all of those, and the entrances along the uneven coastline of all those places. So just that's the problem with trying to cover every area on a port like that. That's got dozens of little inlets that they use as places, harbors for Navy vessels. Isn't the big one inside though? It's because there were two tweets, and I was confused about this morning when Peter and Gunny asked people to do the OSN work because they couldn't, and it looked to me like the videos that I looked at that there might actually have been two attacks, because the second video looking down the hill past the residential buildings and seeing the what looked like grain elevators on the right hand side, grain silos. It looked like to me that was the inner harbor place, where the larger Navy ships sit. But I have seen confirmation of geolocation of the outer harbor, the South Harbor that you're talking about, where the one explosion was, which would be very difficult to cover with netting and detection stuff, because it's essentially open to the open ocean, or the open sea there. But the other one would be easier, and you would think, if you were smart, you'd pull all of your Navy vessels back behind the line where the pinch point is on the breakwater. But yeah, I mean, it's just another one of these. The Russians do absurd things, I guess, is the answer.
Very interesting, and this is keeping some of the more, what can we say, more experienced, more senior Russian military personnel in Crimea quite busy, isn't it?
Yes, it would be keeping them quite busy, and you'll notice also that the air defense that went off there, and we don't have any indication that the air there was any air attack with drones. Although it might be the sort of thing you'd do. You might spoof with some air drones to take people's attention off the surface drones that were making their way in. But yeah, they spent a lot of time up last night worrying about air defense, or worrying about and then following up on these surface drones. Not a lot of people resting easy in Sevastopol. That's correct, and that will almost certainly continue across all the major military locations across all of Crimea. Well, I would continually harass them with little minor attacks of any sort that you could do to keep them up and keep them on their toes and distract them from whatever else you were really doing.
It sure would. It sure would. And this is part of the purpose of this, right? This is pretty clear. Doing all of these various things in various places, trying to get Russians' attention to other things, and be less well prepared for wherever the main operation will be. Now, the busier they are, and the more they're worried about their rear, especially, the less they can prepare to wherever they really will need to defend. And those are all good things. And that's why it makes sense to, even whatever damage might or might not have been caused in Sevastopol. Now there's a few thousand Russian personnel working on. Oh goodness, they got close. What if they actually destroy one of the more expensive naval assets in there, or maybe they already have? Either way, it has a very considerable effect to what has to come next, what has to be prepared for next. Although it looks like it was right next to, if not, in a naval vessel after all, and that will of course be very good. No. Well, on the other hand, however, it will, of course, free up additional sailors to be turned into what can you say? Be turned into infanteers, which is what Russians have been wanting to do all along. Well, have you had a chat yesterday about Naftogaz and the discussions that they've had with the likes of Halliburton, even now during wartime, for what might come afterwards?
I haven't at all. I actually didn't hear anything about a conversation Naftogaz might have been having with Halliburton. Do tell.
So yesterday, the Financial Times reported that Naftogaz, which is the big Ukrainian, let's say, upstream, midstream company, right? They were reporting yesterday, and this is coming about a week after the Court of Arbitration in The Hague awarding Naftogaz some $5 billion worth in damages, I think, that they've incurred following the Russian invasion and occupation of Crimea. So they're getting it from the Russian state, and that might be a good precedent, right? Of how do you get frozen assets held in other countries to finance Ukraine, to fund Ukraine going forward. But apparently, Naftogaz has held talks with, I forget who more, and I remember Halliburton, which is fundamentally an oil and gas field services company, right? They get the stuff out of the ground, despite of how difficult it might be, to eventually get some foreign investment back into Ukraine in that sector. And this is a worthwhile reminder: Ukraine does have some natural gas and oil reserves, both on and crucially offshore, which would be a good place to kind of ensure an energy supply for Ukraine going forward. Ukraine had previously been reliant on imported energy supplies from Russia. This, of course, won't be possible going forward. I see there's also Chevron and ExxonMobil on top of Halliburton. Thank you, Juana. That were in discussions for this, and it's important for Ukraine to get as much energy from the resources that they have domestically, rather than some sort of silly dreams of relying on imports from lands further east going forward, because that just isn't going to be possible, right? The Soviet pipelines are not going to be the ones supplying Ukraine going forward. Now, even during wartime, few months ago, I remember there was a report that they've opened additional natural gas boreholes in recently deoccupied Kharkiv Oblast, among other, or at least nearby. I don't know if it was actually a part that was ever under Russian occupation, but these things need to be prepared now. There's of course immediate negative criticism saying, "Oh, but how do you know? How important is this? These people are just war profiteers." No, indeed, this is something that Ukraine needs and that Ukraine wanted already to explore during the 2005 to 2010 period under Yushchenko, and certainly would have been exploring quite strongly, following the 2014 Revolution of Dignity, had it not been for the Russian invasion of areas that were most interesting for this in the south and the east of Ukraine, right? Remember those gas platforms off in the exploratory platforms off in the Black Sea that Russia seized, that Russia stole when they occupied Crimea? Well, why do you think they were there? And who do you think has expertise in the sort of exploration and exploitation of resources? Well, it's the people that they were talking to, and it's important to replace both Ukrainian domestic supply. Remember, Ukraine is in peacetime quite dependent on natural gas for several applications as well, especially when it comes to district heating, which is a staple in many Ukrainian cities, but also perhaps if enough can be produced, part of the European supply going forward. Remember, pipelines are already there. The big pipelines are already there. If instead of Russian gas, they can transport Ukrainian gas, that's so much for the better for Ukraine and so much for the better for the rest of Europe.
Yes, totally agree with that. Plus the fact that while Ukraine could use the existing gas pipelines that transit through their country that was previously transporting Russian gas, they could get into producing their own. Because remember, any place that you've got coal, and there's quite a lot of coal there, any place you got coal, you will have some associated coal gas that you can extract, which is what they're planning on doing, as well as confined oil and gas fields by themselves, which are the offshore ones they were looking for. The problem Ukraine had was those are really marginal finds, and during times of economic prosperity, it's very difficult to get some of the major service companies and drilling companies to pay much attention to those at the time, because they're not nearly as profitable as a new big find like Sakhalin 2 or any of the big remaining big ones in Russia that are there. So it could be very good, because while I'm fully in favor of pressing on as fast and as strongly as possible to renewables to serve all of Europe, note that we'll always be extracting some coal, oil, gas from the earth in order for industrial purposes. And while they may never be a big exporter of gas, they have a definitely a need for petrochemical and fertilizer manufacture, which is, gas is a great precursor through to make ammonium and nitrogen fertilizer through, I forget the name of the reaction, but there's a classic old reaction to produce ammonia from natural gas and nitrous oxide. So, it'll be crucial to Ukraine's long-term independence, and it's capable of producing petrochemicals, and if it wants to, on any scale, and it will definitely make them independent from Russia, and also a short-term supplier to Europe until everybody gets transferred over onto renewables. It sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, for sure. And Ukraine will maintain a very substantial nuclear fleet going forward to produce lots of carbon dioxide emission-free electricity, right? And if anything, there's also some talks of expanding that further already. But I think the critical point is thinking about this, decisions about this need to be prepared now. Now is the time to think and talk. Because once the time comes for doing, it's time to start doing. It's not time to only. It is not only then time to start talking and discussing. So any bits of news that come forward about changes already being implemented, well, that's it now, right? And it's good that it's being done now, and that it's being discussed now, well ahead of time, rather than only once Ukraine has been victorious. At that point, you're already wasting time, and you're already wasting potential for rebuilding, and you're already wasting potential growth at that point. So the sooner the better, and that's why I'm particularly happy whenever news of partnerships, willingness to invest come forward, because what does that also say? That also says, these large multinational companies have looked at the situation and said, well, Ukraine's going to win. No, this isn't really a risk to invest time and effort into it now, because Ukraine's going to win at some point, and when it does, we want to be ready for it. And that's a positive note. That's a positive analysis. Well,
I agree with all that, but let's not discount the fact that many of those big oil and gas companies very well could be trying to do a little war profiteering in that they will overplay the long-term risk to themselves, even though they will know that Ukraine's going to win the war. They will play that. But of course, getting it all going for design, consultation, and everything, and material procurement, yes, should absolutely all be done now, assuming, let's say, for instance, you guessed that the war was going to be over in 2 years. It would absolutely take you 2 years to plan out and be ready for implementation of a scheme to get gas out of the areas where they could in Ukraine and get them into the existing pipelines, after treatment and pressurization and everything. So yeah, easily it's probably about a 4-year project, maybe. And the first 2 years of it wouldn't be anything mechanical. It would all be planning, consultation, financing, and all that. It takes a long time to do one of those projects.
Yeah, no point wasting time on the things that you can do now then. Marcus.
Hello. I've got a question that maybe Klaus could provide me with a bit of information for. So the Norwegian Communist Party, Rut, have made a U-turn and endorsed weapons aid for Ukraine. They have called Russia a right-wing nationalist chauvinist state with imperialist ambitions, and stated that weapons aid to Ukraine to struggle for independence and peace on their terms is the only way forward. I was just wondering, have they had a sudden change of heart for a reason? Could you perhaps add some colour? Did the money dry up? And now I've been through all that, Klaus has legged it, haven't they?
Now we've got Peter.
Have we?
Ruth?
Have we really?
I think so. Okay,
He's only showing the connection.
I think he had audio problems because he was up. And we've discussed this previously with Klaus and with Peter. I'll say this much: there's an election coming up in Norway, not too distant a future, and also the party was split for quite some time already into two, into two halves, so to speak, on which way they should be going. And I think they've come to some realizations, both electoral, realizing that there will be very, very few Norwegians would want to vote for an out tanky party, and have aligned appropriately. Basically, the correct half of the party, got into greater piracy. We're getting Ming up. Nale, go ahead, and then we go to Ming and Nale.
Yeah, thanks. To answer Moka's question, why they have turned on a dime on this, the commies in Norway, the reason is that Putin is not a communist or a socialist, because if he were, genociding people is A-okay, and that's the answer. Thanks.
Dark, but yeah. Ming, go ahead.
Thanks, Marcus. I think that means 100% of the parties in the Norwegian Parliament, the Storting, are in favor of supporting Ukraine. But the interesting thing to my mind is whether they have any rebellions within their own ranks. I mean, left-wing parties tend to be quite good at enforcing party discipline to the party line. But that said, there can always be rebels. So just be interesting to see next time that comes up to a vote, what the impact is on how they vote in the Storting.
Exactly. It was the last holdout, and it was already 50-50, and now it's going all the way. It's very good. Well done, well done, Norway. And I think they've joined. Well, they've joined Finland, I think, in official party policy being homogenous on this. And Denmark allegedly, kind of. It's not entirely clear, but either way, well done, Norway. Even Ruth, fit in with the rest. Klaus.
Thank you. I looked at the party we talked about is called Rødt or Red, and is a collection of former Marxist-Leninists, various extreme left ideologists. They have a very good social profile. That is good, and we need this part of our political system. But I think it was Jørgen that mentioned that on the grassroots level there was a major support for supplying weapons to Ukraine, but that hadn't bubbled up in the leadership. I looked at their stance on Ukraine in late March, and there they actually stated Russia as being a imperialistic state which should be stopped at any cost, apart from supplying weapons from Norway. But that has changed now, and there was a bigger majority for this change than originally anticipated. They thought that it would be almost 50-50, but there's a major support for Ukraine now, and that is good. And I think that they read the sentiment of the people that have actually been a Rødt voter. And they need this support for the next election in 2 years in order to be this major party in the Norwegian parliament. So I think that there's a reckoning, and now they are actually realizing who's the real imperialist, and that is not just the former United States, but also Russia. Thank you.
I think that I think they saw the Finnish electoral results and thought, oh my, this isn't going to end well for us if we don't make this clear now, well ahead of the election. I think it was a money thing. It was purely ideological thing that they got over for very real electoral reasons. Nale?
Yeah, thanks, Domen. So that's just one more example, right? Soviets going into Afghanistan, totally fine. When the Americans do the same thing, oh no, it's a horrible thing. They did the same thing over there. pretty much. So there you go.
Yeah, it's a nice move forward, right? Klaus?
But it's still worth pointing out that there are very vocal people in this party that likes to depict Jens Stoltenberg as a war criminal, for instance. And I mean, you can have your opinions about Jens Stoltenberg, but if you're going to call him a war criminal, you should actually look at who is a real war criminal, and that is Putin and all his entourage that is aiding in this legal attack on Ukraine. So there's a disconnect there. I can't grasp. But this fraction is fortunately getting smaller and smaller, and they may decide to go out of this party and go even further to the left. But time will tell. Thank you.
Yeah, they can always fracture up. Not as though that would be unprecedented, but at least the main line is nice and nice and forward on this. Mette?
Yeah, I'm just, hey, good morning, so to say. I was laughing so much yesterday, and because of the dog about. But I'm astonished that there was some communist party in Norway at all. What is their percentage, Klaus?
I don't remember how many. They got into the Norwegian parliament, and you have to get more than 4% of all total votes. And then there's a small, there's some juggling back and forth to accommodate for different region areas in Norway. But approximately
4.7%.
Pardon?
4.7%.
Yeah. Thank you.
I had it open already, so it was very easy.
I stopped using ChatGPT and just rely on Domain.
Vale?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Klaus, are these like real commies or just slightly more on the left than, say, the social democrats usually are?
Oh, I would say that they are actually to the extreme left, most of them, and with all the baggage that follows. But they have fortunately begun to, have a change of heart regarding the war in Ukraine. But many are still very much to the left and want to abandon certain. I don't know whether they want to dismantle the stock exchange in Oslo, etc. But they are very keen on adding higher taxes, etc. So extreme.
So Nalerut got founded by a merger of two parties. One was literally the Communist Party that called themselves the Communist Party, and they merged for better electoral potential. So yes, actually yes. I think we have a new Norwegian. Hi, Mavs. Go ahead.
Thank you. First time speaker, a little nervous. Would just like to comment that while Rut is far left, they've really been campaigning on looking to be more mainstream. They're very good at their media management. So we have even so I don't think there's a lot of a danger of a lot of dissent within the party in terms of Ukraine, because we do have even further left parties called NKP, which is the tanky party, but they have no presence in the parliament or anything. So I think if there's any dissent, they'll probably go to that way. Thank you.
So basically, you're saying, if there is the real hardline tankies have somebody else to vote for who isn't going to make it into parliament anyway. Is that the short version?
Absolutely, yes, that's correct. And also calling it a U-turn is a little, that's not quite true, because this change has been coming for a while. There's been the support for Ukraine has been building in that for since the invasion, the full-scale invasion.
Yeah, I said earlier, kind of along the lines of there was already a split, right, in the party, and then the side that said no, let's not be silly, let's not sacrifice future electoral potential within with the internal struggle, right? Is that the fair way of putting it?
Absolutely.
Excellent, thank you. Hi, Maps. Klaus.
Yeah, thank you for adding this information. Hi, Mayas. One important thing to point out is that the front figures of Rødt are very pro-democratic. That is, they don't believe in a violent change of government. That is very important to state, that the front figures are very pro-democratic. So one vote is one vote. Thank you.
Very good. No, I'm glad that it's being said that the stealthing is now consolidated appropriately when it comes to weapon shipments to Ukraine. And welcome, Ivana, up to co-host.
Hi, Dolan.
All right, shall we go on to Meta?
Just the last question. I'm so shocked that Norway. I can not imagine one lefty in Norway, but as I understood, there is one opposite party, like the left in Norway, and then there's this MAGA, so to say, party that has now U-turned to support Ukraine. But what is their agenda? I mean, Norway is like the most democratic country in the world. What is their agenda? Thank you.
Klaus, do you want to pick up on that? But I think it's a very strongly environmental agenda, right? And to oil pumping and so on, and give.
It's such a strange party because they have a very strong social profile. So those that are on unemployment benefits should get more money, which is for some people that live on the bare minimum, you can't actually survive very easily. So that's a good thing. On the environmental side, they are actually opposing windmills on land and on sea. So that's quite strange. But they do say that they are very pro-industrial party. So that is very par on other parties in Norway. And so they are in some areas very normal left party organizations. They want to give free healthcare that includes teeth. And I look forward to that myself, and because I don't, I have something that could be fixed, but can wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Klaus. Against the windmills, that's a new one. Okay, fair enough. George, very good morning. And I wonder which way you want to take this, because I know Will wants to take us the way of 240mm mortars. So shoot.
Well, I'll tell them to hang fire right now for the 240mm mortars. Yeah, I was going to say, I've always found it peculiar, here in the States, we only have two political parties, but, we could literally have like 6 or 7 because, you've got two political parties, but, we have like, they run the gambit from one end to the other, right? Of the political spectrum, even within, let's say, the Democratic or Republican Party.
George, the difference is when you make the coalition, before the election or after the election.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like when and they all are, the people that vote the label, vote Republican Party, because even or Democrat Party, even though they might not agree with some of the things on what I would call quote unquote the fringes. The overall message is whatever resonates with them. So that's one of the things. But we have our issues right now. We have unfortunately, like in other European countries where the Vatniks are are on the fringe, they might not even have any seats in the respective chamber that in the United States, unfortunately, we have some people that are seated in the House of Representatives and the Senate. John McCain years ago called out one of the senators from Kentucky and said he is working for Vladimir Putin, and I guess he's still collecting those checks or whatever Vladimir Putin is promising him, because yesterday now he's pushing like an idiot for an immediate end to the hostilities, because but he's throwing out the budget. Oh, the budget is being affected by the U.S. Aid to Ukraine. Of course, he's in a very small, like minuscule minority, thank God. But it just shows you that once a Vatnik and once a Putin penis fluffer, they're always there. They don't change. Almost 90% of the U.S. Congress is behind it. So, and their numbers are not going to grow. I'm talking about the Vatniks in there. Their numbers are not going to grow.
I mean, George, I'm for immediate peace as well. I'm completely for immediate and sustainable peace whereby Russians first leave all of the occupied territories.
Exactly. No, well, there would be that would be step one. Step one would be leave all the occupied territories, go back to the 1991 borders, release all the Ukrainians that you've deported from their country, especially the children. Steps. Turn over turn over the war criminals, and I wish the ICC would get on having those guys turned over. And once all that stuff, then we can start talking about the lifting of sanctions slowly, right? Slowly. Because you don't want to lift all the sanctions, because you want to just lift them slowly to make sure they're abiding by the terms of the peace agreement. But that would be beautiful, right, Doman? They just take their Mobics and their rapists and alcoholics and take them back to their shithole country.
Yeah, in appropriate order, right? Order of events is important. It's like in mathematics, George, right? Order of operations is important. Otherwise, you mess things up. No,
Exactly.
You need to do your multiplication before you do your addition, unless parentheses say otherwise.
And now, whoever wanted to talk about mortars can go ahead. You can start dropping those rounds.
No, I think Mette has a comment on this. Mette, go ahead, and then Will, can you tell us about the mortars straight after? Mette?
Yeah, question to George. You said, like, it's such a minority now, the MAGAs and so on. I've seen a switch in the Republicans. It's always, Democrats has always been the pro-Europe party, but I see a switch that, even Republicans are starting to get it, that we are good allies and so on. But what do you see? Who is going to be the, candidate this year? Because of course,
Oh God, we're not going to go into that myth.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
we'll be here until next month
Yes.
trying to figure it out, and we're not going to get anywhere anyway.
Yeah, because that that's an absolute sue right now on both party sides. So I always tell people don't worry about it till they start getting up on the stage and start attacking each other. Grab your popcorn, enjoy the show, but things shake themselves out in the end. But right now, like Doman said, it's way too early to figure that out.
Yeah. Well, what's been blossoming?
Oh, yeah. I just sent you a link on something I think is interesting because, well, two things. The fact that a 2S4 Chilpan 240 millimeter mortar. I mean, imagine the size of that shell. There's one of those heavy mortars of Russia was destroyed yesterday, and it was nearly a twofer because the T-72 was driving down the road right as the right past this Tulpan just before the artillery strike took it out, lands just ahead of it, and you wouldn't if you've never seen a tank swerve and like nearly do a fishtail. It does all that, but I thought it would have been great if they got a twofer, because the last twofer I saw was one Oregon multi-launch rocket system blew up and shot some of its missiles into another one parked near it. So I love a nice twofer, and I thought you might be impressed with an almost twofer. But then even if they didn't get the tank at the same time, those guys probably needed to go clean their shorts. And those Tulpans are, not rare, but they're fairly unique, right? It's the largest mortar system fielded by any army in the world, and at the beginning of the war, there were only record of 9 of those things being in service with the Russian military, and this is now the 8th of them destroyed by the Oryx. So they had some in storage. Apparently, they had several hundred of these in storage someplace, but in what condition, I don't know. So it's just kind of like special equipment. When you see these very large borders that were produced in very small numbers, or things like the TOS 1A thermobarics going up, when you see those go out, it's kind of like seeing a special equipment piece go, almost.
But I mean, if they had hundreds in storage, do you reckon these are complicated things to activate, or what's the deal with those?
Well, so like any mortar, like any truck mounted mortar, it's a mortar means you just lay out the tube and the base plate and set it up. So these things are on a tank chassis, and the mortar tube and the base plate gets swung out from on top of them. It looks kind of like an artillery piece with a big long tube laying down on top of it, like an MTLB or something. But when they go to set it up, there's large hydraulic arms that operate it. So it's got to have its own internal sort of crane system or forklift type hydraulic system. And those aren't incredibly difficult, but to engineer or re-engineer, but they're not common. So yeah, I reckon if they had a couple of hundred of those in storage, they might be able to put a third, a quarter of those into service, maybe with stripping parts off one another and things like that. But I don't know, but I would suspect that it is dwindling down a relatively small number of those things.
So the thing is, right, the chassis, the tracks and so on are the same as on a 2S3 Acacia.
Yeah.
So then there's lots of those still that Russia has, and 1,000, maybe more. And Ukraine has hundreds of these, or had hundreds of these not long ago, right? So there should be quite a lot of spare parts for the chassis. I more wonder about the hydraulic system, or at least I presume it's a hydraulic system that moves that giant heavy barrel and base plate, because that whole assembly weighs tons, right? So you're putting a lot of strain on the hydraulic system that I don't think was meant to operate for very long, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, that's the part of it that's complicated. That would take, they don't have an incredible. This isn't special forging stuff. It's essentially, crane jibs and things like that aren't really highly specialized forging metallurgists or factories, but they're not common. And then the hydraulic systems that fit to those, here again, aren't, they're not high tech. They're relatively old technology, but there wouldn't be tons and tons of spare parts laying around for those sorts of things either. When we have a major crane go out on in the oil and gas area, sometimes we wait weeks to get spares for some of those things because they're just not kept around. And that's in the oil and gas industry where there's probably a lot more prevalence of spare parts than there is in where you're talking about military equipment.
And am I right that these things, they need to be loaded from the back, right? You don't just drop the thing in because it's too heavy to literally lift, like you do on a normal
Right?
mortar.
Yeah, they're breech load.
So they need to kind of bring the whole. They need to tilt the whole assembly, the whole gun assembly, on and off the chassis for each shot, right?
On and off the base plate, right?
So that requires a lot of work on this heavy hydraulic thing. Literally, for every
Yeah.
shot, it needs to do the whole travel back and forth.
Right. So their maximum rate of fire is about 1 per minute because it would have to, starting from the previous fire, it would have to lift up the barrel assembly off the base plate. They'd have to place the next round and then lower and secure the barrel to the base plate again, and then fire the mortar round off. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. So I wonder how many they actually have in use then, right? Because maybe it is just too complicated to use. I know that Ukraine at some point got a number of things. What can I say? Got a number of things. Sorry, a number of these shells, I think, captured off the Russians, the 240 millimeter mortar shells, but they couldn't use them with anything. So they had this 240 millimeter mortar that was, I think, a towed mortar, so not a self-propelled one, but kind of towed behind the truck, or maybe towed behind a tracked vehicle, and was and was in a museum somewhere in Kiev, I think, and I think they've reactivated that to be able to use the heavy munitions that they captured of the Russians.
Yeah, I mean the metal doesn't go bad. Of course, it does fatigue, and I don't know how what sort of life you'd have left on something that was a museum piece, but and you'd probably certainly be worried about fatigue on it. But yeah, I mean, depending on how many shells you had to lob around, you'd make them. But I'll tell you what, I'd probably use those 240 millimeter mortar shells as IEDs inside the buildings I was booby trapping.
I guess there's options. 240 millimeter mortar shell. Well, what's that useful for? You know, if you can fire them so slowly. Part of the reason why mortars are considered really useful, especially, is because they're very mobile, they're very quick to set up, quick to fire, high rate of fire as quickly as a man can, you know, do squats basically, right? So why something that fires so slowly that takes a minute or more to set up for every shot? Why is it interesting?
Well, mortars in particular are very interesting, Doman. If you think about them, now they don't get. It's like a tank and a calling something with a gun, and if it's on wheels or track, it's like the tank, non-tank discussion. But I'm going to call them artillery, right? And compared to other artillery, mortars have an incredibly high arc. They fall relatively straight down on their target, so they're excellent at targeting people inside cover, inside a heavy cover or inside cities. And a big blast like that inside the city, inside cities, would be particularly effective at dislodging entrenched and fortified troops, much like that thermobaric launcher. And I think you know, artillery kills more people during wartime than any other means of dispatching them. And I believe of artillery, mortars do the most damage, or actually end up killing more people than other types of artillery, I think.
Very interesting. They're also referred to as siege mortars, these very big ones, right? Because the munitions are so big that they can demolish buildings or at least heavily damage buildings with one or very few shots.
Yeah, imagine one of those 240 millimeter shells landing in between, in a courtyard or in a tight space between a couple of the major buildings that are standing there. It would, you know, make a massive hole and an explosion, and probably undermine the foundations of both of those buildings, causing them to collapse in upon themselves. I mean, that really, the capability of mortars to drop almost straight down, yeah, on their targets is the real benefit to mortars as a form of artillery.
Did you say Russia has 200 of these?
No, they at the beginning of the war, they were recorded to have had 9 in service. 7 have been, sorry, yeah, 8 have now been indicated as killed, confirmed killed by Ukraine. So there was of the initial 9 that they supposedly had in service at the beginning of the war, 1 would remain, but they reportedly had 200 or 300 in storage in different places inside Russia. So a percentage of those would have been capable of being refitted and put into service, but who knows how many.
And again, the hydraulics, I think, is probably really the complicated bit. You know, pipes and hydraulic systems, right? The rubber hoses, they tend to not exist for a very long time necessarily, and these things are quite old. So unless
The
they got to
valves.
replace everything, right? That's the complicated bit. And also, I mean, this is a lot of pressure and a lot of throughput to again move something this big such a long distance. On that point, I think this is quite interesting. South Korea has expanded the list of things that are banned for export to Russia and Belarus from 57. Guess to how many? It used to be 57 until now. Starting Friday, guess how many things will be prohibited to export from South Korea to Russia or Belarus?
I'll go an even 500.
That's more than that. They went from 57 to 798. It's quite an increase.
And have you got the list of categories of things it now includes?
I don't have the comprehensive list, but YNA, the Yonhap news agency, the South Korean local wire agency, says that the Seoul government, I'll just read the whole thing, why not? Under the revised public notice, South Korea also announced the decision to tighten export controls on major industry items against Russia and Belarus in response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, which will take effect Friday. The Seoul government added 741 more items related to semiconductors, chemicals, steel, autos, that is to say cars, machinery, quantum computers, okay, interesting, and other things to the list of items that are banned from shipping to Russia and Belarus, significantly raising the total number to 798, according to the ministry. As the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, I think. The move came as the chances are high for those items to be used by importing nations for weapons and military purposes, they said, adding that they will make a case-by-case review for exceptional cases for shipments to the two nations.
Let's hope they included ball bearings and roller bearings in that list.
Oh, sure hope so. Sure hope so. No, South Korea is a major industrial manufacturer. One of the global major industrial manufacturers, and this came together with an increasing, let's call it, rapprochement with Japan, because they whitelisted Japan altogether after a few years. I forget what exactly their disagreement was, the bilateral disagreement, but let's say that on the one hand, they're reconsolidating, so to speak, and now they're also restricting additionally what is allowed to go to Russia. Cars, I think, very interesting. They might just hopefully ban the sale of cars to Vladivostok, right? Used cars from both Japan and South Korea historically have been ferried to the Russian Far East. The Japanese ones have mostly stayed in the immediate area, because they were allowed to drive on the wrong side of the road. With the wheel, they weren't allowed to drive on the wrong side of the road. They were allowed to drive with a wheel on the wrong side for the road there. But South Korean ones, of course, are already configured for left-hand driving, that is to say, on the right side of the road. And I think they were even much more interesting than for the relocation within Russia to areas further west. So if there's proper limits being put on that, finally, that would actually make a bit of a difference. Better.
Yeah. Did you already discuss that China has sort of taken back their words about Balkan countries being sovereign countries? Baltic, yeah. The China ambassador of France, after Macron's visit, said that none of the former countries of USSR are sovereign countries, and it's like it was such an insult. So Estonia, I think they called the ambassador to talk more about it, so to say. But China has now today announced that they actually recognize Baltic countries as sovereign countries.
Yeah, so that is indeed interesting, and this was I tweeted about it, I think, as well a little bit ago. They walked back the comments of the ambassador, which I was kind of expecting. The funny thing is, of course, that the Baltic states, the Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, called the respective Chinese ambassadors or chargé d'affaires to show up at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for a conversation, the less pleasant sort of conversation. A day before, the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs did likewise. But apparently the ambassador will have to show up to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Paris this afternoon for a bit of a conversation after the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs already denied or distanced themselves rather from the statements that he had made in on the French television on Friday evening. So it clearly wasn't exactly sanctioned, and now he gets to be promoted, I think, promoted by many thousands of meters to administer some rural locality in the Tian Shan Mountains, which must be very pleasant.
Do you think about this? Is it just, are they just testing for reactions with this?
Mate, I think I have a call to answer. But also I will say, well, those were kind of my thoughts from the start, right? Either he fumbled it and was unprepared to answer the question properly with the official line, or they were trying to kind of test the waters. I'm still not entirely sure, but certainly if they were trying to test the waters, it wasn't terribly successful, was it now? Otherwise, he'd be getting some sort of a medal as opposed to his comments being distanced from by the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ivana, did you read any French papers more closely on this? I only read the new one in Le Figaro a couple of hours ago that came out a couple of hours ago, saying the Chinese denied it. But did you see any more of a French response? Because I know you read French media much more than I do. Did you see a more comprehensive French response beyond what was noted now that they're calling the ambassador for a chat?
So I didn't read the French press, but I wanted to add something to this. The Republic of Moldova reacted to this also. The Ministry of the Foreign Affairs and the European Integration considered absolutely unacceptable the statement of the Chinese ambassador. He said, we are surprised to hear these statements by the Chinese ambassador in France, who questioned the sovereignty of the countries that declared their independence in 1991. During the last 3 decades since the establishment of the diplomatic relations, the Republic of Moldova and China had built their relationships based on mutual respect and so on. So he reacted to this, and I just wanted to add that in addition of the 3 Baltic republics, Moldova also had a reaction. I can check the French press. I have seen just the news that there is some pressure to, I don't know, dismiss or retrieve the accreditation of the Chinese ambassador, but I have to check some more. And just to notice, I have another information about Moldova later, if you want.
Excellent. So the Moldova also complained over it. That's good. Vociferous complaining. I do wonder if the Central Asian countries will have any comments to it, because they're of course much closer to the issue. What else is there from Moldova? Frankly, the French, I think, have figured out eventually that it is the weekend's over, and now they have the employees on site to be able to respond.
So actually, it's a good news. There was a European Council meeting today, and they established that there will be a civil mission to Moldova under the CSDP program, Common Security and Defense Policy. So they approved this civil mission to Moldova, which will start on 1st of June, so in a little more than a month. So I think it's a good thing. And Joseph Borrell announced this, and he said that they will also discuss about Georgia today. I don't have news about this, but I'm very pleased to hear that there will be a EU civil mission in Moldova beginning on 1st of June.
Excellent, that's fantastic, and hopefully that can stabilize the situation, especially as the Russians have tried to do additional provocations, let's say, whether it was out of boredom or otherwise. Was that ever clarified, Ivana, whether that was sanctioned, the misbehavior of their so-called peacekeepers?
No, but they no. They detailed a little bit what this mission will do, but I didn't see anything about Transnistria. So supposedly it will this mission will provide advice, strategies, development of policies, identify needs for capacity building, early warning detection, identification, and attribution of threats, and so on. I will search for this, though. When you make it hard for me, I will search and see if I find something more.
Thank you, Ivana. I think it's really interesting, and it's also careful treading, right? Stressing civil mission, diplomats, etc., rather than anything to do with the military. Making sure that the domestic political situation in Moldova is not overly perturbed. Klaus?
If the Chinese are rotating their ambassador in Paris, we can call this a spring roll. Thank you.
As long as they do it quickly enough, and within the next month or so, absolutely. No, I do wonder. Can anyone expand on my speculation and figure out what rural localities in the Tian Shan Mountains are in the need of a new administrator? I'd love to know where he might actually be ending up. Yeah, it's quite an interesting. Interesting question. To what altitude, to what heights might he get promoted to? Because it's on a mountain.
That was nice, Doman. Have you seen that Lavrov Kalantarian arrived in United States today?
I did. I'm very curious how his chairing of the Security Council is going to go, who's going to show up, what they're going to say and do. It'll be very interesting.
Yeah, it will be. And he already had some statements arriving to US. So just for information for what happened until now, United States kept the issuing of the visa for the United Nations delegation, for the Russian delegation, until the last moment. I think 2 days or 3 days ago, they received the visas. And all the press, Russian press, did not receive a visa for this trip. So they gave practically they gave visas only to the people that were supposed to be in the UN Security Council, probably Lavrov and his advisors, the minimum stuff. And upon arriving in the States, Lavrov made a statement that the country that is supposed to be the most powerful and defend the freedom of speech did something very bad, not letting the Russian journalists to come and report about this very important Security Council meeting. So what do you think about it? Because it really seems, freedom of speech, and this is a statement from Lavrov.
Lavrov, the one that is representing a government that doesn't uphold the values of free speech and journalism themselves. I find it a bit pathetic.
Well, it's the old joke, right? It's the Russian and the American saying, American says, what freedom of speech is. Freedom of speech is I can go and stand in front of the White House and say, down with President Reagan. The Russians say, well, we have that too. I can go and stand in front of the Kremlin and say, down with President Reagan too. you know, this is how Lavrov considers Kalantarian considers journalism. You know, if as long as they say something which is useful to the propaganda apparatus of the Russian government, is perfectly fine. They're very free to say it. Indeed, they're encouraged to, and that's really the extent of it, right? That's really the extent of what they're of what they're happy with and what they're happy to do. So there we go. That's much, I think, along the lines of what Lavrov wanted from it. Has it been clarified how many people ended up getting visas for it? Because they couldn't deny it to Lavrov, right? They couldn't deny it to someone who's actually kind of a diplomat.
Really, you want me to find out?
No, I just thought if you,
I will try.
if you saw it. No, you don't need to go. It's not important. Just curious. Had you happened to have come across it already? But
no, I didn't. But I can try to find out.
No point in it, and we know it was a reduced format. That's all that's really important. And I guess we'll be able to count them, right? Because they'll be in the chamber when the
yes.
recording comes out. So we'll just be able to say, okay, so that's how many got them then. Admittedly, some will be from the locally resident delegation already. The really important question is, how do the diplomats from other countries react? What do they do? Right? I think that's the real question, right? What do they do? The rest of them, not just the American representatives, British representatives, French representatives, but interestingly, for example, the Maltese, the Swiss, the Brazilian, even, but probably not the Brazilian. I think that's the real that's the real question of it. That's the real question of what they end up doing or saying. So I think that's it. Well, let's see. If they drown them out, if they call out the genocide, the war crimes against humanity that Russians have been committing explicitly, or is it more of a case of boycotting and ignoring? Which way do they go?
Yeah, I guess we'll see. We'll find some more about this. If you want, I have another statement that is a little bit funny from a Russian official. Do you want to hear about it?
Yes, please.
We spoke yesterday with Mokers about how the Russians make efforts to mobilize everybody, even people that have disabilities, and bring them to the front, students, community workers, fathers, and so on, while the sons of Russian officials are happily living their lives either in Russia or even abroad. And today, Peskov, the wonderful press secretary of the president of Russia, confirmed that his son participated in a special operation in Ukraine. His 33-year-old son, Nikolai, took part in the military operation in Ukraine. He served in the armed forces all this time, fulfilling his constitutional duty. He underwent 3-week training in Molkino as a navigator, after which he left for Lugansk, where he was appointed as a member of the calculation team for the Uragan multiple launch rocket system. And he worked to the minute, that's the statement, showing courage and heroism. And after this, he was released on vacation. However, I have seen on Twitter, but I cannot confirm this, maybe it's not true, but anyway, it's funny that people did try to find out stuff, and they found out that during this period when Peskov's son was supposed to be heroically fighting in Ukraine, he received, however, some traffic tickets in Moscow.
Well, he must have just done such a good job, right? That he did everything he possibly could, and so they thought, well, Just not need to have him here anymore. If we go back to Moscow, he's already now. Who knows how many of the 70 square kilometers of the Russian winter offensive he has conquered single-handedly. But that's really the question. Or maybe somebody else was driving his car. Could it be that? Maybe Peskov himself was driving his son's car. Sometimes it's important to not keep a car standing for too long, idle. Things tire out, wear out a little bit, and then when you try to get it running again months later, it doesn't work well. It's good to move it around every so often, right? Maybe Peskov was the one driving, doing his son a bit of a favor.
Yeah, I'm sure Peskov family has one single car, and they took it because the son was busy in Ukraine calculating things for the Uragan system. I don't know. I don't know if this is true, but anyway, it's like a little bit funny.
Yeah, Uragan, of course, that's a hurricane. It's Russian for hurricane. So maybe he calculates like he drives.
And I have another news from Russia, a little bit funny. Well, in a way, in fact, it's very sad. Do you want to hear it?
Yes, please.
Apparently, Sultan Kamzaev, a state Duma deputy from United Russia Party, proposed to remove English from the school curriculum. And guess why?
Because it is the language of the Anglo-Saxons, and the Anglo-Saxons are next to the devil. Therefore,
no, it's not that. The fact is, English fills in a space in the educational curriculum, and because of this, it's very difficult to find time for the basic military training that every student in Russia should do.
very good. That's definitely a good start, right? What else can they do? Afterwards? Maybe replace that by memorizing. I don't know, the great achievers for the empire, the engineers behind the T-34, perhaps.
I don't know if you were in the space yesterday. There was a funny news we discussed with Mockers about the T-55 and artificial intelligence of American tanks that would not be able to identify them as tanks but as monuments. So T-34.
The cope is strong.
Yes.
And these things can be readjusted. The important thing is that it's already in the system, right? And you can just reclassify it. The getting the silhouette in is the complicated bit. Classifying it as either tank or monument, that's the easy bit.
And do you want to talk about the laws of physics?
I love the laws of physics. Most of them, anyway. There's some that are kind of inconvenient sometimes, such as you can only be in one place at any given point unless you're very, very small indeed. And sadly, I've grown up far too much to.
Maybe Peskov's son was in a quantum superposition state. We didn't thought about it. Maybe he was in two places at the same time. Yeah, but no, I wanted to talk about.
He got the traffic ticket, right? Because he was moving so quickly.
He was moving so quickly that he didn't know where he is.
Well, he's so full of energy, after all.
This is the Heisenberg principle, No, I wanted to talk about a much older law and much simpler law. The gravity, Newton, the apple that is supposedly fell on his head, and that's why he was able to discover this very important law. So Russians, I talked about this already in their TASS publication, which is the state media, and in other narratives that they promote, they reverse everything. They present everything as the reverse of it. And they managed to do this with the Newton's law. Because apparently in a supermarket in Russia, a man fell on an apple. Yeah, in a supermarket, he fell from an escalator, and he landed on the apple counter. So in Russia, it's not the apples that fall on the man's hand, but the men that fall on apples.
But I think I know what's going on here. I have a theory. So you might recall that last week there was news that the government classified gravity as death by natural causes, right? So people falling out of windows are dying of natural causes. So it's perfectly fine. It's not an issue in the slightest. It's all okay. However, at the same time, there was suggestion, that maybe Newton was a bit incomplete in his description of gravity, because what he forgot to mention is that, of course, if you are of an appropriate political leaning, right, or utility to the regime, you don't get affected by it. It is the so-called Loth chapter of Principia Mathematica. So perhaps the traveler testing this out in the supermarket was thinking, you know what? I want to be sure. I want to be sure for myself. Am I on the correct side of the regime? And he tested it out, and the gravity affected him. So, apparently he's not, he thinks.
Yeah, but he risks to be considered a foreign agent because he has relations with apples. It's not very good to have like an apple contact.
Well, depending on how the contact is, right? Because if the contact is just right, then you turn apple into applesauce. No, but it's wholly dependent on that and a couple of other things. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the big news of today happened about 8 hours ago when some explosions were heard in Sevastopol and also seen in Sevastopol. Indeed, observed in a bit of the port of Sevastopol. So that's kind of the biggest thing that's been going on today. They have been identified as to which particular inlet in Sevastopol they were in. So that's been sorted out already. The Strilecki Bay, Strilecka Buchta, which is one of the sort of deep inlets in Sevastopol, not the big deepest inlet that has the chief the key bit of the military. Of the military base, of the naval base. I will say there's a wonderful note. If you go on Google Maps and you look right into the depths of the inlet, there's a wonderful note, a wonderful Easter egg of sorts. Easter, of course, was quite recently. That Google Maps has left there. Specifically, there's a pin on the base. Publicly visible pin that says main fuel storage of Katsapian Black Sea Fleet. So well done, whomever managed to do this and managed to introduce Katsapian Black Sea Fleet into Google Maps, whether you work with Google or otherwise. Very, very well done. But yeah, we're basically waiting for Gunny to show up and tell us exactly what blew up in Strilecka Buchta. In that inlet in Sevastopol, and why and how big of a deal it is. So we will see as time goes on. See what I did there, because it came by sea. We will see. And find out exactly what blew up. Whatever it is, whatever it is, the Russians are now rather preoccupied with all of these other things that they have to deal with, and might not be able to focus nearly as well on where they actually need to set up better defenses and improve their defenses for the Ukrainian upcoming offensive, wherever that will be. Or maybe it's already happening, or maybe it already happened and we just don't know about it yet. Who knows? Anything is possible. All we know is one thing's for sure: at some point, Russians will be expelled from the occupied territories where they have no right to be. However, Russians have, of course, been building defenses, been digging out and building out defenses in many places. We have analyzed them step by step all over the occupied territories, including, notably, the beaches of Crimea. The beaches of Crimea have been set up very well with respect to defenses by the Russians over the course of the recent weeks and months. And there has been some commentary given to that, offered to that by one Natalia Humenyuk, the spokesperson for Operational Command South of the Ukrainian military, who noted that this is but one another way by which the high-ranking members of the occupation authority, high-ranking bureaucrats of the occupation authority, lackeys of the imperialist Kremlin regime, can redirect somewhat legitimately expenditure, which is to go for defensive purposes, into the pockets of their own pockets. That is, into their own pockets, and are able to make bank while they still can, while they are still at least some number in Crimea. So good for them, and I think they'll have plenty more opportunity for at least 2 or 3 more weeks to keep doing that and redirecting flows of finances into their own pockets. They just have to make sure that they get out of Dodge before they're made to dodge far more than the occasional unmanned surface craft coming into one of the inlets of Sevastopol. Amusing days, eh? Amusing days. Passportization in the occupied south of Ukraine, especially Kherson Oblast, is apparently picking up steam yet again. Something that the Russians have attempted to do for 10 months now or so across occupied territories, especially in Kherson Oblast. Apparently, again, now the deadline, the new deadline, 6th or 7th deadline, this is getting awfully familiar, isn't it? With the Shamarenda being rescheduled time and time again as well. The new deadline for accepting a Russian passport, according to them, is now apparently June the 1st. I don't know if they have that long, frankly. I really don't know if they'll have possession of any parts of occupied Kherson Oblast until June the 1st. I certainly hope they won't. But that will eminently, ease the process of passportization if they have nobody to try to issue passports to, or indeed don't have themselves in the place where they would be issuing passports to the less than willing civilian population of the area. Notably, I would note that Ukrainian authorities have been asking civilians living in occupied territories to leave said occupied territories for almost a whole year now, when it comes to areas like occupied Kherson and Zaporizhia, where they've been requesting them to leave to leave the occupied territory since at least June last year. So some 10 months now, for rather, let's call it rather obvious reasons. Rather obvious reasons, because the fewer civilians that are there as you enter during the course of a, say, counteroffensive, as you enter Ukraine, the easier it is for Ukraine. As you enter the occupied territories within Ukraine, the easier it is for the Ukrainian military to function. The easier it is for the Ukrainian soldiers to take back what belongs to Ukraine from the Russian occupiers if they don't have to worry about civilians being in the way of fires. And that's, I think, as a general rule, a good idea. Of course, not everyone had left, but many people in occupied territories, like in Kherson, have. There's suggestions that only maybe a third or maybe as low as a quarter of the population in that area has remained behind to this point, although details are, let's say, less than forthcoming, right? Less than forthcoming for quite obvious reasons. Ioana, you know when you see those graphs, right, that say, well, you know, these two things happen at the same time, therefore they must be causally related, even though the correlation between the two is purely accidental, so to say, spurious.
Yes.
Well, the same kind of goes for in some other cases, right? It seems to be that Russia has a list of countries unfriendly to Russia. Well, and there's a very high level of correlation between countries where you can drink the water that comes out of the tap, and countries that are unfriendly to Russia. It is almost a perfect correlation between the two sets, where the water is potable, tap water is potable, and countries unfriendly to Russia. So I think that this is, at least in part, their general aversion to quality plumbing.
Yes, but the correlation is even bigger because Romania, for example, is not on the tap water map, but you can safely drink tap water in Romania. And I've seen comments from somebody from Croatia that said the same thing. So they are really coincidental, the two maps. If you superpose them, you will get the same thing, which is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost as though some countries that would previously maybe have been more friendly to Russia have done both things at the same time, transitioned to a more skeptical stance, as well as improving their standards of hygiene in terms of safety of water to be able to drink it.
And there was someone speculating, I think it was Nick, but I don't want to be wrong, that maybe there is something in the water in Russia that makes them think so strangely, maybe lead poisoning or something. And I remember, for example, that there was a speculation about the Industrial Revolution that started about the moment when people in British Islands and France stopped drinking ale or wine because it was more healthier, less bacteria and something like this, and start drinking water. So they were clear-headed, and that's why the Industrial Revolution began. Maybe there is something like this, reverse correlation or something.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, and we had a chat about engineering quality with Mink earlier, but when it came to the absolute miracle of Russian engineering, a plane so good nobody flies it. It's just too good to fly on. Well, not quite no one. Both Russia and Gazprom still use it apparently.
Because I've seen that Tom is here, I wanted to say that it's almost Zen, because there is a story in the Zen philosophy about a cock prepared for a fight, and the one that prepared the cock for the fight watched his reactions, and he was very aggressive at first, and then he trained it, and finally the cock was like purely Zen, and he said now he can fight. So maybe that's the plane, the plane that never flies.
Tom?
Yeah, I don't know that particular story, but association and cause is something that psychologists are very fond of, simply because in psychology so much is going on inside someone's mind that you can't observe, that when you see things happening at the same time, it's very natural for people to associate them. And one of the problems is that we can literally be conditioned to assume that if two things happen at the same time, that they're related in some way. People can believe all sorts of superstitious stuff as a result of this. But also, in order to do good science, you need to realize that association and cause don't always work together, or are not always causative. Sometimes they are causative, though. So the ways to think about it is, does A cause B, or does B cause A, or does some other factor or factors cause both of those things? So to put that in plainer English, with the dislike of Russia and clean tap water, is it that clean tap water makes you not like Russia? Or is it that not liking Russia actually makes the tap water cleaner and safer to drink? You know, when you put it that way, it seems a bit silly. So it could be that there's a third factor or factor
which is causing
that's
both.
causing both. Exactly. Now it could be that what's easier to explain, clean tap water or disliking Russia? Probably clean tap water is easier to explain. It's probably to do with like standards of water and sewage and laws and technology. And I would suggest that all of those things cost some money. And I would suggest that if you look at some of these countries, they're the somewhat better off, more developed countries. And that would correlate very highly with the tap water. And also, if you look at these countries, then they're ones that have been opposed to Russia in the past, in many cases, in previous conflicts. So why is it then that the countries without the clean tap water aren't also angry with Russia? Well, in some cases, a lot of them are far away, so they haven't been victims of Russian imperialism. The other thing could be, though, that what a lot of it is simply being anti whoever is the hegemon at the time. So what I mean is this. When Rome was in charge, people didn't like the Romans, people outside of Rome, this is, simply because they were in charge of a global military superpower of the time. Well, not really global, but, you know, Europe and Asia and North Africa, bits of it. I think what's happened is that you need a certain level of wealth in order that you have certain ingredients making it easier for democracy and the rule of law to flourish. I think if you have societies that are more impoverished, there's a greater temptation towards corruption in order to make sure that you've got what you want. But also, if you've got corruption and you've got a dictatorship, that holds back economic development. So it's both cause and effect. And then when other countries come along and say, you shouldn't be corrupt, you should have, you know, rule of law and anti-corruption and democracy. Whereas Russia's like, well, we don't care about that. I would suggest that a lot of these countries don't like being sort of told what to do by the West, so to speak, and prefer a country like Russia that says, you can do what you want, you can be as corrupt as you like, we don't give a damn. You know, just support us and be anti-America. That's what I suspect is going on. And that's a lot more complicated than the tap water causing it, but I suspect that's closer to the truth.
It's a question of priorities as well, isn't it, Tom? You know, what kind of underlying culture prioritizes some things like, you know, hygiene and indoor plumbing and clean water, and what doesn't. And I think that plays a role here as well. I'm still stunned, and I think I will be for a very long time. There's an interview with one of the Russian soldiers captured by Ukrainians, right? But I think it was Zolkin, the psychologist who conducted it. He said, the Russian captive said, you know, why would I want to have a toilet indoors? What? But then you have to like clean it, and it'd be awful. It's much better to have an outhouse. Why would anybody want indoor plumbing? And then I thought, you know what? Yeah, well, this should be shown to anybody who thinks that, you know, Russia is just like a normal country. Show them this, and realize that this is not uncommon. And I think that there'd be a lot more understanding for what it really is.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if it's that people would prefer to have clean drinking water and indoor plumbing than democracy. Like, democracy is almost the icing on the cake when you're living in like absolute poverty. And so maybe it's that people that have managed to sort out their plumbing sometimes, mostly, end up with the icing on the cake of democracy. Not always, because I think Saudi is one of those countries that's got clean water. And having that icing on the cake, so to speak, of democracy makes you also dislike dictatorships. Whereas, you know, if we were all dictatorships but we had clean water, we'd go, well, at least you can drink the water in Britain, you know, unlike everywhere else. Who are these fools going on about democracy? Don't you know it's the natural order that the mighty are in charge? You know, that's what I think anyway.
I think we shall see. Well,
but consider this, Tom. What if capability of drinking water could be the surrogate for stupidity? Because it's a well-known fact that lead in drinking water is contributes to early poor childhood brain development and stupidity. And what if because if you're looking for a correlation factor and a causation factor, I would suggest maybe going out and testing the blood chemistry of all of the uh, uh, Russia-loving countries, because other than Saudi Arabia, all of those countries are likely to drink water that is sourced from rivers or bore water, and untreated might have lead in it, but the Saudis wouldn't, because they drink primarily water derived from reverse ionization filtration. So they, so yeah, if for a long enough period of time, people weren't capable of drinking their tap water because their tap water isn't treated to a standard that removes all of the lead, then over a lengthy period of time, those people could have more stupidity and be more likely to be Russian supporters.
So with the lead, though, the issue with lead in drinking water was often like lead piping. And so like even the like periodic table word for lead is plumbum, from lead in Latin. And that's because the Romans used a lot of lead piping, and it's thought that that might have led to the decline of Rome. I'm not sure most of these countries have got lead pipes. They possibly just haven't. They possibly don't treat the water to remove like bacteria and things like that from it. So that's why.
Yeah, I was being facetious.
No, but there is a good point there, Will, actually, which is that like leaded petrol, lead was removed as an additive from petrol in the UK in the late 1980s. I don't know where it was removed when it was removed in other countries. But one of the things that they've noticed in the United States is 15 to 18 years after lead was removed from petrol, there'd been a corresponding drop in violence. I know we think about like United States has been quite violent because of like mass shootings and things, but actually the sort of low level frequency of violence is actually much lower now than it was in the 1980s. And one of the things that's been attributed to has been lead being removed from petrol. And I note that Russia didn't remove lead from petrol until 2003.
And further to that, Tom, the tetraethyl lead being removed in specifically in California has been tied to people that live on the windward side of LA freeways had lower IQ scores and higher aggregate, this aggravation, because it isn't just mental acuity. It's also emotional, and aggravation is higher in people who have been exposed to lead. And children who lived downwind of or in the windward side of the leeward side of LA freeways had more lead dust in the soil that they typically played in, and they ingested that, and did cause a statistically significant reduction in both IQ and raise in whatever the aggression levels, or whatever they measured those. I read those even back when I was still living in the United States in the 80s. after they had removed tetraethyl lead. But that's the sort of thing, right? This is when people use these maps or things, we produce them and we laugh at them. I looked at that as a joke. But having worked in the environmental health and safety area for a long time, I thought, I wonder if I could. I wonder if I could actually tie. I doubt there is a causation factor that is anywhere near up into the 80 to 90 percentile range that you'd want to make a scientifically based conclusion upon. But if you were able to do a correlation factor and a causation factor on those countries, I would then, as a scientist, go back and see if I could do some blood chemistry work on the people to confirm it. But really, I think it's basically just an anomalous correlation that, as Tom pointed out, that it has no causation attached to it.
But the underlying factors that lead to a society having things like indoor plumbing, clean tap water, may share common factors with the underlying factors that lead towards countries being democratic and valuing freedom. It could be just something as simple as like better economic development. Because I think, if you look at Saudi, for example, they've got a lot of money. They haven't got democracy. They're a bit of an outlier in that respect. But I think if you look at the democracies, a lot of them are in like G20, that sort of thing. So that's one of the key things. No, these things have been around for ages. There's stuff like ice cream sales in New York in the 1980s were correlated very highly with the murder rate. And is it murder that causes ice cream sales, or ice cream sales that cause murder? Or is it that when it's very hot, there's more of both? It's that sort of
brain freeze.
Brain freeze, that's what it is. Yeah. But all things being equal, removing the lead from petrol, and or for that matter from drinking water, it's going to lead to better brain development, less violence. High rates of alcoholism in your society, more violence. High rates of mothers drinking alcohol when they're pregnant, more fetal alcohol syndrome, more violence. There's a lot of these things going on, but then obviously there's all the cultural stuff as well. So maybe the next time Axel says everything is downstream from culture, agree with him and say you're absolutely right, except when it's upstream from biology.
But Tom, but the causes of these are fundamentally societal cultural causes, right? The changes in biology, you could say, are the prevalence of such changes in biology are downstream from culture in the first place.
Well, it's
so what's first, the chicken or the egg? Well, of course it's the egg. The Easter bunny brings it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a feedback loop though, isn't it? Because if you have a society where you remove the lead from petrol 15 years before Russia does, then you've got a whole generation of people with slightly less damage to their brains from lead poisoning. And that leads to slightly more intelligent, possibly slightly less violent people, if those studies are correct. And then as a result of that, you've got a society that can make other changes and other improvements as well. So it's a feedback between biology and culture, as always.
I love your monocausal structures of feedback loops. Beautiful. So scientific.
I mean, all other things being equal, though, taking the lead out of petrol is a good idea.
100% true.
Indeed.
But it does not explain everything else. Cultural embedding and cultural procedures and processes and taboos and institutions created out of cultural acceptance and cultural disincentives or culturally relevant disincentives in societies do actually coin behavior a lot more, and specifically what young women, when they're pregnant, are considered to be taboo to do, right? Just saying, I mean, and that's not even pop science.
Well,
I would suggest in reality it's probably more tied to the fact that high quality drinking water out of the tap is probably more likely a symptom of nations which have had a liberal democracy tied with a free market economy for a couple of generations, which results in them raising living standards across the board, including all sorts of precursors to health and education benefits, like clean drinking water, access to healthcare, access to good primary education, all that sort of stuff. It's probably a symptom. It's like I see. You can make these funny bad Baltic takes. I think it does some really excellent ones of these. But the funny thing is, if that graph showed something favorable to Russia, or that pictogram showed something favorable to Russia, I guarantee you that Russia Today and others would be running it as if it was scientific fact, when we're just talking about it as a bit of frivolity.
I find it fundamentally amusing because it basically says, Russia doesn't like places that value human development. And that in itself is very amusing, especially in the context of their foreign minister, Kalantarian, having just gotten to New York to chair the Security Council meeting. It's very, very, very amusing that they're trying to push up like this. Klaus?
Thank you. Regarding the chicken and egg problem, I can order a chicken and an egg online and see whatever comes first. Thank you.
Yes, the problem is that it's too late for the Easter Bunny to bring the egg.
So I will say my goodbyes. Thank you, Domon, especially, but also Tom. And we will have a quick co-host switch. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Anna.
Indeed, a double one as soon as we get a Tim Sennett as well. But we can do do them one by one, which is usually better than doing too many things all at the same time.
Yeah, Axel, when you've got a moment, I will have an invite, please. Thank you.
All I'll say before I have to take my leave as well is Russia has really stabbed itself in the back by going and invading Ukraine. Not just that Russia has managed to get Finland into NATO, they're very seemingly managing to get Finland to, after a century, abandon the military-free status, the demilitarized status of the Åland Islands of the Finnish coast. And that is certainly an achievement that even after the Ålanders themselves wanted the demilitarized status for quite a while, following the establishment of Finland as a fully independent country after the Russian Revolution, that at this point there seems to be even locally a great demand for abolition of such status, as well as very gladly the expulsion of the Russian consulate from Mariehamn. So very well done. And Axel, Tim, just to the north of you, there will hopefully soon be one fewer Russian outpost. At which point you can sail quite peacefully.
What was it with Mariehamn? Sorry, I was just jumping.
Oh, the locals are trying to get rid of the consulate and the demilitarized status of Åland as you well know, General
Yeah.
Pekka Toveri, now Pekka Toveri Member of Parliament, is trying to get rid of that status.
Well, he has been an advocate of this since he was in the intelligence services and always considered it to be a thorn in the side of Finnish security. So he's absolutely right.
Yeah, and I like this new soapbox he has, called, being a member of parliament. I think the voice carries further.
Yeah, not only that, it's also his committee assignments and what else is in store for him. So it'll be interesting to follow.
It's a nice megaphone in this context. It's a really, really nice megaphone. Tim, can you hear it across the Gulf of Finland?
What, the always deafening Finns? Yes, indeed.
It makes a certain sound, right? Makes a certain sound.
Alrighty, Domen, Timster, swappity-doo.
Ready when you are.
And while you're sorting that out, I will just say hello, everybody. I am back. Yes, there's no rest for the wicked. We have had today quite a lengthy Institute for the Study of War analysis. And I will just give you the highlights because Bayek, they've got a lot to say. So analysts noted that the Russian military leadership aims to complete the capture of Bakhmut, preferably before the start of the Ukrainian counteroffensive, if possible. They refer to the fact that the Wagnerites continue to suffer heavy losses, but in the hope of capturing this city, the Russian Ministry of Defense have also now deployed airborne units to support the offensive in order to allow Wagner to fully concentrate on the urban battles. And it's a special edition campaign assessment today, just going over outlining the current Russian order of battle in Ukraine, assessing the offensive and defensive capabilities of the Russian force groupings, and discusses major factors that may complicate any sort of Russian defensive operations in the event of the Ukrainian counteroffensive hitting full swing. So it is based on number of assumptions about Ukrainian capabilities. Institute of Study of War doesn't, as a matter of policy, attempt to assess or report on usually. So I think it's making some assumptions that Ukraine will be able to conduct a coordinated multi-brigade mechanized offensive operation, making full use of the reported routes that have been prepared for that operation. Well, they're basically saying, once Ukraine starts moving in any of these directions, this is what we think might happen. So they're giving a nice sort of lowdown of the fact that they don't think that the Russians going to have an amazing time defending in some of the areas. By all means, go and read through that, but there's so much of it that we'd be here for another few hours if I was to start reading that out. So yeah, enjoy that, but have a cuppa ready. And welcome, Tim. You have made it up.
Good afternoon. So I'm just grabbing myself a cup of coffee, and then I'll be right with you.
No worries. I have something that I wanted to speak about anyway. Our lovely Fellaine, you're going to have to mute yourself a moment there, Tim. Thank you. Our lovely Fellaine has done a thread and she's popped it up in the nest for us. A friend of hers, a Ukrainian defender called Ochanash. I'm going to go with that. That's his call sign. He's a member of the Rubige unit who we're raising money for the Toys for the Boys. And he is a drone operator, believe it or not. You may have seen this photograph before of him stood with a number of drones surrounding him. And this particular fella, there's a lot more information and pictures about him in the thread that Verlaine has done for us. Really good introduction to who this person is and why he's fighting, and and the fact that he is a real asset, member of the team. But of course, unless he has drones to use, that's that's something that we need to try and sort out. So if any of you are feeling generous, if any of you have any extra pennies at the end of the week, by all means, make a little donation to Toys for the Boys. And if you missed my birthday and didn't get me a birthday gift, well, that's all I want is a little donation to Toys for the Boys. So you can either go to the MriyaReport website or go to Verlaine's thread and you will find a link there. Just choose Toys for the Boys from the drop down. Make sure that all that donation goes directly to them. Thank you very much. Are you suitably hydrated now, Tim?
Absolutely. Just reading Verlaine's thread. That's a very smart rifle he's got there. Is that a Colt ACR? Who knows about small arms?
Don't ask me. I'm going to say there's probably somebody else who can give you the correct answer to that. But either way, he's got, a lot of dedication. He's come back to fight the war when it started in February, and he's also not afraid to dance for the camera. So typical Ukrainian defender there. Now I have a phone call, so I'm sorry, Tim. You're going to have to speak.
I don't. Yeah, I'm just furiously googling pictures of Ukrainian army rifles because it's going to annoy me if I don't find out what that rifle is. I'll have to do that later because I have to be talky. So a very good afternoon, everybody. This is the MriyaReport. We are live 24/7 with the very latest news, updates, and analysis of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We have recently incorporated as a charity. As of January, we are a 501c3, which is American for charity. So you can now donate directly to the MriyaReport, and we have various fundraising partnerships and initiatives going on, including the Toys for the Boys, in which our dear friend Verlaine is working to keep the Rubige Brigade supplied with various things. She did mention last time I spoke to her a particular need for antenna, as well as a number of other small and large bits of kit, such as drones. We are also in constant touch and constantly supporting Chef Zhenya and his efforts to feed the Ukrainian army. So if you like what you hear here and you think we provide a valuable service, we do encourage you to donate. If you mark your donation as for a particular thing, we can certainly see that it goes towards that particular thing. So dig deep, MriyaReport.org. If you've got some spare dosh, please chuck it over. And a very good morning to you, George.
Sorry, I'm all thumbs this morning. How you doing, Tim? Great to see you back on here. I really appreciate you being on here as co-host with the Mockers. I got 2 Brits this morning. Wow. And I'm actually having tea.
Fantastic. Well, I usually do an earlier shift. So for the last month or so, I've been doing a kind of crack of a sparrow fart shift with mockers, and recently been getting up to help Peter Doran in his late night show. So very good morning. I've got people in the background telling me what this rifle is.
It's a grot.
So
It's a Polish grot. It looks like a scar. It looks like a scar, but it's not. It's a Polish grot. The way you can tell the difference between a grot and a scar, they kind of look kind of the same at distance, but the grot does not. You see where the ejection port is, right above the magazine. There is no charging handle there. That looks like a button, with 2 screws. That's on either side of the grot, and that's a telltale sign. If you can't see the stock's a little bit different too. But at first glance, they kind of look the same.
and that's an AK variant.
And no, the grot's the grot's it's a Western style assault rifle, and it can fire the AK rounds, but Poland has transferred to the 5.56. Now, what he's holding, I'd have to look at the mag. Let me see here. What's he got here? Sorry, I'm trying to blow up the picture. Yeah, no, he's got the 5.56 version. That's what he's firing. That's what it looks like to me. The length of the cartridges looks like the 5.56.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that.
It's a 5.56 because it's got the bird cage flash suppressor in the front, which the 7.62 version I think has a different flash suppressor.
Fantastic. Yeah, I had a Colt ACR. I was confusing that with FN Scar in my head. So that's what I thought.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, because the Scar rifle fire, that's also comes in a 5.56 version. But it's got the charging handle. I think the Grot's got the charging handle in the front because of the way that the gas piston is designed on the Grot.
But quite why everybody is not moving to an AR-15 platform is a bit of a mystery to me.
Well, I'll tell you. There's good and bad with the AR-15 platform. It's a great rifle, right? It is a great rifle, but sometimes the piston rifles. The thing is, usually the piston rifle you don't have to clean as often because you don't get the. So what happens with an AR-15? When the bullet is fired, right? The gas travels down the barrel. It also goes down this little tube, right? It goes down the barrel and goes up this little tube that recharges the bolt. The gas goes into the breech, right? Back inside the rifle and pushes the bolt back, and that's what charges it. Well, what happens is after a while, you can get what's called carbon fouling. Well, the residue starts building up, and then you have to quickly, pop the rifle open. It's very easy to take out. You pull out the charging handle, bolt comes out. You can just really give the bolt a clean wipe, with a plastic toothbrush, and get back at it. But with a piston-driven weapon like the Grot is, the gases, a lot of the gases bleed outside the rifle, in the front of the rifle, right? And there's a piston
that's when the gases come through, they push this piston back, and there's a long rod, and that's what drives the bolt back. So they tend not to get as dirty, right, as AR-15 platforms, or what we call direct impingement platforms. And in the fighting we've seen in Bakhmut, I'm just going to have to say, in the fighting we've seen in Bakhmut, where these guys are using multiple weapons, right? We're seeing the Ukrainian defenders having multiple weapons in front of them so that the weapon doesn't overheat. And for me, I'd rather have a piston-driven weapon, like the Grot, AK, something like that, because I don't have to clean it as often, because I'm not going to have that lull time if I'm getting attacked by these mass suicide waves. That's just my personal. That's just my personal opinion. I mean, everybody's different. So
Now, I've fired AK, but I've never cleaned one. But it is still gas operated, right? So you are going to have to decarbonize the forward, the forward gas parts eventually.
But because most of the gas is now being vented outside the rifle, and that gas carries that carbon, so you get a lot less carbon fouling than you would with an AR-15 platform. That's the difference. That's the main difference. The AR-15, if I were to fire, let's say, I don't know, 500 rounds, okay, out of a AR-15, and then out of which doesn't have a piston, right? The gases bleed back into the bolt. I would have to clean that. I would have to clean that sooner than I would a weapon that's like, let's say, the Galil or the Grot or the AK-47, where the gases bleed out of the rifle.
Fantastic, thank you, George. Will, you've got your hand up.
Well, since we're talking guns here, I'm with George in that I would much rather have a piston-operated one than a fully gas-operated semi-automatic rifle. I would also I would prefer the Scar H rather than the Scar L. If I was manning a trench, I'd have the two weapons I would have would be a Scar H and an M14 variant, because quite a lot of the shooting I would probably end up want to do would be at quite a distance, where the M14 is superb at that, in my experience. But up close, you'd want to have something that you could put 3 or 4, because they're doing that. They're putting 300 or 400 rounds a day down those things, and you would want it not to jam.
Well,
Sorry. That was my phone. That was my phone. It muted everybody by mistake. It actually wasn't me. My phone did that by itself, which is interesting. Will, please do go on.
Sure did, Tim. No, I would. If we were just talking preferences, if I was manning a trench there based on the weapons I've used in my life, I'd probably want an M14. Even the old M14 used by the Marines back in the day, and for distance shooting with the 308, and up close, a Scar, like George is saying, probably a Scar H with the 7.62. But even before that, so if I had two weapons in the trench, they'd probably be those two, and of course, one of the medium machine guns for most of the time, heading off those people as they're approaching.
Now, you could have one in each hand and one attached to your helmet.
My name's not Rambo.
The real death machine. That is interesting, right? This is something that the British Army learned in Helmand, was that they, Empire came back to bite us, because one of the weapon systems that the Taliban were using was the old British SMLE, which they'd been kindly donated by the Indian Army or the Pakistani Army, as was eventually, and this gave them a very clear range advantage over the British Army. You know, they were doing accurate shooting, you know, all the way out to 1K with the old SMLE. And this caused the British Army to adopt the American designated marksman rifle concept. So a 7.62 caliber Stoner rifle in semi-automatic, and so they could get that range advantage back versus the Taliban. It wouldn't. What you said about the M14 is interesting in that regard, because you can't, you know, the 5.56, a fine round, but it does lose something versus the old battle rifles, right? Well,
Indeed, and at a distance, I'll tell you, the nicest rifle I ever shot for being able to continually put rounds well down range, you know, in the 600-800 meter range on target, and with a really stable platform was a bolt action Enfield from about, I don't know, 1925. That Enfield rifle from the British, probably the most underrated a bolt action rifle in the history of the world, I reckon. Well, probably not underrated if you talk to British people, but it doesn't get a lot of press outside there. But having used one after been in the Army a long time and shot a lot of weapons in my life, I picked that thing up and at a range just to try it out, and I thought it was a beautiful rifle to shoot. Really stayed on target because it's relatively heavy, but really stayed on target while you put a round down range so you could correct fire easily.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant in Afghanistan. The SMLE, the short magazine Lee Enfield, was being used by the Taliban. It's a very interesting weapon, that, and what's interesting about it as well is that it wasn't replaced for any particular doctrinal reason, right? So when you're doing marksmanship, British style, short of automatic fire, the fastest rate of fire you're expected to maintain, rapid fire, is 30 rounds a minute, one aim shot every 2 seconds, which is what a trained rifleman could achieve with SMLE. And so I don't know. I like to think the only reason they replaced it was basically fashion. You know, it got to like 1955. The British Army was a bit embarrassed to still be using a bolt action rifle when all the cool cats were using a semi-auto battle rifle. So they got rid of it. But maybe that's not true. I don't know. I haven't really looked into the history of that. George.
Yeah. So to Will's point, yeah, the SMLE, one of the distinct advantages it had from every other bolt rifle that's ever been designed is that the fact that it had a box magazine that had 10 rounds instead of the typical 5 in a Mauser or a Japanese rifle or the old American Springfield rifles. You don't have to break your sight picture. In other words, really quick, let me explain what that means to the listeners. If you have a regular bolt action rifle like a Mauser or an old Springfield or even your old Hunt, even a Remington, let's say 700 or something like that, to manipulate the bolt, you have to take the gun away from your cheek, right? So you're aiming through the sights. You have to take the rifle away from your sight picture. In other words, you're no longer looking down the barrel because you can't manipulate that bolt without doing that, because you have to rotate the bolt from the horizontal position to the full vertical position, which is 90 degrees, and load another round. So you have to pull the rifle away from your face to do that. The British Enfield, you don't have to do that. The other thing was because it rotates only 45 degrees, right? So you don't have to pull it full straight up and pull it back. You only have to do 45 degrees, and you can still do that while you're looking down the barrel of the rifle. The other thing is, because of the way it charges the firing pin, as soon as you release the bolt, it because it's under pressure, it shoots back. So in other words, it's you can manipulate a British SMLE bolt a lot faster, and that's why guys that had trained could easily get off 10 aimed shots. So it gave them an advantage on the battlefield. Plus, as Will and Tim said, it can reach out and touch somebody out to like 1,000 meters, pretty much no problem. I mean, you're going to, even if you don't hit your target, the rounds are going to fall fairly close. Whereas if you have a rifle that's an M16 base AR-15 M4 platform, you're talking about a shorter barrel, 16 inches, and firing a very light round. And to be able to get accurate shots that are gonna, do the job past 400 meters, it is definitely not, not something you're going to do on a regular basis. And that's why the United States is now moving to an intermediate round, something between the 308 and between the 5.56 round. It's going to be I believe a 6.5 millimeter or 6.2 millimeter. I forget what it is. Anyway, they're going to an intermediate cartridge. But as we're going back to Ukraine, so we've seen these Ukrainian guys at their trenches, and they have 4 or 5 rifles in front of them. And as Will said, like if you have something that's at least a 7 millimeter or above rifle, then you can engage that wave as it's coming to you from distance, start peeling them away at distance, instead of having to wait for them to get to within 2 to 300 meters for you to be able to engage it with a 5.56 round. So, the weapons of choice are crucial in that type of fighting. And I think the after action reports of all this whole war you're going to see, I believe, a lot of militaries maybe move away from the 5.56 to maybe a 6.5 millimeter round, which actually had been researched by many armies leading up to World War II, but because World War II happened, they never made that switch. And now, 80 years later, we're going back to it. What was that, Tim?
And indeed, after World War II, there was a round in development called 280.
Yes.
280 Enfield, which the British Army pushed very hard to make the NATO standard round because it had excellent ballistic characteristics across all metrics. But that had cold water poured on it by Uncle Sam, I believe.
Yes, and what's it's a rifle that's been out for 100 years, and it's still used, in long range shooting as an excellent round is the old 6.5 millimeter Swedish Mauser round. It can take down a polar bear, at 500 meters, and it's still an excellent round. So we're going to be seeing, because it has a very flat trajectory. Anyway, we're getting a little too technical here, but we're going to be seeing armies move away from the smaller round because of this.
Thank you, George. Let's go to Shaggy. Shaggy, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I remember the Enfield 303. That's what we used to do. One of the things we used to shoot in the Air Training Corps. I used to shoot that at the Old Car Training Camp in Hightown on Merseyside on a 300 meter range. So when I was in my teens shooting that, that's when I shot it. So about 16, 17 years old, or from about 13 and a half, actually. One thing I remember, the main thing I remember for that was a big, massive kick. It had a big kick and really hurt my shoulder. Okay, it was all about technique, we used to get told, and you have to hold the rifle into your shoulder. But how does that rifle, my question is kind of, how does that rifle, the kick on that rifle, compare to modern rifles? I have shot the 7.62 SLR. That didn't really have much of a kick, but that bloody the Enfield 303 did. So how modern ones compared to that?
Really quick, do you mind if I tackle this one really quick, Tim?
Go for it.
So what you're firing a bolt action rifle. So So what happens is there is no semi-automatic mechanism where the gases bleed off to charge the next round. So what you're getting is all the kick, and it doesn't matter if it's a 303 that you're firing. Any bolt action rifle that's firing something that's a 7mm above is going to have a hell of a kick. 30-06, if you fire it out of an M1 Garand, people say it has a kick. It has a kick, but nothing like the a bolt action rifle firing 30-06. That has a wallop. Okay, so that's the difference. It's because modern rifles are now all semi-automatic, and you don't get that. You don't get that kick. You get more of a kind of a push, because a lot of the force is being also used to manipulate the mechanism that moves the bolt back. You see, so the bolt moves back, right, inside the rifle. And when you're firing a bolt action rifle, the bolt is locked. So guess where the bolt is going to be pushed backwards? Into your shoulder. That's the difference.
Yeah, I remember I used to put my beret under on my shoulder, underneath my shirt, to cushion the blow, as it were. The other one we used to shoot was on the smaller rifle. That really Enfield we used to shoot on at 300 meters. So the range we were on was from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. That old car rifle range. But the indoor range we used to shoot these 2.2s. They had a little bit of a kick, but nothing compared to that bloody 303. Thanks for the input, George.
If you thought the SMLE was bad, I mean, it's a boyhood problem, right? Because I remember we had when I was in the CCF in the cadets organization at my school, we had a Parker Hale 7.62, which was developed as a sniper rifle and used by the British Army for a bit, and they transferred them all to the cadet forces when they adopted the Accuracy International Arctic Warfare rifle in the 90s. And that was a 7.62 single shot bolt action rifle. That had a hell of a wallop. At least I remember it having a hell of a wallop when I was 15. But when you hit the age of about 20, you sprout a pair of shoulders, right? it becomes a hell of a lot easier because you become that much more bulky, and so it becomes a lot easier. But there was also in the SMLE, if you thought the regular SMLE was bad, there was also a jungle carbine variant, which had a kind of cut down forward stock, and a slightly shorter barrel, and it was about 2 pounds lighter, so it was about a kilo lighter, and even the big chaps found that borderline unusable because of the power of the recoil. So it could have been worse, Shaggy. They could have had you on the jungle carbine SMLE, which is an absolute monster.
Yeah, just one little final anecdote. I did get my RAF Marksman's badge in the Air Training Corps, so I wasn't a bad shot actually. 4 rounds in a quite a small grouping, 300 meters. So anyway, I'll shut up now. Thanks a lot.
The most dangerous man in Merseyside. Thank you, Shaggy. I believe it was Will next. Will.
Hey, I've got to drop off, Tim, but I just wanted to add something that Doman would most appreciate, but unfortunately he's gone. But if you're talking about ammunition to be used in this sort of fighting that's going on with these human waves in Bakhmut, I think we could probably all agree with the best ammunition is DCIPM.
I'm sorry, that doesn't mean anything to me.
That's the dual purpose. Dual purposing DPICM is dual purpose improved conventional munition cluster munitions.
Oh right, a big bang.
Yeah.
Fantastic. David, very good afternoon.
And a good afternoon to you as well. I thought I'd add a little bit because we've been talking about barrel lengths and everything, and I thought it would useful to say that bullets coming out of bolt actions rifles come out faster as a result of they're using all the gases instead of some of them going backwards, and also longer barrels. bullets come out of them faster. Therefore, they'll hit heavier. Just my little point. Oh, and one thing I did say, so you were talking about the taking your face away from with the Lee Enfield. It still takes a lot of training to do that. I shoot the Lee Enfield quite a bit, but still using the bolt is a bit of a tough thing. That's why I suspect we went to the SLR, Tim, is because it meant that people, it would be easier to train people to just go, okay, I'm aiming, as opposed to I'm operating the bolt. So you can spend more time aiming than in actual fact manipulating something else.
Yeah, well, what's the difference between a reason and an excuse? There isn't one. I don't know. I think it just would have been pretty Chad, to turn up to Desert Storm with a bolt action rifle. I think that would have been awesome. But there we go. I'm romantic.
Yes, but there's some people who just can't shoot, right? So just give them all the help they can.
Absolutely, that's true. Yeah, you have to account for the Mong factor, right? Some people just can't do it. George.
Yeah, it's quite interesting when you talk about like the technological advances of of military, like obviously what we call the combat rifle from the bolt action rifles to what we have today. But one of the biggest I talk about a game changer was the American M1, especially in the battles in the Pacific, because here was a weapon that had 8 shots, and you could advance. In other words, move toward the enemy and fire a rapid succession of 8 shots without ever breaking your sight picture, without ever taking the rifle away from your face. And what what it did was, the Japanese were used to these like mass like charges, what we call banzai charges, whatever you want to call them. They had worked against the Chinese for the most part, because what did the Chinese have? They had bolt action rifles too. But when they were doing them against the Americans, here was an American soldier that could fire 8 rapid shots in succession before he had to reload. And the reload was a lot quicker than trying to put a stripper clip, which is 5 rounds into a bolt action rifle, and then try to manipulate that. The other thing was that 30-06 round that the Americans were using, that ball ammunition, once you got to about less than 400 meters, it had the power to go through several human bodies in a row. So it was not uncommon for a U.S. serviceman to fire one shot and take down multiple Japanese soldiers as they were charging them. So and of course then the Germans toward the late of the war, they came out with the Sturmgewehr, which was the rifle that everybody tried to recreate post-war. But yeah, the change in battlefield tactics because of the handheld weapon is an interesting history in its own right.
Absolutely, and this was something. This was a kind of the ability to move and fire at the same time was something that was very refined, became very refined in infantry tactics towards the end of the Second World War. It was a tactic that, as you say, militaries had to build around their available small arms. So with the British still using a bolt action rifle, it became, they started to rely very heavily on systems like Bren, the light machine gun, in order to execute this tactic effectively. And also, Sten, later the submachine gun, later the Tommy gun, where it was available. The British Army never had many Tommy guns because they were too expensive. But I guess I guess this would have been much enabled on the American side by the Browning BAR as well, right?
Yeah, the only problem with the Browning is that it only had a 20 round magazine, unlike the Bren, right, which had what, a 40 round magazine. Yeah, sorry. So it was, the Bren could be reloaded a lot faster than the BAR. But you know, when you talk about the M1 Garand, Tim, the fact that you could advance and fire at the same time, keeping your eye downrange, aiming at targets. You know, I've always said that in all actuality, it was the first assault weapon because it allowed you to attack the opposing force with accurate, sustained fire. It doesn't have to be fully automatic. This is semi-automatic, and trust me, if I have a squad with guys with bolt-action rifles and a squad with guys with M1s, the guys with the M1s have a huge advantage because they can reload and keep firing while I'm trying to manipulate a bolt-action rifle. It's not a fair fight.
Absolutely, and something that was interesting about the American doctrine around Garand was they found it was just as effective when you were firing and moving. It was just as effective to fire it from the armpit or from the belt as it was to fire it aimed shots from the cheek, right?
Yeah, yes. So if you were doing like a quick attack, but remember, you also had the fire and maneuver capability of it. So in other words, you've now see. So before you had this semi-automatic fire, what you would have you'd have a maneuver element that would advance, right? So these guys would run across, like 3 or 4 guys or one guy at a time would run across, and the rest of the platoon or squad or whatever would be firing on the position you're trying to advance to, right? Or advance against. Well, now everybody's firing. The guys advancing and the guys waiting their turn. So, in other words, you don't lose. Like if you have a squad of 8 guys and they have bolt action rifles, the 2 guys that are running across, they're not firing, so you lose part of your firing power. But now, like you said, the Garand, everybody's firing as they're advancing. Some guys are firing from the hip; they're just firing wildly. Hey, but bullets flying at you, whether they're well aimed or not, you're not gonna pop your head over the parapet to say, "Hello, let me see if he's shooting at me accurately." That's not gonna happen.
So where did the M1 carbine fit into all this doctrinally, right? Because that was a really light weapon. It fired what, 357 Magnum? It fired a pistol cartridge.
No, it fired. I guess it would be equivalent of something like a 38 special. That's what the 30 carbine round was. So what the doctrine was for that was supposed to free up M1s for supply troops. In other words, you say so everybody had an M1, right? Up to that point, everybody, right, in the U.S. military, from your guys that are fighting in the front line to your truck drivers to the guys that are, the mechanics, whatever. Everybody has an M1. So they said, well, we're going to come out with this rifle, and it's going to be able to do what it needs to do. For the troops in the back, because if they're being attacked or ambushed, a convoy, they have some firepower, and some of the officers carry these instead of carrying a pistol. You got to carry an M1 carbine. But it was an efficient killer up to 300 meters.
Because I'd read that the relatively small caliber was inadequate in many circumstances. Is that not true?
No, that's not true. That was just because people were just used to this big ass 30-06, blowing holes through trees and doors and everything. And here you were with this pistol. It was like a pistol carabine. That's what it was. The M1 was now pistol carbines are all the rage in sport shooting and things like that in the ranges because the ammunition's cheap and they're kind of fun to shoot. But an M1, 250 to 300 meters, if it hit you, it killed you. But it was because it looked anemic next to the M1. It had a bad rep because of its cosmetic appearance. But when you look at the ballistics, when people have shot at targets that are made to simulate the human body 100, 200, 300 meters, trust me, the damage is significant.
Absolutely, thank you. It's been pointed out, it was actually going to be a question for you, George. Is 303 the 303 caliber and the SMLE a popular hunting cartridge and system in North America? And a listener has just pointed out that there is not a hunter in Canada over 50 who doesn't have a Lee Enfield rifle kicking around somewhere. Which is
yes, in Canada, yes. In the United States, no. But my uncle did have that infamous jungle carbine, and I had fired it as a teenager, and yeah, that did pack a little bit more of a wallop.
Absolutely. No, it's one of those things I've always wanted to get my hands on. But here in Estonia, you're very, very, because we're a tiny market, right? So the firearms dealers here, they tend not to have very much of a variety. Like, for example, there's no official Ruger dealer in Estonia. It's difficult to get. Well, it's difficult to get American weapons. Full stop. Getting strange calibers is difficult. We have a lot of German stuff here. So the 7.92 Mauser is a very popular hunting cartridge. But if you want to get anything that isn't isn't old and isn't European or isn't Soviet, then you're going to have a bit of a hard time. I don't think I've ever seen a 303 British round for sale here. I see we have a Fellaine coming up. Fellaine, a very good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I actually was at the panel listening to your discussion. I was just being silent because I don't think I should interrupt. I just had a Twitter glitch. How do you call it? Twitter pox? And I had to step down and get back. So I am sorry for this interruption.
No interruption, Fellaine. We've told no. Stop being nice.
It's by default. I was made this way.
I understand that, but here, when you come up, you're like, hey, hello, hi guys, throw up a hand, and you don't interrupt. So now that we have you on here, I'm gonna let Tim grill you with questions on how the fundraiser is going. Tim, go ahead.
So, Fellaine, how's the fundraiser going?
Well, you threw me under the bus. I would like to firstly point out that if you look into the nest, there is a thread that I just posted a couple, maybe 20 minutes ago. It took me a really long time just to sit down, focus, and write it this eloquently, because I didn't want to put too much data, and I had to choose carefully the photos and whatnot. But it is a thread about a dear friend of mine, whom I'm hosting right now because he's undergoing training with some special equipment here in Kyiv. He just got back from the area of operation, and he will be joining us alert today. So that's Oche, or Oche Nash. He was featured in Zelensky Instagram during the National Guard of Ukraine Day. because his photo with that little squad of drones has been like, I think at this point everywhere. I saw it on Saint Javelins. I saw it in Zelensky's feed. I like in some news, some guys used it for like promotion or something. So he will be coming. He will be telling his own story. So I just gave you like an idea of what kind of person he is. He does speak English, but since he was mostly involved in a lot of combat, he didn't practice it for a while, so he might be a little bit like slower than he would have liked to. He might be irritated by that. I'm gonna be sitting next to him. He's gonna be using my account, so you're gonna have this cognitive dissonance, seeing my account talking to you with the hello voice. But that's gonna be like an ultimate scout kind of like venture, speaking from the account of someone else. But hey, you will not have any doubt that it's him. Just for fun, I added some of the videos where you can actually hear his voice. So there will be people saying like, "Oh, she brought some random fella." No, he will be coming. He's gonna be extremely talkative, hopefully, because he's usually just a chatty Cathy when he's trying to get some information. Overall, I've like first transferred to buy a drone and do some maintenance. Thank you so very much. The fundraiser is ongoing. We're gonna close it on space at the end of the month. To be honest, we have suffered heavy casualties this couple of days, so I'm a little bit lost in what I can share to you. But I'm just gonna say like the needs are really, really significant, and I don't want to once again overpromise and underdeliver. Whatever will be fundraised during this fundraiser will be utilized for the maintenance of the drones that survived, for the procurement of some top priority things from the list, and we will continue. I will continue to support my unit because this is ultimately my unit. Even after the end of the fundraiser, it's just some. I don't want to monopolize the fundraising opportunity for others, so they can reach out and MriyaReport afterwards with their paperwork and with their approvals from whoever, like brigade commander, battalion commander, and whatnot, or maybe some NGOs from other like organizations. But as of right now, thank you so very much for those who have donated. Thank you so much for those who are considering donating. I swear to God, this is going to be used for my unit solely, for no one else. Yeah, it's getting really rough. I'm pretty sure you have seen the satellite images from one of the axes to Bakhmut. It's just open field. The guys are making trenches in an open field. They're being shelled really densely. And I won't say the whole like number, but 5 guys passed away these 2 days, and more than like guys who are from the military, more than 2 companies are as of right now out. Yeah, that was the density of fire. Like nothing, like it depends. The injuries depend, but like I don't know what to say. It's been just war. But we keep on fundraising. We do need some special equipment, and drone is the top priority. And since we're gonna have the ultimate drone godfather himself, yeah, I keep joking. So his actual call sign is Ochenash, which is translated like our Father or Heavenly Father. Basically, that's the first line of the prayer. It's not coincidence because that's his actual surname. Sometimes Ukrainians have very bizarre surnames, and he has this one. We just called him Oche, like Lord or Father, whatever. And since Oche, so the Father, Lord, and I'm a saint, Sveta, we are having this really bizarre interactions with very like interesting group dynamics. We're called ourselves, and we had this Alona cult. So we're having the cult of the witnesses of the UAV. So every morning we wake up and we have this more breathing in the keychain what our cult is going to be happening and going to be doing. So technically we're just sitting and thinking how to more efficiently use resources we don't have yet, but we need to find those, and how to help the unit not only with like material but also with the like moral support.
Fellaini, are you still there? Oh, Fellaini seems to have disappeared. Fellaini, if you're still there, please do come back up, because I've got a language question for you. While we're waiting for Fellaini, thank you for that update if she's suddenly had to disappear on the fundraiser. You will see her nested tweet first on the list, and we will be joined at some stage by Ochinash, your friendly local drone operator. While we're waiting for Fellaini to come back, very good afternoon, Jamie.
Actually, my question was for Fellaini, but what time are they appearing?
I actually don't know. Does anybody know what time Ochinash is coming?
Sorry.
Hello, I'm out. 1 second.
Fantastic.
It has been suggested that they should be available between 9 and 10 p.m. Kyiv time. So it wasn't confirmed earlier, but she's has said it should be between 9 and 10 p.m. Kyiv time.
So that's in 6 hours, 5 hours.
Awesome, Sam.
Thank you, Jamie. Stick around. Hopefully, Fellaini will come back up. In the meantime, let's go to Mette Bono. Mette.
I can't see my hand now. It's appearing. Sorry. This is also halfly to Fellaini, but it's also something that's very dear to my heart, is the PTSD treatment in Ukraine. Are there any ways to get that, especially in Bakhmut? You know, these guys are so traumatized. Is there anything we can or could do or research or get some help with that? Do you think so?
About 6 months ago on the show, we did have a lady who was organizing this among refugees, and I can't for the life of me remember her name. Oh gosh. Yeah, there was talk about this, and it was so long ago that my mind's gone completely blank. Perhaps Axel or Mockers knows. But this was mental health treatment in the Ukrainian army was something we did quite a large segment on. But it was so long ago that my memory is really sketchy of it. But let me do some beavering and see what I can find on that. Yeah, this is obviously a concern. We do have two resident psychologists on the MriyaReport, Tom Zimbardo and Nick Brown, who have far more interesting and expert things to say about that particular topic, but I'd be way outside my wheelhouse. But we did talk to somebody on the Ukrainian side who was involved in that particular effort. I just can't remember enough of the details. So hold that thought, Mette, and we'll see.
It wouldn't take more than net therapy, internet therapy, because I've been in contact with the fighters, you know, and they have these nightmares, and it's just, you know, they can't sleep. They sleep like 2 hours, and they just hear the dying wangers screaming, you know, or something like that, and they get, you know, it could be something that they could do, you know, while they are there in internet. Just a site for them to, you know, someone to help them with these nightmares or something. Sorry, thank you.
Are you a mental health professional yourself, Mette?
I read psychology for 3 years, but I'm not at all a therapist. I'm not that good at it. But I listened to we had this in this space. There was this Jim who was really good with this PTSD, but it's as what comes to psychology, it's the highest trauma you can get, sort of in mental health, is PTSD, and it's really hard to. There is no like magic mushroom, so for something medical can help, but I think it's mostly group therapy, I would say myself. But I don't know. It's just there are so many, so much more professionals than I am. I'm just so concerned about the mental health of these people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mette. Jamie, you've been itching to jump in.
I can actually speak to that. I've been working behind the scenes here in North Carolina, and we have people here that are actually working over there with same therapies we're working to get past here. But I can't really speak to it right now because I'm running out the door. But there is some sort of plan, and unfortunately, talk therapy really doesn't work for PTSD. The quote unquote gold standard is something called EMDR, which uses rapid eye movement and a therapist. And again, it doesn't work for everybody. I've gone through it. It worked a good deal for my first incident with a mass shooting. But there are some compounds that are being tried now, like ketamine-assisted therapy, and which is legal here and has some good results. And psilocybin-assisted therapy. There's someone actually over in Kyiv right now, I believe, talking about this. He was in the Gulf War, and then when he came back home, he tried to kill himself 5 times. Went through a clinical trial with psilocybin, I believe, which is at stage 3 in the US, which is meaning it's probably going to be approved in the next year for PTSD. And anyhow, he's over there and he's able to be near the front lines, and he's smiling because he's not triggered. He's literally cured. But catch me on a different day and I will go through a whole bunch of statistics because I have all the PowerPoints and would love to talk about it. All right. I'm really running out now. I have physical therapy.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Appreciate your input. Raver, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Wow, what a time to log on. As some people may be able to deduce via my Twitter handle, I'm a bit of a reformed psychonaut. And, I don't have any clinical evidence to back me up on this. I'll leave that to the experts. I will say anecdotally, I never met anybody in the rave scene who didn't come from a damaged background. There's a reason drugs like psilocybin and MDMA were so appealing to us.
I'm still not exactly sure what a rave is.
A bunch of damaged people listening to techno and eating little magic pills. It's a bit like a Pac-Man game.
All right. Okay. I will leave that to the experts, Raver, because it doesn't sound like my cup of tea at all, I'm afraid. a kind of a 90s thing, wasn't it? I remember there was this big kind of moral panic over illegal raves, certainly in the UK.
They have never stopped.
Righty-ho. I see we got a couple of people coming up. Jamie?
Sorry, I had to respond to that. Yes, definitely. People are trying it on their own, but when you couple it with the trained therapist that can get through all of this, it's basically when you drop that part of your brain that says put a wall up, they can work through and get to the underlying trauma, and it's really pretty cool. All right, I'm leaving. Bye.
So one final retort. I absolutely believe you're onto something. And like I said, I'm a psychonaut. But when you're doing this therapy, think about combining it with the right type of music. In the rave scene, trance was really, really popular because of what it could do to the brain waves.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nick, very good morning to you.
Good morning. Interesting conversation I popped in on. I was gone for a second and I didn't hear it. Yeah, you're right, Tim. That stuff was really pretty big in the 90s, particularly the early part of the 90s. I used to bartend at a club that when I was in college, that afterwards they would do raves. And so, but yeah, I've been to a few of those in my days in the 90s. That was big 90s thing. But anyway, just thought I'd say that. So how did this conversation even come up? That's interesting.
So we had our friend Meta come up and ask about mental health care support, particularly for Bakhmut veterans, but in Ukraine generally. And we got on to, I think it was Jamie who mentioned ketamine therapy. I mean, this is all absolute Greek to me because I'm neither a mental health guy or a drugs guy or a raving guy or a veteran of Bakhmut. So it's kind of a bit outside my wheelhouse, but it's certainly an interesting topic.
Sorry, I just because it's fundraising day sort of, and it's just something that's been in my mind all this time, and that we could do something for the guys who are actually in Bakhmut or something, when they're returning. Is there something we can do on the internet, or maybe hire you, Dr. Nick, because I think you're a professional, to give them some net therapy or something, I'm not a professional therapist in this case, but, that we could, as this space is something else, we could sort of get some help for these guys. That's all I sort of asked. Yes, thank you.
Dr. Nick.
Yeah, I think number one, first let me just say I'm a doctor, but not that kind of doctor. There's a whole debate about this stuff, but I'll save that for another day. I'm a doctor of political science with specialty in Central Eastern Europe and the North Caucasus. So I definitely can't be prescribing anybody in that regard. But what I do know, being a veteran myself, not seeing any actual combat, but being in that, I guess, sort of world, as well as studying people who are end life, one of the things that they do is that they do use MDMA and stuff like that to help them, particularly veterans as well as people with end life, to deal with the trauma, the mental trauma, because sometimes people with PTSD have a very difficult time just talking about their emotions, and that has been a recent breakthrough. So I guess that's one way to sort of pull all these things together. I had a feeling it might have been something related to that, but in a controlled environment with a psychologist or a psychiatrist, or probably both, they can sort of help veterans open up and deal with the trauma of war. And I know that we are dealing with at MriyaReport, we are helping and interested in helping I forget what the official name, but there's a veterans group in with sort of the official Ukrainian government. They're working on these types of issues, and I know that we're working on donating to them as well as one of our donators. So that's something to think about.
And also, we, as well as our resident clinical psychologists here, Tom Zimbardo and also Nick Brown, a member of our co-hosting team, they had a segment last week with Professor Jim Cohen, who is professor of psychology at the University of Virginia, talking about these topics. So as our podcasting goblins go through and edit our content into consumable segments, that will be appearing on our website. So if you're interested in Ukraine from a mental health perspective, then keep an eye on the website for that. Let's go to Shaggy, please. Shaggy.
Yeah, I agree with these things that are labeled drugs to be used to help treat PTSD. I mean, you're not going to be handing out disco biscuits willy-nilly and giving people some Tiesto or Armin van Buuren to listen to. So yeah, in a controlled environment, yeah, it can be very, very, very useful. Seems a bit. I have kind of mentioned this before when it comes to cannabis on this space, and it seems a little verboten, but it is going to be a big topic going forward to help the defenders and the civilians actually, who are also going to be suffering from PTSD. So yeah, needs to be talked about in a controlled environment, basically. That's it.
Thank you very much. Ming the Merciless Fella, welcome. Ming, are you there? You're talking into a muted mic if you are. Okay, I think Ming's having some IT problems. The Trash Panda, very nice to see you.
Good morning. Good morning. I just want to jump in here as little inside information for anybody that served. This is second nature to them. As long as these guys and girls are with their unit, they're fine. Even if they're in the deepest, darkest trenches of PTSD, as long as they're embedded in their unit, they're fine. You have your buddies, they're watching out for you. Everybody's subjected to the same thing. It's when you remove those people from that environment and you try to integrate them back into society, that's when the troubles start. There's no decompression. Back during World War II, it took several weeks for the troops to get back to North America because they got to go by ship. So they're decompressing on the ship. Now you hop on a flight and you're back in your hometown in 6 to 8 hours, and you're expected to go get groceries with the missus, and you're still trying to get the stink of burning bodies out of your mind, right? They're fine as long as they're within their unit. Going forward, after the offensive and things start to wind down and the Russians have been properly spanked, that's when we're going to have issues. That's when we're going to need an army of psychologists and psychotherapists to go over there and basically recuperate an entire society.
Absolutely. Just a quick mic check. Am I still audible?
Yes, you are, Tim.
Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this kind of structured decompression is something that Western militaries are taking more and more seriously. Obviously, it is a question of resources, but in my own country, the UK, they have one of the things that came off the back of Helmand, which was a particularly intense and both intense and long engagement for the British Army. It lasted almost 20 years across Helmand and Lashkar. They started, they call it, God, what do they call it? They call it controlled group isolation. So there is a course you go on when you get back from Afghanistan, where they send you to Cyprus. The UK has 2 large facilities on Cyprus, and they get you doing various rest and relaxation activities in a military setting before packing you back to your hometown to do civilian stuff and do garrison duty, which apparently seems to be very effective. I assume there's an equivalent I assume that Uncle Sam has an equivalent which is far better resourced than anything the King can lay on. But this is certainly something Western militaries are taking a lot more seriously. Hopefully this is going to be very much on the cards on the Ukrainian side as well. Ming, are you ready yet?
Yeah, no, I'm working. Sorry, my screen seized up. I don't know why, but thanks, Tim. Yeah, no, interesting though. What we were hearing there about people are okay if they're with their units, with their sort of close friends and or fellow soldiers. I watched a video yesterday, which was an interview with a Ukrainian guy who seemed to be on his own, from what I could tell, driving a BMP, collecting wounded and or bodies back and forth from the front. And he just looked like he was in terrible shape. I mean, I really felt for the guy. There were things he couldn't even talk about. He just had to turn away from the camera and everything. I've forgotten where I saw it, but I'll see if I can dig it out, because it was very, very touching.
Thank you very much, Ming. Let's go to David, please. David Farrell, very good morning. David? Okay, David's obviously having some technical problems there. David, you may be talking into a muted mic. Or perhaps not. Dr. Nick?
I think David might have to recycle. I think he was trying. But this is a really important topic, and maybe we can get somebody back from the government meaning the Ukrainian government, to talk about the issue. And gosh, I forgot exactly what I was going to say. So I was kind of hoping David was going to go. So maybe come back to me. We could try David again. But if he's there, he's there. If he's not, then, because I don't want to change the subject until everybody's had their say.
Sure. Okay. So we'll park that for a second. When David can unscrew his Twitter, he can come and have a chat. In the meantime, I think it's with PTSD. Not meaning to belittle its impact, but we do have to remember that it's fairly unusual, right? So you look at the rates of PTSD among Western soldiers. It's around 6% for men and around 10 to 15% for female soldiers. Even in very, very high intensity conflicts such as the Great War, was estimated that about 25% of people who came off the front suffered from it. So it's not like everybody who's seen that side of things will come back an absolute wreck. So it's kind of important to stress that it is fairly rare. And it is something that needs kind of targeted diagnosis and targeted treatment, right? So it's not going to be this general thing that people suffer from, which I think that's fairly important to stress. It's not a pandemic, so to speak. Let's go to Raver, please. Raver.
Hey, so I'd be interested in what the PTSD rates were for the Germans after the Great War, or even after World War II, because I think there's probably some sort of an insulating effect if you know you were on the right side and your side won. And I think that's one place where all of us can have a direct impact on Ukraine is by donating to make sure that the Ukrainian troops have the kit they need to win. Well, one, survive, because you can't have PTSD if you're dead, but two, win so that they go back into a society that still resembles what they left home. And you know, we have a role to play there with our donations. So that's one way we can all have a direct impact, is donating to a Ukrainian cause today.
Absolutely. I don't know what the rates were among the German army of the Great War. I believe they called it war hysteria or war neurosis in the German army, and like basically all of the militaries at the time, there was a certain taboo around it. There was this resistance from military establishments, and this conflation with the symptoms of psychological trauma with straight up cowardice. So there wasn't an enormous a very particularly good understanding of how these things worked back then, which hopefully we're getting a little better. It is actually comparatively recently in the, shall we say, in the institutional understandings of Western militaries that this has been recognized as a problem. I think the position of, I remember reading somewhere that the position of the British government was that that PTSD wasn't a real phenomenon, and this persisted well into the 1980s or something like that. So there was this enormous resistance to the existence of this thing from Western militaries, surprisingly late until surprisingly recently.
Can I jump in, because this is exactly
Sure.
what I was going to talk about, and it reminded me that thinking about my own father's situation, Vietnam vet, and that he really had a hard time and struggled with it, but he never saw anybody about it because of what you just described. There was this sort of attitude that you don't complain, you just get up and go about your business, and because otherwise you're going to admit that you have some sort of mental health problem. There was always this sort of stigma. So I think it's hard for us to really sort of say what numbers people had in wars in the past, because there was a significant amount of people hiding uh, out of fear of being labeled mentally ill, because that could end up where your employer finds out about this sort of thing. And there weren't all those protections around that, I think, until fairly recently, actually, at least in the United States. And so I think that it might be kind of difficult for us to put how many numbers people actually had, or whatever, because those people who went and saw help are probably smaller than the actual real number. So that's something to keep in mind. That's kind of one reason why I know a little bit about PSD in relation to the military, is because of looking into stuff related to my father. But you, there was just so much negativity. There was such a stigma around it, and I think that I know that there is in Eastern Europe still too, from a um, if we're going to talk about things quantitatively. And so that is an issue, I would imagine, in Ukraine as well. And so we need to make sure that, kind of like what you said just a minute ago, Tim, that this is a thing, it's okay, it's normal. And I think that we should definitely
make that clear so that anybody listening or whatever, they could spread that news, but also that we need to, like Raver said, to ensure that we're donating so that fewer people fall victim of it, fewer people, are in this situation to begin with. But the last thing I would say is that this war, I think, is different than recent wars like Afghanistan or what have you, in that it's in some ways it's more like World War II because of the waves of meat that keep coming. And every once in a while, I'll see a Ukrainian defender say something about that, or even the Russians. So, that it's that the amount of death is staggering, that they just keep, just throwing these waves of meat at them. And you can't walk away from something like that and be completely like 100% okay. Maybe you might be 90% okay or something like this. I'm just throwing numbers out there. But there's got to be some level of trauma that I think a lot more people will be faced with than we imagine, trying to base it off of numbers from past wars. It's going to be, I think, a big problem, but hopefully Ukraine is in a position where they're thinking about these things and trying to figure out what they can do to minimize that sort of damage. We've already seen people come home and kill themselves. That's another thing in relation to that. And we also have to think about, this is the other thing I was going to talk about that I forgot. I'll just mention it briefly because I know that there's hands, that it's not going to be just PTSD from the military. We're talking about PTSD too in the civilian population because of how this war is being waged, particularly on the Russian side with, mass rapes and even of children. Some people may have seen some of these things or know somebody that it happened to, and then they're dealing with their own trauma as well of the constant sirens, the constant hiding, knowing people died or seeing what they saw. So there's going to be that kind of PTSD too, which is just as serious. We have to take all PTSD very seriously. It's just going to be a different kind of PTSD, but just something to keep in mind.
Sure, and it's not just stigma around mental illness as well. In the military world, there are some things you absolutely cannot be diagnosed with, because that will follow you around. It will end your military career, and it
Right.
will follow you around for the rest of your life. So, if you're leaving the military and you have a mental health diagnosis, that can prevent you from becoming a police officer. It can it can it can make you fail vetting. It can do all sorts of things to you. It sticks around like a smell on the landing. And so, as with many physical injuries, it will end careers. David, you've got your hand up. Welcome.
Hello, Tim. Good morning. Thank you for hosting, and hello, Mockers, Dr. Nick and Raver, Shaggy, everybody here. I think I heard Meta earlier. Thanks for having the space, and please retweet and share. This is MriyaReport. If you pay taxes to the IRS, please consider making a donation from your disposable income to MriyaReport.org. It is a registered charitable foundation here in America, which means if you pay tax to the IRS, you can get a tax receipt, which will be a tax-deductible donation of your next tax returns. Excellent. I wanted to speak about language and trauma and propaganda, right? So thank you very much, Dr. Ford. You've opened the door and I might step over it. If I fall, please catch me. You mentioned how even civil society, given that this war is fought on their back gardens, front lawns, in the street, down by the shop or in the school or the hospital, this is their homes. The war has come to them. And so when the war leaves, they will be healing together. I think it's important to note that it's always important to keep this in our conversation, that these are the military folks, the men and women, boys and girls, they, them, who are fighting, are from societies that are, okay, may have been disrupted, or people are internally displaced, or maybe even have had to take their bags and go to a different country, and hope they were lucky enough to go to Ireland. But the point being, it's different than visiting a zone of war and then coming home, or going to Akatiri or one of the other. I know the French also, I know the Foreign Legion folks also kind of have similar constructed. It's not really a resort, but it is a destination where there is pub, or you know, social amenities. There might even be activities, like you said, like planned recreational activities, all within the military context, and that is to help those folks reclimatize. And I suppose with the Ukraine situation, it would be to the beaches of Crimea, to those old horrific Soviet resorts that the Ukrainian heroes would be going, not just to R&R, but to be able to demobilize as much as they can emotionally before then going home, maybe, or before then reintegrating. But the difference I'm trying to pinpoint, but doing it poorly, is that given their nation has been invaded and they are liberating it square inch by square foot, it will be a much larger societal community response, because they will all, to a greater or lesser extent, for the reasons mentioned here previously, horrific as they are, to include rape as a weapon of war, not as a sexual instrument. That's a lot. Most men make that mistake. It's not as a sexual instrument. It's done as an act of war, and so. But these people will be healing together, is what I'm trying to say. And so those who have served under fire shells and fired shells, and those humans who have received fire or been beside fire, citizens going out, they will all be healing together. And so I think it will be a different thing than PTSD perhaps is experienced here in, well, this Western society in America, because it's on the land, it's on their land. And so I don't think it will be easy, better or worse. It's not something I'm qualified or even would trust anybody to make a judgment on. But I think it's different, and so will come with different opportunities and definitely unseen challenges, or unknown challenges to our generation, shall I say. We'll have to read back and see how it was done in France, how it was done in Jersey and Guernsey, and how it was done in Norway and all these other places that suffered brutal occupation by genociders. That perhaps will be a more accurate guide. And Dr. Ford, what you say about being able to project future cases by looking at previous cases, for any malady, you are taking a leap of faith that all the previous diagnoses were done to a similar quality and scientific standard we have today, which we know can't happen. Famously, people who were in the First Elizabethan War in Ireland were known to be diagnosed with the Irish ague, and then they would pass away from having received a flu in Ireland. It was called an Irish ague. And so, probably pneumonia, but it wasn't classified as so. So my point is a little bit of a humor. We shouldn't try and provision for the future based on previous data, knowing all we know about flaws in data collection. Rather, we should project it based on those most recently returned, and in these demob or resort places where folks can R&R and kind of therapy down a little bit, hopefully to improve reintegration. Healing each other will begin, and that habit can be taught. And perhaps then the wounded or the person who has experienced wounds in themselves or others might be able to become a trained person or preliminarily trained person, so that they can become a little bit of a healer in wherever part of society they choose to bed back into. It is very important in my mind also to include well, my own strong support for the LGBTQIN+ community. I say this because it's often mentioned in passing, but never long enough for my taste. So I'm going to take a time now that the forces of Ukraine are indeed made up of folks from all walks of life. Particularly, I'm aware of a deep and I would say professional approach from folks who have shared with me that they're in the LGBTQ community, and they also happen to be some of the most whispering people doing some of the most interesting and delicate reconnaissance, military work, or whatever you want to class it as. So I mention it because I love them and they love me, and I think it's worth mentioning. And so please retweet and share the space. This is MriyaReport. It's a public and open forum. Sometimes we discuss deep matters such as PTSD and helping Ukrainians win victory and then win the victory after the military victory. Give if you can to MriyaReport.org. Thanks, Tim and Mockers.
Oh, sorry, my phone was playing silly buggers. Thank you very much, David. Some interesting thoughts there. Let us go to Shaggy, I believe was next. Shaggy.
Yeah, just a couple of points. So regarding the troops in the trenches not really showing signs of PTSD, I think that's probably relative to where they are and who they're with. I think they've definitely got PTSD. They're going through trauma. So different people are going to react different ways to it. And it's also PTSD. It's not PMTSD. So it's not just military trauma. That's been mentioned by Dr. Nick and others. Civilians get it as well. I suffer from it. My PTSD, my mild PTSD, comes from prolonged childhood trauma. So there's a scale of suffering, you can say, on the PSD with PSD. Some people exhibit extreme symptoms, and some people just mild symptoms. It's just got to do with trauma, and people react to trauma in different ways. One of the hardest things is being a man with PTSD, because basically until very recently, and even now in many areas, you just get told to pull yourself together, be a man, and all these kind of tropes and all these kind of things, and it doesn't really help. It gets brushed under the carpet. So yeah, people in the LGBT or the rainbow community, I don't know all the letters, they're going to be suffering from it in a way as well, but they'll have been traumatized by being stigmatized by society. So it's a really prevalent mental illness just caused by simply trauma, and people react to it in different ways. So yeah, it's a really important topic that needs to be discussed. I'm not saying I'm definitely not an expert in it, even though I've got a little bit of it. I don't know what the solutions are. The solutions are going to have to be tailored individually, but there has to be a range of solutions, and it has to be talked about openly, because it's in Ukraine. It's going to affect a hell of a lot of the population. It's both been there in the trenches. It's both been there in the cities and towns as a civilian, and those that are outside of town, out of the country as well. Survivor's guilt, it is a form of PTSD, and a lot of people suffer from it. It's you could say it's a mild form. It's a very mild form, but I do think it still falls under that umbrella, because they're witnessing a trauma. They have friends and people that are going through trauma, and when you go through trauma, you might get stressed and have symptoms directly related to having gone through that. So yeah, very important.
Thank you, Shaggy. Okay, so we'll get through. We've got a few hands. We'll get through that, and then I would like to move the conversation along. So let's go to Kevin, please. Kevin.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. I got a 1-year-old crawling in my leg, trying to squeeze in just a quick mention. Like I would like to focus on like post-traumatic stress. Like I think we got to catch up to the future here. It's not a disorder. I don't think anybody that suffers from it recently would refer to it, and I think that every statistic that we talk about, we're talking about somebody that comes back and just offs himself. I hate to say it like that. So every single number counts, and just basically, yeah, it can be from anywhere, and people just need to. And we've just barely scratched the surface on that. I'm not trying to be too aggressive, but like I said, I would like to go forward if we can with just PTS. Anyways, I love you guys, and I gotta run. Have a good day. I'll be listening.
Good on you, Kevin. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I guess that's one for the psychologists. I was hoping we might have a couple of our resident psychologists come up and give us an expert take, but I guess they are busy psychologizing somewhere else. Okay.
Well, I don't know a lot about psychology, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. So the whole trauma, it's a whole spectrum. Like for PTSD, your life has to be threatened in some sort of manner, right? You had to been put in mortal peril at one point. And a lot of what we're seeing is OSI. It's operational stress injury, and that's when it's a different color of the same thing, if I make any sense. But the whole traumatic stress, it's a spectrum. There's a whole spectrum of it, and anybody that serves, you never know. And that's one thing that stews in a soldier's mind that hasn't deployed yet, is how am I going to react under fire? Like you can be like bang on with your drills and whatnot, but when the metal meets the meat, you don't know what's going to happen. And that's, that kind of plays in our mind like all the time. Excuse me. So it's a whole spectrum. Sorry, I'm kind of out of breath. I'm trying to get ready. I have to go and I take my leave of everybody here and go out and monitor the largest strike in Canadian history.
The largest strike in Canadian history?
Yeah,
jacket.
Yeah, the Public Service Alliance is currently on strike, and there's 155,000 people on the picket line right now.
There's no one at work in Canada this morning.
Well, nobody in the government.
Are they striking very, very politely?
It's pretty civil. We're about
strike on here, eh?
Yeah, it's pretty civil right now. Like with any kind of civil action, the longer it drags out, I imagine the more tensions, patience is going to fray.
So holding signs saying, now look here, it would be awfully nice if our pay kept pace with inflation.
Please and thank you.
Yes, and please pardon the inconvenience. Yeah, that must be an awkward job being a Canadian trade unionist. You just can't be aggressive, can you?
Oh, they can be. They can be. Like I'm saying, we haven't started burning cars in the streets yet, and it has happened. But it's pretty civil right now. And the thing that because I was on the union side, like I came up through the ranks, and now I'm on the management side. You still have to work with these people, right? When it's all said and done, we're still all colleagues, and we're like some of the people on the picket line. I've spent 20 years of my life working with. And so I'm not going to get all uppity with them. And they know that, shouting at me will not bring them an economic package. But with that, I'll end it there, and we should bring it back to subjects germane to Ukraine.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ming the Merciless Fella. Ming the Merciless Fella. Oh, no, hang on. He's dropped and he's coming back up again. Okay, we'll just wait a couple of seconds for the Ming.
Brilliant, thanks. So the nice timing there. Sorry, apologies, I lost sound there for a moment.
There you are.
Yeah, no, thanks to some listeners, I found that video. It was on the Big Sack Twitter account. But having said that, don't be frightened of watching it, because it's not normal Big Sack style gore. It's just a very, very harrowing watch to see how much that poor man is suffering doing what he's doing. I've just retweeted it, and so you can find it in my feed. But separately, on a happier note, in other news, have you seen the news about who's going to be attending amongst international leaders the May the 9th parade in Moscow? It's hysterically funny, the report that lenta.ru have put out. I'll read it to you. If I can find it. Oh yes, here we go. On May the 9th, only the president of Kyrgyzstan will come to Russia among foreign leaders. So there we go, all one of them.
And he's only going to try and get the milk bill paid, right? That's why he's turning up, for the milk cows.
Exactly right.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ming. Let's go to Meta, who hopefully will round off the PTSD conversation, and then we can move back to, well, we can move to other topics. Meta.
Exactly what I wanted to do to round up. Thank you for having this conversation with me. But I guess it's as he said, Tim, so very, very nicely. It's not all of them who are suffering of it. It's 7% or something. But to prohibit this, it's like we should get out of this stigma. And you said that you're done, your career is done. It should be sort of mandatory to have this option to at least talk to a group therapy or something. I don't know how to help these people, but as we've said, it's civilians, it's everything. It's just something that I hope that people think about. This is like the space where everyone has brains and it's all over, and it's so if we could like sort of think about somehow how these people would sort of seek help, at least go and talk to someone who knows whether you have PTSD or not, but they would have trauma, and that there would be sufficient help somewhere, somehow. But that's it. And let's go to Ukraine. I'm so happy I had this opportunity to talk about this thing. Thank you.
Well, I guess this is one for the relevant military medical services, but it is far from easy. There is given soldiers' activities, not just fighting but training, access to weapon systems, etc. Mental health deficiencies, for want of a better word. They can have a serious impact, and it's not just the individual patient, but they can have a wider impact in the military. The overwhelming majority of PTSD patients are not dangerous, but some of them are, and so there is a calculus that has to be made around the military medical services duty of care to soldiery generally versus their duty of care to individual soldiers. And so it's a bit of a toughie, and I think to go down that rabbit hole we'd be well outside our wheelhouse, given that we don't have any practicing psychologists on the panel at the moment. But with that, let's go to the G-Man, please. G-Man, welcome to the panel.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. This is still on the subject of PTSD, but I've just come up, and it'll be the last. Last week, according unless somebody else brings it up. Last week I was listening to a daily podcast that I normally listen to from the Telegraph on Ukraine. They had a guest on from Ukraine, who's a founder of it's the website. I'm going to tweet out about this. I'll send it. You can look it up from there. This founder of Superhumans. It's a new Ukrainian medical center that provides reconstructions, prosthetics, and rehabilitation for soldiers that have lost their limbs. Obviously, that's not the subject of what we were talking about, but the fellow's name is Andrei Stavnitzer, and he did go on to talk about PTSD. And basically, what his foundation's doing is going and getting state of the art medical practitioners and bringing them to Ukraine to train the trainer type thing. And so for prosthetics, they came to the British with our experience in Afghanistan with the IED, the amount of lost limbs. Now talking to that, he was saying that a lot of the limbs, it didn't tend just to be lower limbs as it was with the British Army with IED strikes. It could be it's artillery, so it could be any limb. But he also talked about PTSD as well, and that they're going to try and everybody knows in Ukraine that there's a massive PTSD problem, not just in the armed forces, but among civilians as well. Anybody that's seen a rocket explode in their building, or even a rocket flying over periodically and landing in the building next door, there's a PTSD wave that's going to hit them. And he talked about the Russian-Afghan war as well, and how the millions of troops that fought through those 10 years, that was a PTSD nightmare that nobody acknowledged. And from his story from the Soviet Union, that basically most of those troops became mafia foot soldiers later on, because they had no other option, they had no other place to go once they had demobbed, and the PTSD issue just wasn't at all acknowledged, much as it wasn't 41 years ago. In the Falklands conflict, there was a lot. It took the British government an awful long time to recognise that, or even Gulf War syndrome, which is from the 1991. I think it was Gulf War. So it's an important topic that Ukraine will need help with from the West, for sure.
Thank you very much for that, G-Man. We now do have a psychologist up, Nick Brown. I have a question for you, Nick. You interviewed Dr. Jim Cohen last week. Maybe you could talk us through what was discussed with a particular emphasis on Ukraine.
Yes, Jim Cohen. It's just Cohen. It's just like if he's got a pointy head. There's no diuresis in the middle. Yes, I put my. I'll get you in a minute, Tim. For G-Man, I think there's a couple of things that are important to say. Number one is that we absolutely need to distinguish between post-traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder. Post-traumatic stress disorder is a chronic thing. It requires a diagnosis by a psychiatrist or a similarly qualified person. The vast majority of people who have been in war do not get PTSD. Their understandable stress resolves naturally over time. And it is simply not true to say that anyone who has seen a rocket pass over their head, I mean, they will have sworn a lot, they will have been scared, they may have had trouble sleeping for a few nights. That does not mean they have PTSD. And I think we need to make that clear, because the majority of people, the majority of mental, a large number of mental illnesses actually self-resolve over time. So I think that's the first thing to say. The other thing is that Gulf War syndrome is now widely accepted to have been chemical in origin. There is a whole industry among, unfortunately, the psychiatric and psychological professions, which, for a variety of reasons, some of them unfortunately ideological, tries to portray almost any set of symptoms for which the medical establishment currently doesn't have a plausible physiological origin, therefore they must be psychosomatic, on the basis that medicine knows absolutely everything. There's no point doing any more medical research, because medicine knows absolutely everything, and therefore if we don't have a solution for it, it must be in your head. This is well, it's pretty terrible. It results in long COVID patients not getting treated. It results in people who've had various post-viral syndromes, most notably the ones collected together under the banner of ME/CFS, not being treated properly. and many of these have physiological origins that we either discover, which in the case of Gulf War syndrome, I believe it's been relatively well established that it's due to nerve agents, or as yet unknown symptoms. So that would be the just on that. We don't wave these things around too lightly. So back to the interview we had. So yeah, my friend and colleague Jim Cohn from the University of Virginia came on and gave us, I think, a very sober view of what we know, where the research is, what's important, and what it's important to not go overboard on. Interestingly, he suggested that, and I hadn't really thought, he suggested that a great deal of what is necessary to at least start the treatment of PTSD via which currently the best thing we know, and none of these things ever work for everybody. Please don't call in to say it didn't. Is via some form of exposure therapy, which consists basically of people reliving the trauma in the presence of a reassuring person, and that is, like everything else that we can discuss about psychology on this space, a vast and gross oversimplification, but that's roughly it. And the thing I took away, which I hadn't expected him to say, was that he thought that relatively educated lay people, starting with medical practitioners, but also people who just have a leadership role in their communities, can be trained to deliver a certain amount of this exposure therapy in a relatively short time and at a relatively large scale. So I thought that was very positive. I had a whole load of good feedback about that call that we had with Jim, and I hope that we will be able to get him back on. I'm developing some more questions for next time. Although, of course, there's always the new audience, so it's always a question of balancing the degree to which you repeat and the degree to which you go into other topics. So yes, that was last week Thursday. And it was quite interesting. Jim's very calm guy. It all started off rather quietly, and then it just built up to some really interesting insights. And when Jim left, we had an interesting hour-long discussion. And this topic, of course, always brings, everyone has anecdotes on these topics. But it was good to have a view. Particularly someone who's talked a little bit with people in the US military and about what their experiences have been, because they have been fighting wars and having IEDs go off and have all that stuff since. And I mean, one of the things we discovered was, I don't think this was any surprise, but social support is an enormous factor. And historically, certainly from Vietnam, but I think even today to some extent, the US is not necessarily the most supportive society of its veterans. There's the sort of thank you for your service, but it's kind of thank you for your service, that'll be $7.99. And so hopefully there can be a little bit more national solidarity in Ukraine, partly because, as we discussed, everyone in Ukraine has been aware that there's been a war on. The United States hasn't really been in an existential war since 1776. World War II, I think, probably mobilized the whole country. But other than that, America's wars tend to be seen by many Americans as just another news item. And so there isn't that commitment that there will obviously be in the case of Ukraine to reintegrating their soldiers. So there are reasons to be optimistic. The problems, there will be problems. They will need addressing, but first of all, they won't be, I think, quite as extensive as those of us who haven't been in any form of war kind of imagine that. Yeah, the first time I know for a fact that the first time one shell exploded within 200 meters of me, I would be needing a change of lower body clothing pretty quickly. So I can't begin to imagine what that's like. But that doesn't make PTSD. That doesn't make for the persistent nightmares months and years later. So yeah, there were pluses and minuses, but overall I thought we learned a lot, and I came away from that discussion more upbeat, or let's say less downbeat, than I had been before.
Thank you very much, Nick. So that segment with Professor Jim Cohn, without the anuresis. I always thought anuresis was a weak bladder, but apparently it's a linguistic term. Will be podcasted by the audio editing gnomes in the background of the Maria Report, and will be on our website presently. So if you're interested in hearing that, please do keep an eye out. Let's go to Dr. Nick, please. Dr. Nick, please bearing in mind that we have rinsed the psychology topic, so if we could limit this to specific questions for Nick while he's up. Thank you.
Right. So you were talking about, first of all, let me just say, I agree, just seeing a bomb go over your head isn't going to equate to PTSD. But I think that it's really hard. Just somebody who's I'm a quant person, even though my degree is area studies, I do significant amount, like my dual thing is quantitative methods. Thinking about this in terms of populations and all of that, I think that it's kind of hard for us to gauge looking at past wars. And somebody who's very quantitatively based, I would say that it would be kind of problematic to say, okay, well, veterans from the UK or the United States coming home from Afghanistan had this rate, whatever, of PTSD. I think that it's problematic to try to equate just from a method standpoint, to try to equate that one war or other wars in relation to this one, because it's different, because the whole society is affected, as well as in some ways it's a lot more, like I said before you hopped on, in relation to like World War II with the meat waves and all of that, and seeing that kind of trauma as a frontline soldier or being a civilian, and knowing that not only are you dealing with this war, perhaps you were in occupied Kherson or whatever, and that your niece died from being raped by a Russian soldier, and seeing people just shot and laid out in the streets and stuff like that. That's a little bit different, I think. So from just a methods point, I would say that. And the other thing I would say, and I'm curious your thoughts about this stuff, Nick, which is why I'm bringing it up, just not to equate, but if we're forced to, just in the United States, the rates of suicide in U.S. veterans is 2.5%, not 2.5%, is 2.5 times higher than that of the general population and their rate of the rate of suicide. And so, and again, that's not us being in a fight for an existential fight for our lives. And seeing that kind of meat waves and all of that, what that can do to somebody's psyche. So I just am curious what your thoughts are about that, because not only do we have to deal with PTSD in general, but potentially, the rates of suicide of people who never come in and get treatment, and so they aren't going to be counted in those numbers.
Just out of interest, do you know if that number of 2.5 times higher is compared to the overall general population or to the male general population?
No, to the overall population, I think. Or
well, so I would.
know that men tend to fight more in war, but
no, but also men tend to commit suicide more generally. So if it's relative to the overall population, a good half, at least, of that 2.5, i.e. 1.2, a good chunk of that multiplier might simply be that there are more men going off to wars. So these things are extraordinarily difficult.
Sorry, just a very quick point. There's also age as well, right? So younger men tend to have higher suicidality.
Yep. You have to be sure that you're comparing the same populations, and then you have to say, okay, well, is it you know, is it men? Is it younger men? Is it younger men who from the rural south of the United States? Da 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 da. So
I'll find the study and
should
I'll
you
send
even?
it to you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Should you even look at it as a quantitative problem, or should you just say we will do what you know whatever we can to? I'm reminded of this sometimes, and this is a terrible thing to say, but I'm going to bring it up at this point rather than in the context of the conversation we just had. But there sometimes I saw someone say, and I think they were talking about road safety, and they said something like, car accidents are the single biggest cause of death for people aged 18 to 25. I forget what it was. And somebody replied, and they were not trying to be cruel. They were making a very, very serious point. And they said, what would you like it to be? What would you like the biggest cause of death to be? And you know, what they meant was, of course, well, we don't want people that age to be dying at all. Well, that's great, but that's a different question. And so relative multipliers don't tell us very much. And again, because they're often confounded. So they enable us to make rhetorical points. Something must be done. But quite often, by the time you've actually extracted the various biases due to what you've selected, it turns out that it's not a particularly big bump. And it can sometimes come down to better diagnosis. I'm going to give you a non-military related example, but of how these kind of statistics are enormously hard to handle. You can improve cancer survival rates by screening people, even if you then don't treat them. Why? Because cancer survival rates are defined as living for 5 years from your first diagnosis. And so let's imagine that there's a particular type of cancer that is completely incurable and will kill people within, on average, 6 or 7 years of it starting to develop. If you screened people every year for that cancer, they would still all die, but they would die after 6 or 7 years. Whereas if it maybe takes 4 years before symptoms appear and you didn't screen them, then they would die 3 years later. And you would say, oh, it's terrible. It has a 5-year survival rate of 0. And if you were screening everybody for it, you'd have a 5-year survival rate of 100%. And then you'd pat yourself on the back without doing any treatment at all. So all of these statistics have to be treated with a great deal of care before you start using them to drive policy. That this is not to be read as a minimization of the issue of PTSD, or indeed of a suggestion that we should do less about suicide, but be very, very careful with any statistics that don't emerge from randomized experiments. There is always the question of what they mean, how they came to be measured, and when you go to compare them, as Dr. Nick hinted, wars are different. How can you compare them? And sometimes I think it gets very difficult indeed. And that's just in terms of, and that's, for example, that's for things where you have a clear outcome like suicide. In the case of measuring how much PTSD there is, now we're down to how you measure it. And so all of these things, we know there's a problem. We can try and measure it. We will always, to some extent, fail in that regard. And the people will always be leaping on one or the other. So, I've seen people I've seen a situation where someone had a program to fix a particular condition, and I don't think the program worked at all. But they basically chose the methodology that gave them the highest possible number at the start and the lowest possible number after 5 years of the program, and therefore the program had worked. But there are so many ways of measuring these things that they may be, so. Yeah, all of this, unfortunately, this is a big complex world with a lot of money in it. And I think the other issue that we touched on with Jim is a great deal of diagnostic and statistical research in psychology. As psychology is overwhelmingly dominated by American psychology, is driven by insurance, what the companies will pay for. My favorite thing on this that I read, is that from 1960 to about 1990, diagnoses of anxiety in the United States halved, while diagnoses of depression doubled. Now, it could be that people suddenly stopped being anxious and started being depressed, although the two go together a lot. It could also be that the way in which a combination of the insurance and the drug markets was structured led to incentives to diagnose depression rather than anxiety. So it's a big complex world with occasionally people who are not entirely neutral on the science or the merits of the case. That's part of the background. That's just part of the background when we're trying to find out what's going on and to explain it. And those things are lurking there. And so for people who aren't fully aware of how the sausage is made in this kind of world, that's just a little example of if you stick your head around the door of the abattoir, that's an example of the kind of thing you find in the sausage factory of science.
I agree with that. I mean, again, as somebody who's quantitative, I agree with a lot of what you said, as far as, people can, based on things like insurance or whatever, find ways to diagnose things differently. And then that, of course, is going to drive rates of one challenge, mental health challenge, over another. That's definitely true, and I think it goes without saying. I do want to find that study and send it to you. I read it some years ago, so I don't remember exactly how they were measuring this particular statistic. But I think that one of the things that you said is more important than anything, and that is that we don't need to be thinking about, well, what number is acceptable, number one. Number two, I think that based on that, though, I think we run into a kind of danger if we, how should I put this? If we sort of, I guess, minimize in any way through language or what have you, because even if the number is, say, 0.5% higher than the average suicide rate, if we were to put it across all people. But again, I don't remember how they measured it. They may have done it something more like that and done a randomized study. I mean, it was, I think, Brown University who did it, so I would imagine they did. But I digress. I think that we need to focus on the very idea that seeing these kinds of things is going to be very traumatic for people. It is a different kind of a war. And taking all of that together, I think we can expect, and we're already seeing soldiers coming home from the field in Ukraine committing suicide because they just can't handle it. They just can't wrap their minds around what they saw and then try to live this sort of day-to-day existence. And so that is definitely something we need to think about. And I think that a lot of attention should be focused on that kind of mental health, whether it's a transient situation that people get over, whether it's one that they don't. And also keeping in mind that, kind of something I mentioned earlier, is that in Eastern Europe, Central Eastern Europe in particular, and the idea of a man going to seek mental health, those statistics, I saw those some point last year. I'd have to pull it up again, but it's just seen as not acceptable. So there's that thing that has to get past as well, like that sort of barrier to seeking mental health in the first place, so that there are these reductions in suicides and all of that. So of course, there's always junk science, there's always bad science, there's people that manipulate for various things. But let me find that study and I will send it to you as soon as I do, because now I want to know. So, but I think that we need to focus less on how infrequent it is, rather than saying that it is frequent enough that it does need to be dealt with.
No. I think we should also say Ukraine and Russia both have suicide rates somewhat above the world average and somewhat above the Western world average, just as a baseline. Dr. Nick, I can recommend you an article, and for once I don't have to give any particularly difficult details, because once you have heard the title of this article, you will not forget it. But an article I thoroughly recommend for anyone with a lay interest in psychology, trying to understand how difficult it is to measure things like this, not suicide as an outcome, but particular things like PTSD or any mental health diagnosis. A wonderful article from a couple of years ago by a couple of colleagues of mine called Measurement Schmeasurement. And it's spelt exactly how you imagine, and it's a fairly accessible article in terms of indicating what some of the problems. I mean, it's still a scientific article in a psychological journal, but about the problems and how a lot of psychology does not measure things well. So measurement schmeasurement.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming up, especially at short notice, Nick. That's been a really valuable segment. I would like to close this topic now because we've been talking about it for the best part of 2 hours. And also, our favourite Verlaine is now back up on the panel. Verlaine, welcome back.
I do apologize for jumping down so quickly. I just received a video call, and I don't receive them quite often from that area of operation. So you are a priority, guys, but in comparison, there are some more prioritized things. So I do apologize for doing that.
Yeah. Apparently, Verlaine, apparently there's a war on or something. Have you heard about that?
War is war, yeah. Anyways, yeah, so sorry for doing that. We were talking about yeah, I'm sorry, my dark humor and sarcasm these days are back and forth and all over the place, such as I am all over the place, but yeah, war is war. We were talking about my friend and myself coming somewhere closer to, like, right now is 5 p.m. Kyiv time, so like in 4 to 5 hours we're gonna be coming space. If you take a look into the nest, you're gonna see a call sign Oche Nash. You can actually find his he doesn't have a Twitter handle, he doesn't have Twitter overall, but he has Instagram account. So if you just try to look for him like Oche Nash as it's written in his in my profile, you're gonna find him, you're gonna see more photos and more videos, and he likes to post stories. So if you're an Instagram person and you like to just browse what's happening, but he mostly speaks in Ukrainian, so but he's a fun one to just follow. Yeah, so Oche, a drone operator from the Rapid Reaction Brigade Unit 3018 Rubij, offense guard, will be joining myself and the panel in 5 to 6 hours. No, okay, 4 to 6 hours. I don't know exactly the time. It's just it depends on his state and if he's willing to come this earlier. He's definitely going to be coming because he wanted to. Just I tried to explain him the general idea, what is Twitter Space. So the easiest way to explain to him that this is like an online radio where everyone can come up chatting and just talk or tell the things which are important, or as we've been doing this for more than a year, spread awareness about what's happening in Ukraine. Nowadays, I also, with the help of a lot of different people, use this as a platform to help fundraise. So with the approval from my brigade commander and the teammates of MriyaReport and we're running a fundraiser. It's the shortest version, if it is toys for the boys, but it's toys for the boys and girls and whoever is within the unit, because we need a lot of various types of equipment to procure for them. Obviously, we won't be able to satisfy all the needs because that's that's just like 100,000s, but we can still fix and manage some of the top priorities, which I'm currently doing, thanks to generous donations. Like the first batch which we received was 5 grants. I already maintained a couple drones, procured some gear, substituted some winter gear for summer gear, and also ordered and already delivered like a sample drone, one of the Mavic 3 flight combo war, because they need it for specific missions. And I think Ocha will tell you fun fact. I call him Ocha even when we're like just chatting. Our call signs have become an integral part of ourselves. So Ocha will probably explain to you why they use different drones for different missions. I will try to sometimes maybe interject because he's a chatty box and he sometimes likes to spill the beans. It's like, oops, joking aside, no, he's a wrecking dude, so he won't spill the beans. So don't you even try. He's gonna just pressure you with his wit, and maybe he's gonna pretend to not know any English whatsoever. It's gonna just make me translate, and I feel he's gonna be like, using his elbow, like, I'm gonna be speaking in Ukrainian. I'm tired. I'm from the area of operation. I'm like a combat unit on my own. By the way, we're gonna be joined by his crew member Snake. There's like one part about that. He's also a Reiki specialist. I don't know, but he's just really quiet. So there's gonna be 3 of us. So there's like a joke when they were on the Reiki course. His call sign is me, like the Snake Island. But they also had a guy whose call sign was technically it's boa constrictor, so udav. But the interpreters who were interpreting them, like Ukrainians who were interpreting for the Canadians, didn't know how to translate the species of boa constrictor. Obviously, they weren't nerdy as I am. So they decided to assign them like big snake and little snake. So it's me, the typical snake, who is like almost 185 centimeters, is called little snake, and boa constrictor, the guy who is much shorter than him, was like big snake. So it's complete cognitive dissonance for me when they were explaining. I was like, why didn't you like just use the proper namings? Anyways. So he was going to be also sitting here, and they will be just coming, maybe not only to die, but also up till the end of the fundraiser. I'm going to try to bring them because we need to accumulate some resources because technically I'm sometimes falling apart. By the way, spoiler alert: this Friday is going to be the 28th of April, and Ukrainian television will be broadcasting 5 it's going to be every week. It's going to be a series of 5 interviews by our president, minister of defense, chief of the security forces, the SBU, chief of the HUR of Ukrainian intelligence, and also our General Zaluzhny, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Ukraine. It's going to be also broadcasted on YouTube. Integrated subtitles are all done by me. Mic drop. Yeah, I don't know how much more credibility can an interpreter get in this country. Yeah, they should mention me in credits. I don't know. Walter has already exposed my real name, so I don't. Sorry, I don't see the point of hiding it. So you can just find it. Anyways, that's what I've been doing last couple of weeks, helping out the guys translating those 5 interviews. Every interview is at least 50 minutes long, 40,000 symbols long as well, with dashes, and they are all very interesting from the perspective of interviewing, documentary. You're gonna definitely enjoy interview with well, all of them are really enjoyable, to be honest. I can't spell more beans because I have NDA. I'm just giving you like a heads up. There's going to be 5 interviews, probably firstly broadcasted on the national television and then uploaded to YouTube. I will definitely post them on my timeline because the interviews will be up starting from next Friday, so 28th of April. They will start posting them every week. There's going to be a next interview, and you will see them coming. If you have seen the documentary Year or the Year, you have seen the snippets of those interviews. These 5 ones will be like the full set. So Budanov, Zaluzhny, Reznikov, Maluk, and Zelensky, 5 of them. It was a challenge, but once again, all the money I raised for this, or earned for this, probably earned for this is better word in English, will be spent on my unit because they need all the help possible. And I mentioned to everyone who comes to Ukraine, because they're like, Victoria, you shouldn't be this altruistic, you should just rest, you should do something. I don't see a point of saving money now if I can just be like, I don't know, killed, shot at, shelled at any moment. Like I'm living as my guys on the front line, delayed life. They get their salary as well for defense, and they still invest their money in our defense. So I should do exactly the same. And I just am not able to keep up on my own, and that's why I'm doing fundraisers on Twitter with the help of MriyaReport guys, because I don't want anyone to think that I'm doing this for myself. God forbid. I have all the letters from the CEO. If needed, I can't make you like a phone call with it, but I definitely can ask him to record the message, or I can go to the unit and make a video with him. But that's like another kind of story. I do have official paperwork done. And if you have any questions, comments, concerns, just ping me. All the information about the fundraiser and how can you donate money if you can. I'm not asking to go like full mode into credit cards and whatnot. No, don't do that, please. In Ukraine, for instance, we sometimes, and I also take part in those fundraisers, like we raise for like, let's say, 1 million hryvnias, which is roughly nowadays, if the currency exchange rate is the same, like 25, 30, less than 30 grams, and everyone sends like 100 hryvnias, which is less than $3. If everyone starts sending less than, I don't know, like even less than $3, it's gonna make much of a difference. Obviously, not everyone can do that, and I'm not asking you to do something which you can't do. Obviously, I'm not that kind of person. But if you can just share or retweet or reply, right nowadays, I'm sorry, I need to vent a little bit. Nowadays, Twitter has become like I don't know, like a dumpster. I'm trying to find the people I usually like to read in the feed, and they're nowhere to be found. Like everything is just so messy, so disorganized. I see the tweets that are like 5 to 6 days old, like at the beginning. I don't know what the guys with the algorithmic analysis department are doing, but obviously they are mostly playing on Russian side, to be honest, because you see outdated news. You see some things which are almost irrelevant, or you have no idea why it's even in your feed, and it's not even for you, it's your timeline, because you see some of the people share it's just insane. Since I've been on Twitter for a really long time, more than 10 years, 12 years, I think there's like a line there so you can see how much time. Okay, so I've been here for 13 years. Thank you. Oh no, 12 and a half. I'm used to seeing those times when you had only 140 symbols, and you were so efficient, and you were just in the small community of your kindred-hearted spirits and people who shared your opinion and ideas and so on and so forth. Nowadays, it's so hard to organize anything. But as Ocha had mentioned, and I had posted a really big thread. So if you just joined the space, welcome, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Now I'm talking about my friend, the Reki, basically a scout who is part of the Reki element. He's doing aerial reconnaissance. He's going to be joining us today. He's highly efficient. He's really deadly, but he's extremely silly. Sometimes he now has a mission of making me laugh every morning, every evening, and just in between, because he feels like I don't rest enough, and that's making him mind boggled. Like basically, he's just really concerned. So he's extremely silly, extremely funny, but at the same time, you'd better not face him on the different sides of this fight. He's going to be joining with me. We probably will be sharing. We definitely will be sharing my account, so you're going to have this a bit of a cognitive dissonance, but you're going to hear his voice and you can see him right above in the nest. Once again, if you want to follow him, Instagram is the way. He also has a TikTok account. It's ochanash88, as far as I remember. You can find it in the videos I posted. There's like the handle for that. All the photos were given to me by him. Today he said, and he said, not all of them. Okay, 4 of them were mine. So he had chosen the ones that he felt like represent him best. All the shootage is also done by him. Apart from the ones, like you can see, there's like a photo shoot. It was done not too far away from Bakhmut, more like 30 to 40 kilometers from Bakhmut, by our press officer Max Taran. Yeah, and you can maybe think about questions you would like to ask him. Please don't ask anything OPSEC, and don't ask about counteroffensive, because he will just go into a philosophical mode. Why are we fighting? Well, it's interesting to hear his perspective, but you can read about some of his ideas in the thread. So if you have any questions, prepare them for like 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Kyiv time, which is roughly 4.5, 5. Wait a second. 3.5, 4, 5 hours from now on. And we will be trying to come every day, more or less the same time. Today, I don't know how long the interview or just him getting acquainted here will last, because it's really like he's right now staying with us, and we were kind of like family. We've been like family, and it's a given that he's comfortable. But when he gets out in the city, and there are some indications that people haven't had the share of the war is still here, because every bit of artillery and strikes are going towards east, so people are a little bit more like on chilling, and he's just from the battlefield, so it's very hard for him to adjust to this big, they call it the mainland. Yeah, adjust to him to the mainland. So I will see how he goes, and maybe I will just and end this a little bit earlier, but let's see how. I will just stay with you then. I'll let him go and rest. I see that there is Peter, because I like in my mind the space is important, of utmost importance, but I will always prioritize their mental health. Sorry. Peter, I think that you have a question. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Faline, hi. Just to tell everybody, I heard you probably 5 days ago in the evening talking, and you really grabbed me. You know, I thought you spoke beautifully, and what you discussed was so. It made us realize what people are going through in Ukraine. And I think, in the UK, or many of us who are sitting in our comfortable homes. We're so detached from it that it's so important that we do realize what you're going through. You are an incredibly amazing person. There was you, and then there was an Australian a few days later who spoke in the evening again, who was fighting for Ukraine, and you two have really stuck out in my mind as being really special people. So just to say to everybody, listen to Verlaine and do help, because you know what she is doing is beyond anything we can imagine, and she needs our support. Thank you.
Oh, Lord Peter, thank you so very much for saying this and acknowledging this. I'm beyond touched. I jumped out of the space to speak with Panda. Like, well, in Ukrainian it's Panda, but obviously it's Panda for you. So R and sounds so basically they're the same animal, because he liked pandas. And we both are huggers, so we usually just like, oh, panda hug, whatever. And he was saying that I and Nastya, it's one of the special correspondents, like journalists who are covering the war. We're like their nukes. Like we're the special weapon they don't have. But they feel that but they feel that we can do like some impossible things. It's like you are like weapon of mass destruction, but on another level. I was like, who we are destructing, like evil. I was like, okay, Panda, you need to sleep. But yeah, it was so thank you so for saying that. It's so touching. I even don't remember what was the day 5 days ago. What was the day 5 days ago? What is the day today? Monday. It's Monday, right?
So
Yeah.
where are you now? Can you say, are you in Kyiv now, or?
Yeah. Now I'm in Kyiv. I'm hosting the guys, so I'm in Kyiv. I will probably get with them to the unit once they're done with the training. So I will bring some special equipment which I need to sign off for the SIGINT unit, and I will be coming with them in a couple weeks. It depends on the situation. So if the situation changes and the military guys know how it happens, the first thing you ask, has the situation changed? So if there are no indications of the changes of the situation significantly, drastically, you will hear me from that place as well. But let's see how it goes. Now I'm in Kyiv. I'm in the very apartment team interviewed me. I'm actually sitting on the floor and repacking some packages again. I sent yesterday 13, 7 to one location, 6 to another location. It was a total of 220 kgs, because we had energy drinks. So if you want to send energy drinks and they can't buy them closer to the front line, you place like a set of 24 or 48 like these cans on the like you see, that's the box and another one. And boxes actually sound differently. Every box sounds differently. So I have like 10 of them here. Anyway, so you place them on the bottom, and then you fill it with whatever they ask for, or some random stuff. The guys know how it, like those who have seen my messy room when I'm packing something know how it goes. So we did that. One pack was received, and another one, like 7 have already been received, and now the 7 now the 7 are still going, because it's slightly different. Logistics is slightly different. Even those two locations are like 5 kilometers away from each other. Sometimes they have a separate line of actually vehicles going back and forth, and you need to wait for your turn because of vehicle checkpoints, because of air raids, because of some other stuff. And these are candies, by the way. Some people don't like this sound, I know. So I apologize.
Verlaine,
Yeah.
quick question for you.
Mm.
While we're on the topic of energy drinks, I'm reminded of my time in the service when we had to be very careful. Particularly, well, we had to be very careful when we were doing stuff with Americans because they the U.S. Army basically runs on energy drinks. I'm sure the rest of the U.S. Armed Forces is broadly the same. You rarely encounter a Humvee without a cooler of energy drinks in the back. We had to be quite careful about that because there was one particular brand that's on the US market, I believe it's called Ripper, which contains ingredients that will make you fail a British military drugs test. So you have to be careful with the American ones because they contain all sorts of stuff that isn't necessarily legal in the United Kingdom. I just thought that was interesting.
That's a really interesting bit of information. So at some point I was sleepless, and I'm not complaining. I'm just stating. I don't need your pity, but at some point I was sleepless with those interpretations and with the help and whatnot for like 4 or 5 days in a row. So I slept maybe like hour and a half per day because production needed it to be done faster because it should have been proofread and approved by the authorities, obviously, because the translations when you're translating someone of that level, it should be you know. So I was really like sleep deprived, and I was running on energy drinks. And at some point, I was like sitting, and I look on my t-shirt, and it's all like just like bloody, and I see that I'm having like a massive nosebleed, and then I realized that this is like overdid it. Like
Verlaine, just quickly, I've got
Yeah.
to go now, but I will be on tonight to listen to you both. You said 7 o'clock Kyiv time.
No. Kyiv time, it's gonna be like 9 or 10. I will make sure to pass this information. I will need to speak with the guys, and I will pass the information to MriyaReport team who is going to do the cards and whatnot, and I will also post it on my account. But I feel like we will be doing this not earlier than in 3 hours, not earlier.
Okay. All right. Well,
Makes more
take
sense.
care. And I saw you there. I had to come on and just say hello. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. See you in a bit.
Verlaine, I have a language question for you.
Go ahead.
Now, one of the reasons. Hang on, I'm just going to mute you because you're being really noisy packing stuff. One of the reasons it is said that the Royal Navy consistently bested the French Navy during the Age of Sail, aside from the French Navy being manned by Frenchmen, of course, was that the English language is a far better language to shout in. It's difficult to give short, concise orders in French, or at least it's more difficult. Now, this is possibly apocryphal, but it is an interesting theory. My question is, what is the Ukrainian language like to fight in? Is it a good language to fight in?
I think language of curses makes everything really short, brief, and understandable. So I feel like whenever they need to do something, they just use a curse word, and everyone gets what they need. It passes on the intent, it passes on the information, and technically speaking, I feel like that's what's happening. I mean, I can ask Little Snake about that. He just came back home. Yeah, well, technically, Ukrainian is a good language. Since I'm interpreting, I mean, mostly at the ranges, mostly, but not only from English to Ukrainian and backwards. I feel like for instance, English attention, Ukrainian is увага. It's faster, even. The way I shout it is usually making everyone like. When we, for instance, use the commands, you also make them as short as possible. You can find synonyms. So Ukrainian language is very rich in terms of having a lot of synonyms. You also can adjust it. I know that the British have, and then Canadians and US, like all the English speaking community, they do have a lot of acronyms, and it simplifies their life. It makes my life so much more difficult because in my head there are 4,000 acronyms which I need to say, like for instance, then just say military decision making process, then just say MDMP, and then you do it for Ukrainian, so it's just like MDMP, which is VPP, which is військовий процес прийняття рішень. You're like, why are you doing this to me?
It's no easier in English. All the acronyms, it's a constant nightmare.
It's a constant thing, but Ukrainians are not that, let's say, obliged to use the acronyms all the time. They can use them for special things, for mostly for the equipment. Everything else is just a full word. I remember there was like a meme of Boris Johnson and Zelensky signing something. I don't know, I don't remember which one. Honestly, I don't want to lie. And there's like a version in Ukrainian and a version in English, and it's like 1.5 times bigger in Ukrainian because our words are much bigger, just to compare. But if you talk about giving orders or issuing orders, mostly issuing orders in Ukrainian, or shouting in Ukrainian, I'm telling you, curses are the ones.
Fantastic. Yeah. There was an interesting article about swearing during the Great War in the British and the Imperial armies on the Western Front, and swearing was ubiquitous, right? The French army referred to the British army as les fucking, because it was the most identifiable and widespread word in the English vocabulary. And one of the things that this article noted was that if you wanted to convey the urgency of an order, you would drop the swearing, right? So pick up your effing rifles was the normal way you would give an order. If you said, pick up your rifles, that meant that something very serious was about to happen and you needed to treat the situation with due urgency. I do wonder if that's the same in Ukrainian. You drop the swearing to make things sound more serious.
At this point, guys, we have the sense of urgency, which does not need cursing. Cursing is a natural response. It's like it's almost physical. Before the beginning of the full-scale invasion, it's gonna be a joke, but that's true. I only swore, like I was swearing only at my work because this is what I do for a living. I translate people, and sometimes it requires you translate curses as well, because they are part of the emotional response as well as the body language. So seeing me in action, you would have seen that I also was mirroring or doubling some of the body language to the person who was listening to the interpretation in real time would realize which body language, no, which sign of the body language the other person was expressing. That's a bit nerdy, but that's just how I am. And I had to also provide this emotional responses, unless there were just too many curse words, and then you just lose the meaning of this emotional response. They were just like, okay, he is cursing a lot, this is the word he's using, but like this is what is he saying, where is like too much of that. But if we're talking about just right now the front lines and the guys issuing orders, it's more or less the same. We all have the urgency.
But a Pauli, just a second. I'll just mute you for a second because you're very noisy, Philaine. I see we've got a Pauli up. Pauli is from Finland, which is linguistically very similar to my adopted country of Estonia. Now, something I've noticed in Estonian is it's actually quite difficult to swear. You know, the way Estonians swear is kind of quite mild. You know, it's kind of to the devil with you, you blackguard, or something like that. It doesn't have the kind of visceral rudeness that swearing seems to have in other languages. And so if you want to be really rude in Estonian, you tend to use Russian or English swear words. What's Finnish like, Pauli?
Yeah, I would say Finnish swearing usually it creates attention when when Finnish people swear. Actually, as a segue to swearing, I propose that in NATO the official swearing language will be Polish and Finnish in the future. I think Ukraine will also be in NATO in the future, so we could have form a universal swearing language. I think Polish and Finnish would be a good mix. There's some nice swearing words.
Czech is a good language to swear in as well. I remember being in the car with a Czech friend of mine who's a very angry driver, and just kind of the stream of consonants that came out of his mouth at the slightest setback was very funny. Oh, I see Verlaine has dropped a listener. I guess Verlaine just had to disappear. Verlaine, if you're still around, please do come back up. Failing that, Pauli, you had your hand up.
Yeah, Tim, unfortunately, that was all I had. I came up for the swearing part. It was so captivating to hear it, and it really caught my attention. Thank you.
I can add to this conversation that usually I swear like a sailor. So you'll all, if you ever meet me in person, you'll be horribly shocked, because you'll be like, "Oh my God, I thought she was so polite."
I think it's your your very kind of molasses-like children's book narrator tone of voice that would make swearing a shock from you mockers.
So
It's very smooth.
Me and I F and Jeff for the first time, you'll be like, "Oh!" You'll have to have a stiff drink to make yourself feel better afterwards.
Oh dear. So unfortunately, Verlaine has gone off to other things, presumably packing stuff for the Ukrainian military. If she's still around, please do come back up. Failing that, we look forward to later this evening at 9 p.m. Kiev time, which is 7 p.m. London time. There is also a time in America, which I don't know. But in 3 hours, in just over 3 hours, her comrade Otchanusk, call sign Otchanusk, which means the Lord. I think she meant it's like the kind of theological term, the Lord, which is an interesting call sign. Will be coming up to talk with Verlaine about their activities. He is the famous master of drones, seen in the picture that's nested in Verlaine's tweet at the top. So do come up in just over 3 hours to hear from Otchanush. In the meantime, this is the Maria Report. We are live 24/7, bringing you the most up-to-date coverage of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We are staffed by a team of around 40 volunteers globally. We have all sorts of people on the co-host team. We all bring something to the table in terms of expertise. We also have a lot of people working unsung in the background, doing technical things, doing sound editing for our podcasts, which become available on our website as and when the team manage to edit and distill them down into decent content. So they kind of go up at the speed at which we can manage that. So please go and check that out. There's some of our great guest appearance on there. We are also a registered charity in the United States. As of January, we have had 501c3 status, which means that we are able to accept donations directly. And if you are an American taxpayer, you get to tax rebate those donations. So on the charity side, we've been working with various people, including the Ukrainian Ministry for Veterans Affairs, including Chef Zhenya and his Magic Food Army, providing fresh, healthy meals for the Ukrainian armed forces to the tune of thousands a day, and also to Verlaine's friends in the Rubizh Brigade, one of whom will be joining us at 9 p.m. Kiev time, as I've said. So if you've got some spare pennies, please do chuck them over, mark them, If you wish to see them go to a particular place, we will ensure that that happens, and tax receipts for Americans will be issued, where you will get a rebate, I believe, next year. Mockers.
Yes, I was. I've given up on work now. It's boring. So I was just going to add some things which I don't know if you knew all about these today, Tim. That there've been some booms related to drones, drone attacks overnight, and I thought we'd just go over them for the new people waking up. Yes, so we've had some booms at Sevastopol, and we know that there was something smoking there, and probably not just a guy on the dock, because there was quite a bit of smoke. We believe that it was 2 surface drones that appear to have been in the area. Now, the video shows one of the drones does explode inside the bay. So it was difficult to see if there was anything else damaged. The Russians have stated that they repelled the attack with no problems, and both they blew up by themselves, basically. But well, there appears to have been something hit there. They're obviously not admitting it at the moment, but big column of black smoke. So they definitely managed to make contact with something, I would say. That's not the drone itself just burning, I'm sure. So that happened. But also, did you hear about a fuel storage in the Luhansk region?
Nope. That sounds like a big bang.
Well, it was a big fire for sure. This is in the Rovenki district in Luhansk, temporarily occupied area. So it is Ukraine. And as a result of the attack by unmanned aerial vehicles, a depressurization occurred with the subsequent burning of the tank at the oil depot. So I would suggest this is a good military target to be taken out. Do you want to get rid of some of their fuel and what have you? And I'm just going to retweet this again so that you can see the map in the corner. You can see how sort of how far within enemy territory that is at the moment, how far within the occupied area. So that's quite some way back. And we do know that they've got drones now, which apparently can fly beyond Moscow. So that's also fun stuff that we're going to be able to see. I think more capabilities with drones, especially these one-way drones. I was impressed that they seem to have made a pinpoint target out of this fuel storage tank, because nothing around it looks damaged or on fire, just this one column of flame. So yeah, pretty cool. Pretty pleased about that. Now, then drones. I did mention drones, didn't I? Because there was a drone found this morning in Russia, and it was stuffed with explosives. I don't know if it was stuffed with explosives, but it does look quite a large drone. It was found in an area called Noginsk in the Moscow suburbs. A 3-meter wingspan UAV weighing 85 kilograms apparently just fell from the sky. Now, media are saying it is a UJ-22 drone. The Russians have also said that the explosive charges that it was carrying were Canadian M112 charges. I don't know why they were specifically classed as Canadian. Maybe they checked their accent and they said a boot instead of about, but maybe they had a big sticker on them saying "We are Canadian." No clue. But anyway, that's what they've said.
Now,
so,
the UJ, just a very quick word on that. The UJ-22 is a very cool thing. It's a Ukrainian system. It's made by manufactured by USE, which is Ukaspec Export. And one of the cool things is it's a propeller-driven turboprop UAV, and it looks like one of those monoplanes from World War II. So it looks
Yeah,
like a Spitfire
I
or a
think it
Hurricane.
looked like a little aeroplane.
Yeah, and it's really cool. So it's got a not an enormous payload, 20 kilo payload, but presumably it can be overloaded. Flies at a maximum of 160 kilometers an hour, and its range is not disclosed. But yeah, it's quite a cool little thing. It looks really neat. It does take a crew of 4 to operate it, though, apparently. But it's a
Well,
really
it
cool
was
little thing.
100
I suggest you Google that.
kilometers behind the front. Just so you know, it was at least 100 kilometers behind the front line. So that's minimum range, I would say.
You'd think so. I don't know how far small propeller-driven thingies can fly. I'm not a flying chap. But anyway, sorry about that. I just thought I'd add some color on that. Do please carry on with the explosions.
Well, there is a fire. Now, this fire was actually in Ukraine. But the reason I'm mentioning it specifically is this is one of the Moscow-aligned churches. And, well, although I don't have... I don't feel that you should take it out on the building, especially if it's a historical building. By all means, deal with the problems, but yeah. Anyway, a suspect has been arrested for the arson attack, but it was extensive. Let's just say there's not much left of this particular building. Just looking at it, though, it wasn't actually a church. It does appear to have been a large building where meetings and possibly some services were held, but it's not a historical church. Now I look at it. But yeah,
you do have to be careful with that, because religious buildings are protected from attack under international law, the laws of armed conflict, unless they're being used for military purposes.
Yes, exactly. And well, I don't know if you could argue that it might be being used for military purposes, as it was specifically aligned with the Moscow church. But well, we shall see what comes out of that. I certainly don't condone burning down buildings in arson attacks. We have heard a little bit about, remember the blogger Tatarsky, who had an explosive meeting in St. Petersburg? Well, the young woman that they picked up, who didn't really look exactly like the other woman that they wanted to pick up, I mean, it might be her, but there was some word that it might also have been her sister. It's very strange. Anyway, this young lady has had her appeal against detention rejected. She was in a closed hearing and apparently made a statement, "I'm madly sorry about what happened." That's a weird statement to make. Maybe that's just a strange translation. Very odd. However,
Was that mightily sorry?
she's madly sorry about what happened.
Madly sorry. I thought mightily sorry. It sounds like something from a Western, doesn't it? Yeah, mightily sorry, Sheriff. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I just feel as though it might be a bit lost in translation what she really meant. And 300 journalists have signed a letter calling for the release of Evan Gershkovich. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to work. I mean, I think it's brilliant that, you know, people are supporting him, but when did Russia ever respond to a strongly worded letter? I have a funny feeling that they will end up offering him for trade in some way. They want something out of it, don't they? They wouldn't have picked him up in the first place. He seems in decent spirits, though, whenever he's been seen. So that's something.
This is the Wall Street Journal chap.
Yes. Yeah, so there's been a 300 signature letter signed by journalists calling for his release. I'm not sure where they've sent it to. Journalists working in Moscow. There we go. So they have indeed sent it to the authorities in Moscow. But do you think that they're going to respond to a strongly worded letter, Tim?
Seems very unlikely to me. I think the more interesting question is what Uncle Sam is doing about this. Maybe Dr. Nick has some color on this. Nick, what's Washington doing?
As far as I know, they're doing what they do in every single one of these situations. There's always behind the scenes type discussions in the realm of diplomacy and all of that kind of thing to see who, just one second, I'm getting into my car, as far as who, you know, what Russia's specific demands are, and trying to determine how they can align those things with a release if possible. I don't know right at this point who Russia is interested in trading them for, but usually they do these types of things when they're looking for a specific kind of trade. So I have to sit down and go through all that and figure it out. But as far as I know, and I haven't seen much on this, to be quite honest, they are doing the diplomatic dance that they always do in these types of situations. And remember, they're still trying to release the other U.S. Hostage / prisoner who has already been in prison for some years on spy charges, whose name completely escapes me right now. So that's important to keep in mind as well, that there still are other Americans. There's still somebody else, at least, who is currently in Russian prison on false charges of espionage as well. So just thought I'd throw that out there, and I'm happy to spend a little bit more time trying to drill down on who exactly Russia wants. I think they already got their big person out of the Brittany Griner situation. But that's all I've got for right now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nick. Yeah, I still don't know that guy's really useful to them. His name maybe, but him in person, I'm not sure. Still, good luck to them.
Well, I think it's because I think they nabbed him because he's a reporter that works for what I think it's Wall Street Journal or something like this, right? So that's part of it, and like you said, his name as well. I think that they still are able to use this for propaganda purposes and what have you. So, right, as far as actual worth, as far as who they might want to trade them for, I don't know. I can't think of that off the top of my head. But I feel like, you know, they just are doing this at this point to say that, you know, none of you people are untouchable, and particularly from US or Western media. There's probably some sort of backlash as far as how how Russia perceives coverage of the war is. And we know that Putin does like to control those types of messages. So perhaps it's just a warning in some ways too. I'm sure it's doing double duty in some way, but I'm sure that one of the messages that they are interested in sending is that they are, want to get rid of these people out of Russia because it doesn't particularly serve their interests.
Or the other possibility, he is actually a spy.
Well, that could be too. Maybe he really is. We don't know. But regardless, I still think that it still does some of that double duty also, because I don't think that Russia is particularly interested, knowing how they deal with media in general, particularly at this point in time. I don't think that they are really thrilled with the idea of having American journalists inside Russia as it is. And if they can scare some of them off, then that is a bonus sort of thing that they can put on a win for them. So just something to think about also. But anyway, I digress. So I will give it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nick. Look forward to hearing more color on that. Mockers, we have had a little nugget from the Chinese Foreign Office. Would you like to hear it?
Is this perchance a response following yesterday's slightly bad form?
Yes, yesterday's diplomatic outrage by China. This chap has been this guy Liu Shaiyi, who is the Chinese ambassador to France, or perhaps soon to be was the Chinese ambassador to France. I don't know if the Chinese Communist Party do the windows in the same way that the Russians do, but maybe they're a little less stylish than that. But he came out and he, shall we say, cast some doubt on the genuineness of the sovereignty of post-Soviet countries, and it was really quite appalling statement. And needless to say, those former parts of the USSR that are currently on the Western side, which is all of them except the Russian Soviet Socialist Republic, of course, which is also a former part of the USSR. They had a few strong things to say about this statement, and the spokesman for the foreign ministry in Peking, Mr. Mao Ning, has said that China respects the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all countries and upholds the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. Now, this, I guess, goes back to my comment this morning, in which territorial integrity is something that the Chinese lean on very, very heavily, because it is basically the only basis of their claim to Taiwan. Right? It's the idea that nations have a territory that's defined in law, and they have the right to keep that territory integral. So yeah, they're quite big on territorial integrity, except when they're stealing parts of the South China Sea, or attempting to, by building artificial islands on the territory of variously Vietnam and the Philippines. But let's not talk about that. It's not imperialism when we do it. So yeah, it does seem that this chap has been very firmly put back in his box by the Peking regime, and hopefully we'll be hearing a lot less from that poisonous little twerp in the future.
Do you think this guy decided that I'll bring forth this speech? G'll love it. He'll think I'm being really good for the country, and then totally misjudge the situation, and now he's like, don't know, in a hole in the ground somewhere crying.
Well, there is a lot of that, right? Because this comes back to the wolf warrior diplomacy thing. So wolf warrior diplomacy is a term for the aggressive tone that Chinese diplomats take. You see it all over Twitter, right? So if there's an official channel of the Chinese state, part of its foreign ministry, it's probably tweeting really horrible things and really aggressive things and really untrue things. Even people in fairly minor positions. There's that awful woman, what's her name, Mei Jiang, who is the Chinese consul general in Belfast, and her tweets are just, her feed is just revolting. It's just, oh God, it's like Trollstoy. It's just really horrible. And I do like to bully her a bit. She's never actually responded to any of my comments, and she's not blocked me yet, though she does block people. And I have responded saying, look, you're what, pushing 60, and you're still the consul general in Belfast. Your career blew up on the launch pad, so there's really no point in this. Do you really want to be remembered for this? Anyway, she hasn't responded to any of that. But all their accounts are like that, and it's the wolf warrior diplomacy thing. It started off in the era of Xi Jinping. Started off with the famous foreign ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian. And he started this kind of really aggressive tone on social media with Chinese diplomacy. The theory is that it's one way to get noticed in an organization like the Chinese state, which is, very, very intensely political, right? There's no such thing as a civil servant in China. You are a politician and you have to behave accordingly. And so in a state as enormous as the Chinese Communist Party, you can struggle to make enough noise to get noticed. And so the working theory among Western political scientists, although I assume Dr. Nick has a better take on this, being a political scientist herself, is that being as noisy and horrible and rude and aggressive as possible is one way to get the boss to notice you. So maybe it was that, Mockers, and maybe it's one of those, yeah, please notice me. I'm saying stupid things to foreigners and it's annoying them. Very counterproductive if your aim is diplomacy, but if your aim is internal politics, then I guess it might work.
Oh, apparently I've put somebody in the calendar twice, so they've now got to cut themselves in half and sit in both co-host seats at the same time. Do apologise.
Can't we use one of the Doman or one of the Axel clones to do that?
We've got an Axel clone coming, yes, but I believe you need to go and deal with family stuff at some point, don't you? And considering I do not have small humans running around my house, I think that's only fair that you go first.
He is escaping from the small humans. He's sitting in the garden doing important communications work.
Absolutely. And because I have to drive, I can't have a beer. It's infuriating because I've got a fridge full of beer.
Oh, that's just a terrible situation to be in, Tim. In that case, I feel terribly sorry for you.
These are the sacrifices we make for the cause. I'm sitting here. It's a beautiful sunny day. It's about 17, 18 degrees. I've got two dozen continental cooking lagers in my fridge, and I can't touch it because the first sunny weekend of the year here in Estonia, there's going to be a ring of steel around Tallinn with the breathalyzers. No, I mean, I'm not one to touch any drink and drive generally, but I think this week would be a particularly stupid week to do it.
Exactly. And Tim, by the way, if I may highlight this, where you are, it may still feel like 17 degrees, but if you come back to Tallinn, we're already at 10 degrees. It's dropping as planned.
So you mean my plumbing's going to freeze again, and I'm going to have to fix it all again next week?
It looks like it. The night temperature is supposedly around 3 degrees.
Should be all right. I think we'll get a kind of the Water won't be frozen. It'll be a kind of slushy. I'll have a hot and cold slushy on tap.
Marcus, as you can hear, we have real issues here. It is a sunny but cool country.
Well, I live in the UK, so I'm going to tell you all that we don't even see the sunshine. We just get like rain and cloud, and a bit few other bits in between. Our summer, I think, the last couple of years lasted for about a week, and then we had like a day here and a day there and a day there, and the rest of it was just rain. So you can't tell me that weather's a problem, because I live in the UK, and I think Pauli might have a different take.
You live in the country and especially on a level in the country where it's already a bit northern. So you could technically go due east and hit Frisia.
Oh, heck, let's not get onto that again. I'm not having the pair of you cracking. Pauli, go ahead, my friend.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, I was just thinking about the upcoming session with Thomas Steiner and about the schedule. I think it was scheduled on Sunday, 30th of April at 9 o'clock. Do the co-hosts know what's also celebrated on that day in Finland and Estonia? I'm afraid that this space might be filled with drunken Finns and few Estonians during that time. So be aware.
Well, the Estonians don't do Vampo as much as you do.
Yeah, but they will learn. They will learn.
You'll show them how it's done, will you, Pauli?
Yeah, Vappu, as we call the eve of the 1st of May, it's official mayhem in Finland. People party like there's no tomorrow. So it's a big celebratory day in Finland. And it originates from the date that the 1st of May was Labor Day. Labor Day, that was free public holiday, and then during the eve, one day before that, people like to party. So that's the short story behind that.
Walpurgisnacht.
Yes, exactly.
So it was so rare to get a holiday off like that you will have to celebrate it. Well, I get it.
Exactly. The Finnish history is quite gloomy and dark.
And the funny part is, of course, that as Tim will know, because Tim will advise you that Belgium does not exist, Saint Walpurga was the leader of a cloister in the 8th century in what was then the Frankish kingdom. So that is the northeast and at the border between, say, the Flemish part and certain middle parts of in this case, today's Belgium. But Tim, you will probably appreciate this, because this is why we lit bonfires and the likes. And it is against, we protect ourselves against witchcraft that night, meaning we have to oil ourselves, literally.
Is Walpurgisnacht the thing where you dress up in the? Is it like our friend Tom, like his carnival in his hometown? Is that Walpurgisnacht?
I think some of you in your area do this, and yes, that is quite true. But it is all the way. It goes through the whole of Scandinavia, say Central Europe, all the German-speaking countries, and the likes. Yes. But also Czech Republic and the likes. But you know how it goes,
Now,
Yeah,
there's
in the
sorry,
sorry.
Pauli, please do go on.
Yeah, in the Finnish countryside, they used to let the horses out, and they would wash them and bath them to get rid of the pesticides and flies during the summer. That was a tradition. So, in a way, oil the horses. But Axel, I'm tempted to ask, with what kind of liquid do you oil yourself? Is it like Macallan 15, or what's the oil you use?
It's Bunahaven.
All right, that's about what I was thinking. Yeah, good choice.
The thing is, we have the Tynaton, so I can only do so literally starting in the last 5 minutes of the Tynaton. So there you go.
Great. I cannot wait, and I don't know how how to say prudently Thomas is going to follow the media blockout, but hopefully there will be some widely public knowledge by next Sunday that we can maybe remotely discuss, or some Russian events. Thank you.
Okay, to round this off, in Estonia, by the way, we call this Volbrö or Volbrö, and which is the equivalent of your Vapu. So it's the same thing. Everything is a derivative of Walburga. And in the Czech Republic, they still burn big bonfires where as a remnant of burning the witch.
So hang on, they don't still burn witches?
No, they haven't. It's only on your island. Your part of your island, Tim. Only in Wales.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I feel society has gone substantially downhill since we stopped burning witches. You know, it may have been not strictly rational, but I think it did serve an important social purpose. So I'm broadly pro.
And on that happy note, shall we go to Hop?
Well, since we're on the subject, I also am pro witch burning. You just have to choose a side of the aisle. I had a quick question, and this may have been discussed earlier, but I've been indisposed today, rather relative to listening. Can somebody bring me up to date on the fireworks in Sevastopol?
I can tell you that there were two, I believe, unmanned, what are they, on the water vehicles, and they did indeed go towards some boats. One of the unmanned vehicles appears to have been blown up inside the bay, and one of them may or may not have made it inside the bay. However, that's all we know so far. There was a big column of smoke coming up from the area. We believe that something may have been hit.
So so no information as to that a kilo might have been damaged, because that's something I saw in one of my feeds, and did a little jump for joy.
I'd not heard anything in that regard, Hop. I did hear it reported yesterday that the Russian patrol boats were out in force, presumably worried about further, surface drone attacks or something of that nature. So yeah, but I'd not heard about any particular damage to vessels.
have maybe transferred some ships, to a small port north of the
town beginning with F.
Oh, was that the hang on one second. Oh no, this was Ravenki, temporarily occupied Luhansk. So no. Unless somebody sent it me in my DMs, because I have been at work all day. So, you know, sometimes you miss these things. No, I don't know.
Oh, excuse me. Dr. Nick, your hand went up.
Yeah, I think he asked actually not about strikes, but about whether or not vessels were transferred further north to another city, like Russian vessels. And I don't have the answer to that question either. I just saw the reports and saw too that yesterday that there were helicopters and whatnot patrolling the area, like you said, and there was some video of that, looking for potential, I guess, new drones or whatever. But I think the question was about transferring vessels. So if anybody has any answer to that, if not, I guess we don't know. But anyway. I'll take that as a we don't know.
Well, yeah, we don't know. The thing is, this is oh hello. I've just got a oh right, yeah, that's Crimea again. So yeah, the thing is that there's a lot going on that is being kept very quiet at the moment. So it's difficult to confirm a lot of things. And we would say that we will find all these things out in good time. We just have to be patient. So soon as the General Staff release information, I will bring it to you. So, right, Tim, you get off, and I'm going to have a look at something that David Brookfield has sent me here, or tweeted out, in fact. So, this is with regards to those drones in Crimea. There appears to be a video of them sailing along Sevastopol Bay. This is a video that must have come from a Russian source, because obviously there's nothing up to date coming out of Ukraine. Now, the occupiers continue to claim that the explosion occurred on an outer lane outside of the bay itself. However, that appears to be a big old lie. I know, Russians lying. Who would have known? However, the explosion occurred in Streletskaya Bay, and apparently in that area there are quite a number of ships moored at the moment. So perhaps some of those are now scrap metal. And well, we can definitely see two vessels, and one of them appears to be definitely inside the bay and not where the Russians claim it was blown up. So yeah, cheeky, sneaky little UAV things. I can't remember what they're properly called. Hopsy, go ahead.
So I was doing a little research, and two things that it was. Look, the Russians have really bolstered the defenses, or had bolstered the defenses inside of the bay, and some of the OSINT there were not one, not two, not three, but 5 layers of netting that they had put at the mouth of the bay. And they had also positioned their military dolphins to look for divers and things like that. So I have to think that if our remotely piloted vehicles got inside, that somebody left the gate to the corral open, and which just attests again to either Russian incompetency or them coming in the baffles of something that was transiting the nets, taking advantage of an opportunity. I hadn't seen the video of them being internal to the main harbor, because the OSINT source I was looking at claimed that the Russians were saying that it hit outside of one of the points of land that the nets are sort of anchored to. So I just thought that might be a little bit interesting for our listening audience.
Thank you very much. I believe Axel will be joining me very shortly.
One of the clones.
What? One of the clones? Oh, you're sending one of the clones. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I've got people worried, just a little bit concerned that reporting these explosions in Sevastopol is, OPSECy. It's not. It's all over the internet, my loves. If it's on Twitter, unfortunately, yeah, it's not going to be something that we can't mention. Because, well, also, it's the Russians having a bad day. It's not telling us where any troops or vehicles or movements of Ukrainian people and forces are. So, don't worry, don't panic. I've not given any secrets away. Hop, go ahead.
I think people need to be reminded that when something blows up in the Russians' harbor, the Russians know it. Yeah, we're not telling them anything they don't know. We're reporting that which has happened in their backyard. So I'm pretty familiar with OPSEC, and this wouldn't qualify. Telling them what happened to them wouldn't qualify as an OPSEC issue.
Yeah, thank you, my lovely. Yeah, I know we're all being as careful as we can. But in this particular case, they're pretty well aware of it. And somebody did mention that there was more aircraft now and ships being brought back to protect the fleet around those ports. And it does look as though there are Raptors and Mi-8s now protecting the harbour. So this is a photograph that's been released by Russian sources. Well, the point is that whatever the Ukrainians did last night, they told them that they weren't safe there. Right here, you're not safe because we can still reach you. Look. And so even if they didn't hit anything at all, which it looks as though they did hit something, this is totally done the job that it was supposed to. It's diverting attention and resources to a place where they're not going to be able to join in with the main fight. I think it's inspired, actually. We said last night, didn't we, that was it you, Hop, that was talking about poking the bear with a stick to find the softer parts, and we said, it's hey, we're over here. No, we're not. We're over here. Like with the Kherson and Kharkiv offensives, they were like, we'll be in Kherson. We're going for Kherson. Look, we're over here going for Kherson. In fact, we're fighting you over here in Kherson, and all of a sudden there was movement in another direction, and the Kharkiv offensive started. And so it's maintaining the initiative, basically. Doing things like that, you're forcing the Russian forces to react to what's going on. So like, we're over here, and the Russian forces turn that way and react. Bakhmut, you want Bakhmut, you better have to take it off us. And so, they're really going for it. They're pushing extra forces into there, and those extra forces have to come from somewhere. And now they've got a problem where they're going to have to protect their harbour a lot more, way down there in Crimea. And so, yeah, those men and resources are having to stay away from the main fight. And I think that's a really good idea. Hop.
It is a classic tactic to test your enemy and see what the reactions are going to be, and confirm some of the intelligence that maybe you've gathered to see what's available to move and what their capabilities are, and also to force them to react to you and see what their defensive measures are like. Even in these smaller raids that can have, two U.S. or unmanned vehicles can have a disproportionate effect on the battlefield just by forcing them to increase their readiness, maintain that readiness in order to counter the potential. It's a very wise investment of time and money and effort by the Ukrainians that has to be reacted to with actual, forces manned by human beings and things like that. It's just an incredibly economical and wise use of assets at a time when you're playing a hey, look at my thumb game, and trying to distract the Russians. Right? So, yeah, I think you've nailed it, Mockers.
Well, it's only taken me a year, but I finally figured out that, you've got to use your brain as well as your brawn when you're taking on any sort of enemy, especially in something like this. The tactics, the logistics that go behind it all, and the trickery and misdirection and things like that. These all play their part, and I've never been particularly knowledgeable about historical events and wars and things like that, but I'm starting to learn that you've got to outsmart your opponent as well as outclass them. Hop.
I finally found the name of the auxiliary base that the Russians have talked about moving some of their ships to. It's called Feodosia. It's on the east coast of Crimea, pretty far north. And looking at it on Google Earth, it's much smaller, and while probably easily defensible, you're not going to be able to put anything above probably a Corvette or something, say not more than 220 to 250 feet long, into the little basin that can be defended. Although it does look like they have some logistical supply areas right around that basin. The rest of it is even less defensible than Sevastopol. But Feodosia is the name. We should maybe see if that pops up over the next few weeks for anything else.
Well, it's interesting to know, and maybe that name will start popping up again. For our American listeners, I won't go into anything more than just to say there's been an announcement that Tucker Carlson is parting ways with Fox News Media. So maybe we won't have to worry about him saying horrible things about Ukraine on the news for much longer. I think that's a positive development. And that is all I will say. G-Man.
Any word on where Tucker is going? I presume he's going to Russian media, since he's been acting for them for the past year anyway.
Well, you never know. He might get an offer he can't refuse from RT or something like that. But really, I don't care.
Nor do I.
Could not care less. But all I know is he's going, and that's probably a good thing.
Good thing.
So yeah, feel free to crack open the bubbly, folks, if that's something that you're happy about. I know that's it was a bit of a surprise, but yeah, brilliant. Now, I don't know if we've seen our friend Mark J. Lindquist. He has been on here once before, chatting to us, and he has been in and out of Ukraine doing lots of things. He's going back on May the 8th, and I just wanted to point out that today, not one to be outdone, he may still be in America, but he's turned up at the Ukraine Action Summit in Washington, D.C., and he's making a big thing of promoting it. And you know what? He has so much energy, this fella. I'm really pleased that somebody like this is fighting on Ukraine's side in the information space and hearts and minds. He's doing an awful lot to try and encourage support for Ukraine very vocally, and I love that. I love that we have some really motivated people who know exactly what this is all about, and they want to do everything they can to help. It's people in the world like that that restore my faith in humanity. So love that. Now then, I'm going to have to just have a quick look through a few things because it's got to that time of day. I've been at work all day, and I'm going to have to catch up. Now then, this is a bit interesting. There is some bad news for some of President Zelensky's opponents. Is it me that's making noise? No, it was Axel. All right, he's having a disconnect moment. I'm sure he'll come back to us. Yeah, so these opponents have fled into European countries to avoid what they call politically motivated charges. However, the EU has reached an agreement with Ukraine to enact each other's court judgments. So from September, these people will be able to be picked up. So, well, they better leg it if they don't want to be held accountable for their actions. I'm particularly pleased about that. So let's just say you can run, but you can't hide. I'm just having a look here. Oh gosh, well, this is no terrible surprise, but the man who confessed to murdering a young girl in Ukraine on direct orders from Prigozhin and the Wagner Group has been badly beaten up. Who knew? Who knew that somebody might want to attack him for saying bad things about the Wagner Group? Shocking stuff. Now, I have a tale here from Chris O'Wiki today. I absolutely love this guy. He produces me content on a regular basis, and it's always usually very well sourced, and he tries his best to bring us the nitty-gritty of personal stories coming from the Russian side in Ukraine. So he will pick a particular soldier and follow his story and see what's happened. And here's one who, well, he's unnamed, but he's a gentleman from Podolsk in the Moscow region. He was mobilized and sent as a Marine to the occupied Kherson area in September 23 and assigned later to dig trenches on the Black Sea coast. Now, unfortunately, this man had a spinal injury, so digging trenches was quite difficult and triggered his problem. he complained to his relatives that he was disappointed to see that the Russian army was not what he expected there at all. In fact, he was very disappointed that when they met locals, they told them to go home and leave Ukraine. I know. How could they? How rude. So anyway, with his bad back, he was sent to the Black Sea Fleet Naval Hospital at Simferopol, where it was discovered after a blood test that he had early stage HIV, which he's claiming he contracted when the army gave him a flu shot. That's his story. So, after being discharged from the hospital, he was mistakenly sent back to his unit's headquarters in Sipikov in the Moscow region, instead of back to his unit in Kherson. So, while he was still in Russia, the man's relatives collected him and took him to a private medical clinic to receive treatment. And 2 weeks later, the army realised he was missing and phoned him and said that they were going to prosecute him for desertion. So he said, "Oh, terribly sorry, all a misunderstanding, I'm on my way." So, frightened for himself and his relatives, he went back to Kherson, where he was told by his commander and the unit doctor that he had to serve anyway, even though he'd been diagnosed with HIV, and despite the fact that Russian law exempts HIV positive people from military service. Not Wagner, just military service. I know it's very confusing. So anyway, he moaned about that, and that was probably the wrong thing to do, because they decided that he required a punishment for his desertion, and he's been locked in a zindan. Now, does anybody here know what a zindan is? Well, I would have thought G-Man would know in his military history, but a zindan is basically a 4-meter deep open air hole, usually with a metal grate on the top of it, so that when you're thrown in the pit, you can't climb out, but you can get to enjoy the weather. Always nice. So for the last 11 days, he has spent his time in this pit, which I'm sure is quite the hardship, and his relatives have filed a complaint to the Ministry of Defence. Yes, his family are trying to get him removed from the area and sent to Crimea. I do wonder how that happened. Yeah, and I do wonder if they're going to get the request to send him back to Crimea. I have a funny feeling that his motivation is going to be quite low by the time they hand him a gun and ask him to go and die on the battlefield. So, yeah, I just some of their methods for motivating people, I don't know, they just don't seem to be going about it the right way. Is it just me? I think yeah, I don't know. Bit of common sense. I think encouragement is better than being thrown in a big hole. But apparently not. We have heard other reports of these zindan being used. There was a number of general complaints that anybody who had refused to fight ended up in one of these holes in the ground. There was even a video from a couple of guys who were hanging out in a hole, and they here we go, I found it. Yeah, that they'd complained that they'd had the ever-loving crap knocked out of them before they were chucked in the hole as well, and probably required medical treatment. So 2 cases possibly from the same unit here. So this was reported by Verstka. They usually report quite good factual information, a lot of detail. So one case of a gentleman called Flarit Bitimirov. If I've said that right, we'll be really lucky. So he's from Saratov. He's serving in the artillery division of the 1st Battery of the 1199th Regiment. They have to have some mega numbers in these, don't they? I don't get it. What's wrong with like small numbers? So anyway, he's complained that he's been held in a 3-meter deep pit since the 23rd of March. Now, this was produced 2 days ago, so that's quite a while. And he's being threatened with prosecution. Batemirov, well, whoever he is, says in a video, "I am being held captive by my own, the Russians. I am Russian. I came as a volunteer here. I ask for the Ministry of Defence to help." Oh dear, they always ask the wrong people, don't they? And he's telling the Ministry of Defence that they're bringing an incomprehensible criminal case. And then we get to the reason why he's in the pit. He was thrown into the pit for being absolutely wasted drunk with his fellow servicemen. But before that, he did get a good kicking. So, you know, it's only natural, isn't it? So before he was thrown in the pit, however, the other guys, who were with him, were also given a right good kicking. So, and of course, threatened by officers. It's a regular thing. So at present, they are being threatened, being told by their officers that their families will be in trouble. They'll be in trouble themselves. Obviously, they're trying to use tactics to intimidate them, to say, you know, if you don't go and fight, if you don't do this, if you don't do that, awful things will happen to your families. And that's obviously very concerning. So this fella, who I'm not going to bother to try and say his name again, accuses several other soldiers of beating him and treating him abusively. Notably, the regiment's political officer, who was the one who actually put him in the pit. He also accuses the regiment colonel of rampant corruption and theft of resources. Colonel Podya, whatever, is apparently a very corrupt man. All the humanitarian aid that comes in trucks does not reach the soldiers. Another case reported by Astra showed visibly injured men imprisoned in a pit. In one of the videos, a gentleman was, a soldier, a guy was identified as a soldier, Pavel Gorilov, reportedly from the 99th Regiment's Reconnaissance Company. They complain in the video that they've been there for 3 days without any food. And they class the reason as a misunderstanding. There was a misunderstanding and we were put in the pit. This happens in the 99th Regiment. And the regiment commander, same guy, Poido, welcomes it all. We will be held for 3 days. So my comrades in arms allowed themselves to drink a little beer. Oh, here we go. Here's the excuse. So this is what happens when you get too tiddled. The military police arrived and we were put in the pit. We are in the mud, we are in the rain, we are wet. Well, obviously me. So the comrades in arms that were with him had their faces smashed in. I ask for help. I ask for the military prosecutor's office to hold these commanders responsible. Sorry, they always ask the wrong people. The apparent similarity of names and regiments makes it likely that the two cases are linked. Probably even the same unit that has been sort of like made up of other units. It isn't the first time that these Zindans have been reported to have been used by Russian forces in Ukraine to discipline their men. And, well, you know, if you destroy all the houses and get rid of all the basements that you can lock your men in, then you have to resort to digging big holes, I suppose. Back to medieval times, eh? G-Man, you had your hand up and now you must talk, whether you want to or not.
Okay, well, it seems par for the course. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with the term for the big pit, but I've heard it before, obviously, in my study of military history, of course. if he's put in, I'm confused. Not by your telling of the story, just by what I understand of the Russian military. Because he was put into the pit partly for being inebriated, which I would have thought would have been quite a common condition in the Russian military. So there must have an awful lot of these pits lying around. Maybe maybe they double up as foxholes. I don't know. But yeah, also intriguing to learn that they still have political officers, Zamplets, or whatever they call them now, in the Red Army. We'll just let's call it the Red Army. At least I will just now. So lovely story. Nice to know the confusion and reigns in the Muscovite forces.
Yeah, they're doing really well with looking after their guys, aren't they? I mean, what I think about when I read these stories is just what a massive night and day difference there is between the Ukrainian forces and the Russian forces. Now, if one of the Ukrainian soldiers was found to be drunk in a time and place that they weren't supposed to be, they would be disciplined. They might even end up being a tiny bit roughed up as they were dragged to be disciplined, but they wouldn't have their faces broken in. They wouldn't have a broken collarbone by the time they reached some police who could discipline them. And they would generally find themselves in a place where they were at least fed, not having to live in the outdoors. That they wouldn't be having a good time, but they would have their needs met, and they wouldn't be just thrown in a hole and not fed or looked after. So there is a massive difference that there's a rule book, isn't there? There's a rule book of being a proper human being, and you shouldn't have to spell it out, really. Just don't be absolutely awful to one another. But discipline does not have to be torture, and the Russians haven't quite figured that out yet. Tom, go ahead, my love.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that one with us, Marcus. I think the thing that I struggle to get my head around is that the Russians are sort of surprised and outraged about this. Like, maybe the first few times I heard these things, I was like, oh, bloody hell, Russia's even worse than I thought it was. But, like, surely they know already that their country is corrupt, that their police will beat people up, that their army beats people up. Like, why are they so surprised and outraged and complaining? I just cannot get my head around how much of an information bubble they must be in, that they're surprised that this sort of stuff is happening to them. Because, like, from everything I've heard just from the last year and a half, like, I'm not surprised when I hear it anymore. And they've grown up in the country. Like, do they know less than me? I cannot get my head around, not that it happens, but that when it does happen, they're surprised and outraged. I just don't know where to start.
Well, it's part the indoctrination, I suppose, that we are amazing and brilliant and our army is amazing to be part of. Just think of the honor and valor that you're going to receive as part of the army, and they think, well, this town that I'm living in is an absolute hole, so I'll go off and join the army and I'll be part of a disciplined group and we'll all have a great time, just us guys. And it doesn't work out like that, does it? There's a really horrible, almost prison culture inside the army as well as the prisons. And if you aren't one of the tough guys, you're one of the victims. And their way of motivation, as far as I'm concerned, is completely opposite to actual motivation. I mean, I've heard of the carrot and the stick, but not the carrot and the big screaming hole of hell. Go on, Tom.
Yeah, and you know, like, it's like you say, someone living in some part of Russia that is itself a bit of a hole. I can only imagine that they imagine that other parts of Russia aren't a shithole, like their little town that they've grown up in. You know, if you grow up in some really crappy part of Russia, I can only imagine that they think, oh, well, you know, if I do this and I do that, then I can have a better life and I can, I don't know, live in a part of Russia that isn't a hole. But like metaphorically, it's all a hole. What the hell is this person doing in front of me? Oh, sorry, someone's just decided to just not show what they are. Okay, fine. Yeah, so I can only think.
Breaking line.
Sorry, I've just traffic. I can only think that people in Russia imagine that another part of Russia isn't a hole, but it's just a less deep part of the hole. All of Russia is a 4-meter deep hole with a metal grid on top, so you can't get out. Like literally, you can't get out at the moment. Like they won't let you leave. It's all a hole. It's all a horrible, horrible, dirty, awful trap, including a moral trap. And its citizens are basically prisoners in their own minds. Like, yeah, technically some of them could afford a plane ticket to get out of there, but they don't realise how crap it is. Like, I won't name names of places, but like I've lived in places in the UK that are really, really poor and deprived, but people think it's mint. They love it there. They think it's great. And I can only think that's because you've never lived anywhere else and you don't appreciate how crap your place is. And it's true, there are people like that and they never leave and they stay there. And I can only imagine that Russia is that on a vast scale. The entire country is a 4-meter deep hole with a metal grid on top. It's just shocking.
I find their worldview very naive because they've been kept under this blanket of nonsense their entire lives. I find them extremely naive. They believe a lot of the acting that goes on. You know, because a lot of the stuff that they see on the TV is pure acting. Remember the New Year party where they're all like sat at tables swaying and smiling with drinks, and there was actually no music playing. They dubbed all that in later. I found that quite amusing, but yeah, they're very naive, and then they arrive in a very real world situation that they've been put in, and they just don't believe it's true. And the shock, the appealing to the authorities who don't give a second stuff about them. I find it all very like almost childlike because you know they only see so far. They don't have a view of the world outside their window. It's it's surprising to me that I find them very naive about what goes on in the real world, and that's probably true in a way because they've been kept under this blanket of absolute rubbish their entire lives, and they've been, you know, told to think that they're being looked after by the great Russia, and then reality hits extra hard. I'm waiting for reality to hit so hard that they can't ignore it. So we'll see how that goes. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be any sort of revolution, but it's certainly going to get tense. I think that there's a heck of a lot going on, and it is shocking to me that they really don't understand that when they arrive at a war, that it's going to be awful. especially if they relying on old equipment and not enough of everything. Yeah, it just seems that they didn't think this through, did they? Sorry, that's a British.
Yeah. No, they didn't. But I just wonder, are they in such an information bubble that even after they lose this horribly, half of them will think it's all America's fault? You know, like even after they've lost, like they just continue to think this is evil America's fault. But at least you're not living there where it's even worse. People setting each other on fire constantly. That's what they do in America. I know that's France. But I mean,
no, in America it's guns. Remember?
Well, that's true. That's true. But you know, I just can't get my head around it sometimes. Like every so often, it's just the fact that they're still surprised. That's the bit that I can't get. Not that it happens, but that they're like, "What? People mistreating me?" So yeah, your entire country as a whole, mate. Yeah. Not sure how that's going to change either. I think, you know, there are some people that I think manage to get out of the hole by standing on the backs of others, you know, like the oligarchs with their big yachts and things. And they're angry because they know what Putin's done. Do you remember there was the phone call between the oligarch and his mate? And I can't remember who they were. Yeah. Russian names, I'm not good at remembering them. And they were saying, he's fucked it, the whole thing is fucked. Basically, the entire conversation was like 50% swearing, basically about how Putin has just messed everything up. And it was quite candid because obviously they didn't know they were being recorded. God knows what happens to them now. I'd love to see a follow-up and find out if they fell out of a window or had a heart attack. But obviously there's some Russians that do know what's going on. They've got enough money, enough connections, enough information, enough education. They're smart enough to figure it out. And they know that the entire situation is totally messed up. But your average conscript hasn't got a clue. And I just don't know how it's ever going to change.
You know, I honestly, I think it's going to be a long time before anything can really change. These sorts of sweeping changes tend to take place over, you know, decades. Unfortunately. Ooh, now I've got something for you, which is another one of these transcript conversations that I receive every so often.
I've got to grab my dog, but I'll be back in a few minutes.
Enjoy grabbing your dog. So I do apologise. I can't see a lot of. I can't see a lot of speaker requests. So
can we test the audio?
Sometimes I don't see it at all. What's that? Yeah, your audio's fine.
Okay, so let's try the next step then.
The next step.
Meaning doing it from the co-host panel, because that was the issue beforehand. Let's try this again.
Yeah, all I could hear was a little bit of noise when you opened your mic, but no actual no actual speech. So while you're doing that, I'm going to go through this transcript. Now, I will skip the bit where they're talking about watches because I have no idea what they're talking about. However, let's start with what's new. I've been back about 4 hours. Basically, we went out to fulfill a plan to demo charges, some locations located by drones, mainly in areas they know, maybe by design. That will be travelled and salting 2 forward ammo dumps. We got in on the end of a fight to stop a pretty decent Russian advance in the forest. We added our bit, of course, and then they turned back, leaving 8 dead and 5 wounded. One of the dead had shot himself. I won't go into that part because that's quite graphic. But they laugh about the fact that he probably didn't have much brains to begin with, so you get the rest of it. This guy turned out to have been obviously wounded and abandoned, then took matters into his own hands. He was an officer. Wow. Was he a regular Russian army officer or from the PMC? Oh, a regular. Is there still heavy EW jamming going on? Yes, it's sporadic in some areas and heavy in others. It just depends on where they're beaming. Also, please be aware that this is nothing to do with OPSEC. These are from weeks ago, weeks and weeks. They never release them at the same time that they're done. Right, more about watches. And more about AI watches. Here we go. Right. So we have a little AI thing, he says. We're trying to get a handle on this and the emissions from drones and so on, but it's a bit hit and miss at the moment. AI is not intelligent in a human sense, but it's rapidly becoming more capable and thus more applicable to practical tasks. I've been around this kind of fuzzy logic for years, mainly with weapons modelling. I have a very abbreviated machine learning application running on my tablet based on ADA and GNAT with some additionals. I mainly am experimenting with it to look at databases of electronic emissions and try to predict platforms based on that. So far, it's a partial success. I don't have enough machine power to resolve all the data, nor the direct storage to hold it. ADA does help in that respect. I have the capability to analyze using decision time, random forest, multi-layer perception, Bayes, which I don't know what that is, and nearest neighbor. These are all standard algorithms, but I use a selection process that reduces the I have to use a selection process that reduces the effectiveness. I've tried screenshot analysis of the waterfall. That seems to work about as well. I implemented the latter with FASIL, F-A-S-I-L-L, which is a Prolog type language that uses various operators for variable processing. Again, I lack the computational power to obtain any wide analysis. The machine learning is making pretty decent advances, however, especially in the visual side of things. The newest version, which I pay for, is a quantum leap ahead of the last version that came out 3 months ago. It still has glitches, mainly with a bit of text and creating an accurate image of people. Seems to blend them with internet models, but the improvement is supposedly staggering. Makes you wonder what the next version will be capable of. Just a note on our evolution per traps. We almost always use grenades and detonation charges, which, although restricted by internal protocols, are not actually banned how we utilize them. Another thing with grenades is their flexibility over an AP mine. Modern AP mines are light, but are more difficult to use in traps, other than in their designed mode of direct burial. Of course, not including the Claymore. And they're banned by international protocols for the signatory countries. Ukraine is one of them. So our choice is the Dale DM51, which, although a bit underpowered, is a very flexible grenade in that the frag belt can be removed by turning a base ring. Thus, it can be utilized as an offensive or a defensive tool. In addition, the HE body is a hex shape, which means other DM51s can be clustered around it in a radical or even linear fashion to create a demo charge. Just remove the frag jackets and fuses on the receptor bodies, leave the fuse in the donor body, fasten it all together with tape or some other means. There comes the old duct tape again, eh? There is some reporting that the DM51s screw together end to end, but that's not the case. You need to have a female thread for the fuse body, and on the other is a rotary bayonet connection for the frag jacket. Just so you know, I don't know anything about grenades, but this guy obviously does. So some years ago, I heard that Dale had developed an adapter connection for end-to-end stacking, which incorporated a booster pill between the grenade bodies. But this item was never released for sale, so I don't really know if it's true. Oh, okay. We could 3D print something. Maybe. Place a booster material between them if needed. Of course, for throwing, that's unwieldy. As I suspect, the Marines will find the new Norwegian modular grenade. But in our case, the clustering and mode change capability of the DM51 allows us to carry in one type of a defensive grenade, which we can also use as an offensive grenade, as well as the base systems to field fabricate a variety of demo charges using them. The way we boost the DM51 is to wrap the grenade body, sans its frag jacket, with several sheet explosives of several wraps. This makes for a very powerful thrown weapon and increases the explosive power for a trap. While I'm looking at the DM51 online now, the frag belt turns it into a defensive grenade. The DM51 with the frag belt removed seems very small. Yes, per the standard of sorts, but that obviously depends on the situation. It's light and small for a reason. It's highly reliable and flexible with the clustering capability that we have. And some wraps with Prima or Dita sheet, it becomes really powerful. We can also fit time and command fuses to it, and grenades used with tripwires in an AP configuration are allowed by the Ottawa Treaty. Seems much better than the existing US grenades or the M67. Well, the M67 is more powerful, but for the most part, it's single purpose. For us, using devices that can be easily modified and multi-purpose applications, it's a big deal. I can haul an awful lot of DM51s, deck cord, sheet and fuses, and I'm covered for everything. AP mines are a sensitive subject, mainly because we are a signatory to the Ottawa Treaty. But if they were allowed, a few things would work well with detecting mines. One of the things you've got to think about is human nature. People almost always walk around puddles, so the area around a puddle is a great place to plant or look for mines. In a two-rut road, people will walk on the outer perimeter or the centre high spot, always good places to seed or look for mines. In some areas where there's heavy movement, AP mines connected together in a detonation train can be highly effective if you have time and opportunity to set it up. The most effective harassment mining is to place AP around areas commonly used like bathrooms, eating areas, vehicle staging areas, and trails leading to tents and trenches. A blasted foot means that other people have to come to help, and possibly there will be additional casualties. Or stand there and watch and listen to the guy bleed out and scream. It's a morale thing. That affects the new people more than experienced combat soldiers, but even in their head, it reminds them how vulnerable they are to hidden mines. The reason why you have to observe, think and plan with directed mines is you don't want to waste them. Considering everything else you have to carry, a small team is limited on how many they can haul. It's not unusual to find unprotected weapons cache. We do find them as well, but almost always protect them with mines or booby traps and leave them for others to pick up later. Obviously, trapping caches can be a danger to your own people, but most of ours are far forward and know what they're doing. These are pinned for reference, so we know to be safe and give good communication. I'm not sure how well that works, but none of the caches we've returned to have ever been located by either side. This is just a thought process on what to look for. I'm just saying you need to be careful out here. Oh, I never really thought of the process of laying mines. While you can lay them anywhere, you do, I suppose, have to be thoughtful that you're going to need to put them in the best places, which are most bang for your buck. Exactly. C, that's one of the guys in the unit, thinks it's funny that I keep up as best I can on all the treaty obligations, but come on, We've got to have some knowledge of things. We don't want to get in trouble. A thinking man's soldier, no less. He stole that line from somewhere, but that's what he calls me. What's an example of something that might violate the treaty? I don't think grenades are covered in this. Booby traps configured as mines are covered. Grenades seem to be excluded except per use as anti-handling devices, but some of the text is a little bit obscure, could be taken to mean different things. Some of the previous treaties are restrictive per AP mines, but don't actually ban them. One even states that AP mines can be used, but must be mapped and marked with signs and fenced. Mapping is okay, but a fence with signs? What, we're just going to put up a sign saying, come here to die, comrades? That's not going to help us. Some require auto-disabling with 30 days, etc. How common are Russian booby traps? I know you've run into mines on the trail earlier in the war. You've disarmed them. Has there been others? We only disarm now if we need to. Some of the Russian mines are very tricky and take a long time. We don't carry detection equipment, so we have to keep a close eye. We pin them for our own use and possibly for the future when they need to be dealt with. Are you still in the same area? Yes. They actually say the area, but I'm not telling. I saw a post on Twitter a few days ago geolocating about 3 Russian vehicles in the forest there. It's not as dense forest as I expected. It looks planted. Yet some areas are pretty regular pine trees. Some others are thicker native trees of different types. There's not much cover in the winter though. Artillery takes a toll on trees in some areas. The battle lines are usually not fixed, although they are somewhat static in most places. There's large back and forth with ever-expanding and deflating bulges into the grey areas. Rear defensive lines are fixed, but they can come under attack and fires almost constantly. Okay, I'm going to take a nap now. I'll talk to you later. So then the next conversation is about logistics, but I'm going to have a little break here and have a drink and ask what you made of that, people. Did you enjoy that, Axel?
I think this was very interesting. I mean, also very granular. If you think about that, what they're experiencing, what they're dealing with, and how they have to constantly consider the different tactics, different troops also of the Russians are applying when it comes to mining and grenades and booby traps.
Well, that's it. I get the feeling that Russians sort of booby trap everything pretty much, which, you know, is pretty dangerous. But the Ukrainians, again, are using their heads. They're making sure that they're not breaking any rules, which, you know, the fact that he's talked about that and said that, you know, he's spoken about, we can't use these, we have to do this because it's against the conventions. It just goes to show that they are educated as well as soldiers, that, you know, that they've been told and taught correctly. And the fact that they've picked a particular mine that is useful, you know, that they can take pieces of it apart and make it into something else, you know, attach the frag elements together and do something with them, or the main part of the grenade itself with the little frag elements taken off. Yeah, it's impressive to me that there is ingenuity and engineering going on while they're, you know, out on their recce's. The fact that he said, you know, we don't pick up the ammo cache. Well, you know, they're on a recce. They're not there to pick up the ammo cache. They're there to mark where it is, make sure the Russians don't come back for it by making it difficult to get to with traps. And then, you know, they can always come back later and get them if they want to. And I didn't expect that. I thought that they would immediately tell somebody and someone would come pick it up. I don't know. I thought it would be important to get that stuff off the battlefield, but it's a trap for the Russians, isn't it? If the Russians come across it and go, "Oh, brilliant, we found some weapons, thank goodness for that," and then there's traps all around it. Yeah, I see the thinking behind that. That it can just be another way to take out some Russians, especially if there's nothing there of like that they could use immediately. And also you're right, the very granular detail of how they go about things day to day. I really like reading these. I find them very interesting. The guy's very matter of fact about everything. And the bit that I didn't read out, which was horribly gory, is because he was very matter of fact about the scene, shall we say, and the fact that it was indeed quite grim. Doesn't bother me, but I don't think I need to tell everybody. I think your imagination can do some of it.
I think that's a very good point, by the way, Marcus, if I may say or highlight this, that this is what, if you think back to the days when Major Giroux was here, and Yehuda has been kindly highlighting this many times over, as well as have former, say, serving soldiers on a regular basis. The profession at arms is a profession. And in Western armies, and those who take it seriously, look at the example of Ukraine, look at the example of Israel with the IDF, it is taken very seriously, very calmly, very, shall we say, it is professionalism which you have to instill into your troops. And it's craft. And if you fail at that, you, your platoon, your squadron, your company, your brigade, and essentially your side will lose. If you fail to heed the need for learning and constant feedback loops, if you fail to ensure that you very professionally and very matter-of-factly deal with the affairs of war at hand, you will not survive in combat. If you take, for example, the example, if you read through what, for example, Marine Corps generals have endured in the Pacific campaign, or if you look at how the US Army actually overcame the challenge of building up force capacity during the Second World War, you will find the same thing. There's also a very interesting book from Amy Fox called Learning to Fight, about the British Army and how it started its learning process in the First World War, scaling up from what was a significantly smaller number of troops, different state of readiness. And I think we can, if we actually look at this from the outside in for our audience, it is helpful to understand how much that profession of arms entails in terms of preparation, training, consideration, education. It's very often simplified to the point that it's about the fight and whatnot. Yes, that's part of it, but you can't fight much better than you train. You can't fight much better than you're led and educated. And you need to learn your profession within your troops. There's many armchair generals which fail to heed that. And I think it's very good that you read this out, because it is a good example of this.
Well, it's all about how the individuals work together, isn't it? And how they, plan what they're going to do, how they've managed to adapt what they take with them for the occasion. They take something with them which is multi-purpose and useful for a number of different things. And also, what I found really telling about that was they said, you can mine areas like right outside where their eating places are, or right outside where they're sleeping. They've been inside Russian camps. They have been creeping about inside Russian camps at night. And that, tells me that those guys are walking around with some seriously big cojones. Yeah, that's
Which is what recon troops are supposed to do. And there were indications in recent days, and yet again, this is something which we can talk about because it has been quite public, that Ukrainian recce troops all along the line of contact, literally the whole front line, have been infiltrating the Russian occupied territories, and that, so to say, wide area, because it's not a line, as you know, it's not a demarcation line, but behind what can be considered to be the controlled zone of the Russian army, they've infiltrated the territory as deep as 30 kilometers. That is an amazing feat, but it is what you do in conventional warfare, specifically with the means which we have today. But it still requires human beings to do that. As you quite rightly said, it requires a lot of calm, composed professionalism and a lot of courage, an extreme amount of courage.
Yeah, I mean, this guy talks about these things like dead matter of fact, deadpan, and I like that too. That that's his attitude. This is my job. I'm going to do it as best I can. Shaggy fella, go ahead.
I'm just pulling over. Right, yeah. So I missed the first little bit of that, but then I listened to it all, and I was getting more and more dismayed by it all. I was like, this guy, as Axel says, granular, calm, matter of fact. And I was like, blimey, I've never heard a Russian speak like this before. And then I was so relieved when he basically turned around. Exactly. Basically, I missed that bit at the start. So by the time you kind of turned around and said he was Ukrainian, I was like, oh, the relief that washed over me. I was like, so happy. So that's how I kind of listened to what you were saying. I was thinking, blimey, these guys are good. What's going on here? So yeah, brilliant, and everything Waxel said as well, basically. So yeah, I was just gonna let you hear how I heard that from missing the first little bit. But very good, and that's it.
Well, yeah, this guy is actually, he's not a Ukrainian. I don't exactly know his nationality, but he is a volunteer in the Ukrainian army. And he has said before that he's not Ukrainian, and he calls the Ukrainians the Ukes. So I know.
Right, cool. Well, he's on our side anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad he's on our side because he definitely sounds like he knows exactly what he's doing. Yeah, it was like listening to a techie, except an army kind of techie, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it was a really good listen. Thanks.
Yeah, well, he's an older army chap as well. He's an experienced soldier who has obviously fought before. I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out in the end that he was Israeli.
Yeah. I mean, the impression I got was a thorough professional, knows his stuff inside out, and yeah, I can only repeat. I'm glad they're on our side. I'm glad people like that are on our side because with people like that teaching the less experienced who are coming through, they're going to be a lot better than the Russians on the other side. I kind of like to hear kind of the Russian equivalent of that. Actually, it'd be quite amusing.
The level of detachment, Shaggy, which you could hear there when he said, "Blimey," the level of detachment which comes from there.
Exactly.
What you normally have.
It's just Matt, as Marcus. Oh, go on. Sorry.
I was just highlighting what you said is absolutely correct. You often have this. You have a very good surgeon, especially someone who is also, obviously, as most of them, had his stage as an emergency surgeon in hospitals and the likes, or combat medics, combat surgeons. They even more so. They often exude exactly that when they teach. I mean, I've only done this twice that I've listened to a lecture like that, but it was extremely impressive how people under extreme stress very calmly go about their business, in that case saving lives and operating on people. But I'm quite sure that there will be many medical professionals amongst those who are in our audience who will probably know this exactly from their daily lives. And that level of professionalism is what's needed. There is no excuse. And so it's good to hear that it exists in that form with these troops.
Yeah, you got to turn that emotion chip off especially when you're dealing with grenades and bombs and explosives and stuff like that. But I mean, it helps to turn the emotion chip off when you're trying to explain technical stuff or doing technical stuff. Emotions are great, but there's a time and a place for them, and there's definitely a time and a place when they should be kind of subdued as much as possible. That stuff can come out later. How's it going to deliver now?
And Jackie, as you know, emotions only come into place when we talk about pineapple on pizza.
Listen, I love my pineapple pizza. It did cause a bit of an uproar, Pizzagate, and that post is ratioed because there's more comments on it than there are likes. So, hint, hint, get over there. I'll make you one day, Axel.
You know what? I'd never thought of plum on pizza, but yeah, bonkers stuff.
I'd never thought of it either. I thought they were peaches I had in the fridge, but they turned out to be plums, and it turned out to be brilliant. It was my favourite fruit that was on it. Anyway, I definitely got to go. Catch you later.
Thank you very much, Shaggy. On the, I've just seen, by the way, quite a funny video. I'll just retweet it so you can all enjoy it with me. On the Dnipro River, the Russian infantry were in a little boat, little speedboat by the looks of things, and they were just about to come under fire. This looks to be these islands on the Dnipro. Yeah. And one of their guys fell out of the boat, and instead of dragging him in before they raced off, they just raced off and left him. Poor guy. I feel a little bit sorry for him. All his mates ran off and left him. And there's a nice video of him hiding in the reeds, looking a bit lonesome. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, they don't have a care for one another, do they? I mean, I appreciate artillery fire was coming in, but rude that. Awfully rude. Just leave your comrade in the water like that. Don't worry, comrade. We'll come back for you later. I have a funny feeling that guy might be surrendering soon. See if he can find himself a white flag. Honestly, if all my guys ran off and left me, I wouldn't be very pleased about that. So let's have a little look at what else has been happening. Oh, the Russians are claiming that Ukrainian troops are shelling Zaporizhia. The Zaporizhia area has come under shelling for 1.5 hours, said Vladimir Rogov, a member of the Russian-installed so-called Council of the Military Civilian Administration in Zaporizhia. Well, do you remember that this was sort of the sort of thing that the Kherson administration kept saying, that you know, in the last weeks of sort of August, that they complained that, oh no, they're shelling the Russians in these areas. Yeah, well that's what happens, mate. That's what happens. So anyway, it's nice to hear them complaining about.
Sheer goal.
I know. Nice to hear them complaining about the fact that they're receiving some consequences. You know, consequences. Those are the things that happen when you invade countries that aren't yours for no good reason. It doesn't surprise me at all that they left him hanging, but even so, I can imagine that would not be happening with the Ukrainian forces. Even if you'd had a row with him the night before, you'd still pull him on the boat before you whizzed off, wouldn't you? I think so. And that is one of the things which I am constantly almost surprised by. The the absolute difference that on one side they're a team, and on the other side they're sort of every man for himself. In most cases, it does seem very disjointed.
Yeah, it's very difficult to create bonds between those who all know that their only purpose is to serve the state, and in the meantime to survive while serving the state, because the state doesn't serve them. There's nothing to come back to. Even in their inner family cores, there's no glue. The social fabric has been dismembered further than it ever existed since, I mean, even during Tsarist times, that glue was very limited in adhesiveness. And thereafter, Soviet society just completely, utterly eradicated the remainder of humanity, or shall we say, human bonding. That has not improved or come for any better since then. It just has been given more money and therefore more consumerist options. But then again, I've said this many times before, everything is downstream from culture.
Absolutely, it really is, isn't it? We see, a lot of things which I thought didn't exist anymore, and it would appear that the Russians never did actually learn and grow. They stayed in a very particular period of time, and unfortunately, the world doesn't wait for you to catch up. So I think that that they've painted themselves into this corner, and they're going to find the finding out stage very shortly, I would imagine. Well, this is really tough of the Russians, but I'd just share this with you. That some Russians found a lost Ukrainian passport belonging to a girl from Lviv. And he wrote some insulting things about Ukrainians. And then he burnt the Ukrainian passport in a way of some sort of protest, and put that online, because that's really shocking and terrifying and terrible. I don't know. I don't get over the childishness of stuff like that.
You wouldn't believe, Marcus. There's. Have you ever heard? I think I told you this before once, but you may not have it in front of you. The Ukrainians who do a so-called chat roulette. There's a couple of guys who do this, who dial in.
Well, I've seen some of those, yes.
That's exactly where you get those kind of scenes as well, where on the other side, the Russian counterpart or counterparts, often enough it's more than one person who's in that room, they behave in the most utterly depraved and crazy format. It's astonishing. There's an older chap from Odessa who is a well-known Ukrainian journalist. He is of Russian descent, but then again, from Odessa, he's a very committed Ukrainian citizen, and he does this, and he completely takes them apart. And there is a younger chap, I think he is from Cherkasy, but lives in Kyiv. I think he's a programmer, like 23, 24, and he's exceptionally gifted at teasing out the Russian youth. And whenever people tell us that the young Russians, oh, poor them, and that they are not committed to this, no, like Professor Ian Gardner said, or Dr. Ian Gardner said, many of them are very much convinced of this. Many of them have drunk, imbibed, and completely taken in the Kool-Aid, and they're very, very happy to do exactly what you just said. Try every despicable derogating act, commit any kind of terrible derogating language, and shout, scream, in the worst ad hominem at these people. And the chat roulette is extremely popular in Ukraine and Ukrainian social media because it always showcases how bereft of any hope Russian society is and how little one should trust any kind of narrative which would highlight or which would, say, allow people to believe that there is a way back or a way forward with Russians as such. There is none. Zero.
There's that Z again. Would you believe that the whole of Twitter is very excited about a certain person no longer being on the news?
What? What do you mean, the certain person not being on the news? Just because Tim stepped down from co-hosting, that doesn't mean that everybody on Twitter should now go partying. Tim is going to be back in the morning, people. Tim is going to be back.
Be so upset.
Seriously. I can promise that to every one of you. He will be back in the morning.
You better have me, because I'll be asleep. Hello, Lisa. Welcome.
Hi, how are you guys doing today?
Oh, always good.
Were you guys talking about volunteers, like the other volunteers like that are coming in from other places earlier?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Mockers read out a report from a professional soldier in the Ukrainian army in the Recce forces who, whilst he serves there, is from abroad. Yes, but we didn't make it a specific point. It was more about the professionalism of the troops and how they all work together, and what position, what say functions they say pursue.
Yes, I have an emergency situation that I need to talk to somebody that I can trust that has a open DM.
Then Lisa, do me a favor. Rather than talk about it in public, send a message to Mockers. If we know of anyone who can assist, if we have any knowledge as to what can assist you, then we shall gladly do so.
I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Of course, Lisa.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you very much. So,
apologies for volunteering you, Mockers. I would not have done so, but I'm currently outside. I'm currently outside walking the dog, so I would be of very little assistance.
Okay. You're okay. I'll let you off. Now, no surprise that we don't have an awful lot of news out of Ukraine today, but I'm just going to see if we've got some things that we can go through. Wow. I'm just looking at a video of Bakhmut that's been taken by the Ovangas. Well, let's just say it's not a city anymore. It's very much not a city anymore. Just ruins. Oh, hello. The Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Hungary, here they go again, said that Ukraine's accession to NATO without major security risks is possible only if such a step is approved by Russia in the form of an agreement. Huh?
That's fantastic.
But when was it ever Russia's choice for people to join NATO?
Yeah, it's one of those many silly and provocative takes which come out of the environment Viktor Orban has created.
Yeah, it's very strange indeed. I have some possible good news, and this comes from Budanov, the smiley man himself. That recently they've collected an awful lot of prisoners from the Russian forces, and they are in the process of trying to finalize an all-for-all prisoner exchange with the Russian Federation. Now, that would be pretty incredible. I would really like to know more about that, but I suppose we'll find out if and when it happens. They have tried an all-for-all situation before, and it didn't actually work out. But it sounds like they've not given up on it, and it's something that's going to continue to be talked about. And well, I think it would be incredible for the Ukrainians to be able to secure the release of these prisoners. That I think one of the things they have to do is identify them. They have to know who they're looking for, if you know what I mean. So hopefully that's something that they've been able to do, and that it would relieve problems on both sides, because obviously they've still got to look after these prisoners in some way. They've still got to put them somewhere and assign men to watch over them. And to the Russians, these people are not in themselves terribly valuable. They don't treat them well. They don't. But they do have to spend an awful lot of time, watching over them and harassing them and all the other things that they enjoy doing. And so maybe, just maybe, this is something that might actually be able to take place. When I hear things like this, I've got to reserve my judgment, but I've also got to say what an amazing idea, and I hope something like that gets to happen. I am seeing reports of an explosion happened today in occupied Lvyansk, maybe? I don't know. It's a big grey cloud coming up in a field anyway, so that was obviously a boom that I hadn't seen before earlier on today. I'm seeing more footage of these drones that were in Sevastopol harbour. It's not. That is a new video that I've just seen, which I'm just going to retweet because it's a better angle. I don't know, maybe I have seen that, but it seems a better angle, this one anyway. You're able to actually see from quite close up. And well, something definitely exploded there, and I don't think the drone was entirely on its own. So we will no doubt find out more as and when. I mean, when we see a ship that can't move and is being dragged off, then we know it got broken. Welcome, August. How are you?
Fine. How are you, Mockers? I know you keep up to date on the numbers and everything more than I do, but when you were mentioning about the prisoner exchange, are you updated on how many of those prisoners have surrendered? And is there, I thought I heard there's sort of like a different category that they're in because they're at higher risk of being tortured and killed if they're returned to Russia because they actually surrendered versus being caught. Do you have any updates on that?
I know that it was stated some time ago that if the prisoners specifically requested they didn't want to return to Russia, that they may be able to facilitate that. But that that they I suppose they don't have any they're not beholden
they have
to do
to seek asylum.
But
They have to seek asylum in a third-party nation.
Yeah.
So they won't let them stay in Ukraine. They have to go to another country altogether.
It's not about they won't let them stay. It's about the fact that if there are like-for-like exchanges, the Russians demand their prisoners back. And if they withhold Ukrainians because they can't get the prisoners back, then under the Geneva Convention and the laws of armed conflict, Ukraine has limited options. So there's only one option, and that is these people have to seek release and reprieve by seeking asylum in a third-party country.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Okay, thanks, Axel.
And it's a complicated affair. It's very, very complicated. And it's something which one normally does not face because evidently in very few other conflicts in recent history, you've had essentially a country retrieving its own, say, imprisoned soldiers with a view to killing them.
Yeah. Well, and also probably two things, you know, like you said, that with the intent of killing them or doing some kind of harm, but also soldiers that don't want to go back to their host company or their home country.
Well, that has happened many times.
Oh, has it? Okay.
That has happened many times in past wars. That is not something necessarily new.
Oh, okay.
It's more a matter of the threat to their livelihood, which, if in the past they would have claimed it, that would have been derogated to the prisoner exchange mechanism. But in this instance, there is more than ample evidence that this continues to be a rather regular case. That's the whole point.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
But then,
all right. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they said they would endeavour to assist the facilitation of people not returning to Russia, as long as they were not considered to be responsible for criminal acts themselves. So I would imagine that there's quite some process there.
Thank you, Marcus. Thanks. Thanks, guys.
And
talk to you later.
as I said, it's also a matter which is only secondary, if not outright tertiary, for the purposes of Ukraine regaining its own prisoners.
Armed Dillo, go ahead.
Hey, I'm not sure if you guys have heard about one chink in the, let's see, how would I say this? The Kremlin propaganda machine has suffered a chink in their capabilities, it seems. The ouster of Tucker Carlson from Fox News. Have you guys heard about that yet?
Of course.
Okay.
We have.
I guess the news travels
we
fast.
we have Bloomberg too, mate.
Okay. Well, I got it off NPR. So, and you know what they're highlighting here is this is coming less than a week after the $787 million settlement with Dominion voting systems. So this is good in many, many ways for dialogue in the U.S. I mean, it's one small step. But that's not to say that there's not other actors out there, actors and agents of assets of the Kremlin who shouldn't be on the air. But it's a one step in the right direction.
Well, it certainly will take a lot of aggravation away from discussions in social media and beyond that, and that's good for all of us, I'd say.
Yeah.
So can't complain about that. On the contrary.
And maybe restores a few people's faith in U.S. elections, in our that the elections are, that they count every vote accurately, that sort of thing, that there are no votes tallied inappropriately and so forth.
Yeah, I think that's also a different issue if you think about it, because voter ID procedures, voter fraud, all of this has been around for ages, and it's something which has to be dealt with. That's a matter of safeguarding your own elections, but the level as to how it was blown out of proportion, and to the extent that we know, facts, and we only know a few of them. But what has been reported on the case is that a variety of people at Fox News did actually fairly well know that they had underlying data which suggested that the claims against Dominion were spurious at best.
Right.
And whilst you cannot, as a journalist or even as a moderator and presenter, go out with that fervor as he and others have done during that period of time, and privately, but privately amongst colleagues who all work in the same field and who all do the same thing, then portray something completely to the contrary. That exposes your employer and the media organization, that's Fox Corp, as an owner of the media part of the news part, to substantial legal risks, which in such a defamation case then weigh heavily. And the individual exposure then puts pressure on settlement, and settlement procedures can often then lead to reduction of that exposure, which means termination of such employees or freelance producers or content providers, such as he and his company have been. So I'd say it's pretty logical.
Yep.
But then again, that's just me.
Yep, you guys get it. I mean, obviously, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I'm just it put a big fat smile on my face when I saw this. So
yeah, one more stooge off the chessboard. Check.
Exactly. Okay, I will. I'll go on mute now and drop back to listening.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I think there's a few people going to be celebrating this particular occasion. However, do remember, folks, that he is very well known for his contrarian views, and I'm quite sure that with a mouth that loud, he'll probably turn up somewhere else. Maybe not with the same platform, but there are still going to be people that listen to idiots, unfortunately. And just how it goes, that there will always be somebody around shouting nonsense. And I suppose that's why we're all here, to make sure that that's not going to continue, or that they get told that it's nonsense. Now I'm just having a little look to see if I've got any important information for you. So I can tell you this, that at 6 p.m. on the 24th of April, 9 enemy drones were destroyed by the Ukrainian Air Force. This was a mixture of 6 Shahed 136/131 strike drones in the east, and 3 in the area of the South Command, 2 Lancet strike drones, and 1 operational tactical drone. So, goes to show that Russia still have an awful lot of drones, and they're obviously using them quite a lot. I know that they've been a real boon for Ukraine, but we've got to remember that that Russia has plenty of drones too, and some of them are actually, they're quite useful for them. So we've got to remember that they're doing this on a regular basis. And what we've noticed recently is that there is much more concentration of these attacks with drones. There hasn't been the same level as attacks with missiles, but sorry, bear with me, I'm just answering a question. So we have noticed that there hasn't been as many attacks with missiles, cruise missiles and what have you, but there has definitely been more attacks with the Shahed drones. But another thing that's been noticed is they haven't been sending them in as many numbers. They're only seeming to send them in much smaller batches at the moment. And I don't know if that's because they've got tons of them and they're just trying them here, there and everywhere first. And then they're going to do some big sweeping attack with them later, or if they're just doing the poking tactic as well, looking for softer targets, which they always go after the soft targets. Matthias, you've come up. Hello.
Hello, Mockers. How are you doing tonight?
Jolly good, as always.
Well, on the topic of people talking nonsense, I'm a little bit confused because I saw a video clip that was dated 1 or 2 hours ago, and apparently it was Lavrov is entering the UN building. And I was under the impression that him and his colleagues have been denied visa in the United States for this very purpose. Of course, heading the Security Council. So I guess something changed. Do you know anything about this?
Well, I know that they were only allowed to have a very small number of visas. Lavrov himself pretty much had to. Yeah, they couldn't actually refuse him a visa. And Ioana's coming up to tell us more about it, I think, because she may have looked into the details for us. She's quite a detailed-orientated soul.
Very well.
Did you know more about this, Ioana?
Oh, sorry, I just lost a bit of sound coming up. So, yes, in fact, the Russian delegation was granted the visas just before the date. I believe it was 3 days ago, something like this. And they granted the visas just for Lavrov and his immediate helpers, let's say, not for the whole delegation and not for the journalists. And while he was arriving in the United States, he didn't miss the opportunity to make a statement in the sense that the greatest power in the world and the defender of freedoms is mingling with the freedom of speech for the Russian journalists and something like this. And yeah, that was the declaration, the statement he did while arriving. I have one other news that I've seen like half hour ago, that all the delegates from the European Union to the UN Security Council that took place today signed an agreement condemning the Russian aggression in Ukraine. So that's all the news I have. I will be looking for what happened during the Security Council, because I didn't see any news about with details about what happened there.
Thank you very much. And I knew I could count on you to have more information. Did that answer your question, Matthias?
Yeah, I mean, I can't help myself kind of, in a weird way, looking forward to hear what Tim is going to say. Because I find that every time he's been up talking lately, it's been, almost too much of a sitcom sketch. I know not long ago he stated with a straight face that Russia was trying as best they could, as hard as they could, to stop the war in Ukraine. And that of course created a lot of laughs in the audience. I don't remember where it was, if it was in India or where it was, but I can't help but expect him to talk about how obviously now Russia is a victim again, and on and on. Obviously, it's not going to be the best of times, the UN, but I'm sure we're going to hear some absolutely ridiculous statements. So, yeah, I'm sure I might be smiling.
They managed to play the victim while claiming that they are a superpower in a very interesting way. And I believe it was G20 in Indonesia when he made that statement. I'm not sure about it, but I think it was that.
They are superbly victimized power of superbly victimized lackluster power of minor stature.
Yeah, absolutely. It's they're so incredibly strong, but they're also so incredibly victimized, right? Isn't that a coincidence, huh?
Yeah, they're admonished by evil, surrounded. Terrible us.
I know people walked out of it on a couple of the assemblies in the UN before, not too long ago. But something tells me people will want to watch this one.
Well, let's wait what the Latvian, the Estonian, and the Lithuanian ambassador to the United Nations do this time around. I'm still waiting for the courageous Pole who, rather than just always claiming that they do virtuous stuff, actually at the UN finally actually get in gear, engage, and throw a big bag of pig's blood at him.
Yeah, was it the Lithuanian, some member of parliament that just let it rip? I'd love to see somebody just rip Lavrov in the assembly. That would be a sight to see.
Dr. Nick is back.
Hi. So, one, I thought I would just mention that Lavrov said yes about how they are doing what they can to stop it, but in the same sentence, he was saying in relation to the war which Ukraine had waged against us, had started, so that was the implication that Ukraine had started the whole thing by acting aggressively towards Russia, and that was the thing that made people laugh out loud at him. It was quite audible. Perfect. The other thing I was going to say about the Security Council seat is that we don't have to worry about it for too long because it's a 1 month rotation. And today's the 25th or so. There's only 30 days in April. So we've got 5 more days of Russia being on their BS at the head of the Security Council, and then they're gone. So it's just a 1 month seat and it rotates. So you don't have to listen to it for much longer. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still aghast at the fact that it's happened in the first place. But you're right, it will be finished with soon, and perhaps after that, they won't ever get another opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I totally agree, just on principle. It just will happen to be their turn in rotation. It just worked out that way. Right now, it was going to be at some point. But the thing I would say at the very least is that it helps to provide credibility, such as it is, to the United Nations in that they are still giving Russia, because technically they are on that seat, that position, and then Russia can't claim that there is some sort of vast conspiracy against them. They get their month to blabber on about whatever, and then people can make an active choice to walk out, whatever it is that they're going to do. But that is the process, and they're going to be gone. So there is a silver lining to all of this, in that from a procedural standpoint, Russia won't be able to say that things were bent or whatever and play yet another victim card. So, because we would like to give them as few opportunities to do that as possible. And I agree that the Security Council and all of this stuff does need to be restructured, but we need to do it within the bounds of how it should be done. And that way, again, so that Russia can't try to claim either now or into the future sort of revisionist type situation that will stick, at least with anybody that has any kind of intelligence. So I mean, there's that aspect of it. So I just thought I would throw that out there. I know I've been holding my nose and yelling at the screen as I'm rewatching some of these things that occurred during this month, but it will be over soon.
Matthias, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, right? We're not going to have them heading the Security Council for long, and of course, nobody really wants to say that. But there's of course a bigger picture, like that's kind of hard to talk about. But that's what are we going to do with the UN, right? It's clearly not working, and there's a sense of irony as well that Lavrov, who's the foreign what's it called, foreign secretary of the Russians, who this whole war is about replacing the rule-based world order of national sovereignty with a different form of areas of interests, and basically a 1800s style of imperialistic structure, right? And he still clings to the right to speak in UN, which was founded on the opposite principles, right? Take effective measures for the removal of threats to peace, suppress acts of aggression, enforce respect of member national sovereignty, and so forth, right? So, first of all, if Russia truly has that intention, they should leave the UN, because they obviously don't believe in it. But it's a great arena to kind of disrupt and make a mockery out of the UN, and that's where he's staying, right?
Exactly.
What are we going to do about the UN? I don't know.
Matthias, you have to remember as to how this is founded. United Nations is an outcome of the coalition building the United States undertook in the Second World War. And it was always the United Nations who fought the Axis. And that has its consequence in the founding of the United Nations. That it has then, the United Nations have then become ineffectual already right at the beginning, which is why we have NATO. This NATO is the countermanding say, wall for democracies which stand tall. That's how it came to be. We know this since the Cold War. We are quite aware of this, but there are a couple of sinful dates in the history of the United Nations. One of which is, of course, swapping out the seat of Taiwan, which should never have occurred, but it is the original sin in it. Because at that point in time, whilst Taiwan was not a fair democracy, on the contrary, was still a rather authoritarian, military-run one-party state, but it was still substantially more important for Western society to stand with Taiwan and the legitimate representation of China, as opposed to admitting the Communist People's Republic of China. And Mr. Kissinger and his surroundings and the people who were in the Lyndon B. Johnson administration before, and they do have to answer for this. And Mr. Nixon did commit the strategic mistake as a consequence of a migration of US security policy. And the second, quite original, unique sin is then allocating the Security Council seat to the Russian Federation at a point in time when we had the upper hand during a momentous change in the political setup and the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And there you have it. So there's no way that we can pressure the United Nations today and the UN Security Council to change. We have created this problem, or in more colloquial terms of the last 14 months, we pronounced this nonsense. It is our fault. So we should focus on NATO. We should focus on NATO. We should focus, for example, on the strength of the coalition of the willing, which we have now. That is an interesting experiment if you think about it. We have, depending on which meeting you account for and the setup, we have 53 nations supporting Ukraine. That means we have 54 nations in total, unified in the support of liberal democracy, property rights, and the likes. Probably have to make some amends as to Turkey and to Hungary as part of the overall briefed coalition. But let's just say it's 50. That is already close, very close to a very, very qualified majority in terms of GDP worldwide. And that's an interesting piece. We have to entertain the thought that we have an India which likes to be block-free, that a China, which is our adversary, whilst it is a paper tiger too, and a Russia and Iran, who are rogue nations. And therefore the United Nations is something which we have to accommodate and deal with up until the time when the others disintegrate. And then, in such momentous period of history, we must not allow ourselves to make the same mistakes as the last two times. Dr. Nick. Dr. Nick?
Oh, hi. I think I come down in between both of you. I think that we do need to think about making some adjustments in the United Nations, but I don't know that now is the time to be thinking in those terms. I mean, I guess maybe it should be a lower level, I guess, of importance in relation with,
Dr. Nick, you have a very peculiar issue with your audio. We're hearing a lot of rattling noises.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'll switch my hands then. So what I was saying is that I think that we are going to have to deal with the United Nations, but I don't think that now is the time. Because I think that some people see it as illegitimate for various reasons. One of the reasons is that it's supposed to prevent war, and it did not do that. But at the same time, I agree with you, Axel, as far as focusing on NATO too. I think now we should kind of focus on that and, just strengthening that, ensuring that Ukraine becomes a member of NATO, et cetera, and potentially Georgia in the future, if they so choose, if they can get themselves together and NATO compliant. But I still think that it does need some help because, again, we have, like the ICJ, the International Criminal Court of Justice, or the International Court of Justice, all of that that's tied to the UN. So I think it's useful. I think getting rid of it would probably be bad, but some sort of reformation process to, I don't know, make it a little bit more legitimate. And what that would look like exactly, I don't have all the answers, but at the very least, I think we need to get rid of this, the Security Council, at least in the form that it is right now. But it does have other useful stuff to it. So I don't know that I would say that it needs to be completely gutted, but the Security Council is where a lot of things get held up and it needs to be adjusted from my estimation because it still does matter. But so I guess I kind of come down in between the two of you.
I am hearing reports of trouble at mill. I think we've seen a video today of a drone flying around Russia, flying around Moscow, in fact. I don't know where this footage has come from, but it's a bit cheeky. It appears to be a drone just quietly taking some pictures of some of the Moscow sites from high above the street. And, well, I wonder if somebody's having a recce for the 9th of May parade. The fact that they've released that, I mean, right, guys, the PSYOPs is out of the ears at the moment. They are absolutely psyopsing the heck out of the Russians. In Budanov's latest interview, on the screen behind them when they were talking, there is a map of Moscow, right? So that's just like a hi. I found that particularly amusing. And then we've got this little video of a drone over Moscow, and that's got to be a bit cheeky, isn't it? It's got to make them wonder where the heck that's come from. And I'm now hearing from TASS. Yeah, that I know. But the airspace over the international airport in Vnukovo in Moscow area is currently closed due to the presence of unknown drones. Gosh, they're getting about a bit today, them drones. I'm I'm interested in what's going on, but yeah, there's some seriously psychological action going on, and just the fact that that map was up on the back wall of Budanov's office while he's chatting away, that guy has the most incredible sense of humor. I bet you he is hilarious, and I bet you most of the time when he's not on camera, he's laughing his head off because he's so deadpan, and you can see he smirks sometimes. He's dying to laugh. Yeah, I would imagine that that deadpan face is a persona that he puts on, and that really he's a proper jolly guy who smiles all the time. You just never see it. Well, that's my fantasy anyway. Matthias, go ahead.
I love that guy. He's just so sharp, and he never smiles. But you just got to look really, really hard, like your deepest level of empathy, and you'll maybe see a hint of joy, but not really much. I also saw there was a Sevastopol, the Russian Black Sea Navy had unexpected visitors the other day. Big flames in the harbor there, and I saw today a bit of a video of what looked like some sort of surface vessel moving about at high speed. So maybe that's another little operation going on.
Yeah, 2 of them having a mooch about there. So there's always something going on. I'm quite sure of that. But yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if the Ukrainians wanted the Russians to see that water drone.
Well, exactly, because it's not exactly dark, is it? They're not exactly doing a stealth run there. They're just going for it. And yeah, it does make me wonder if this is all connected to the PSYOPs part of the war, where, we've had reports that they've had to put extra security now in that area, that there's helicopters now watching over it, and it's eating up resources now, that in particular, because they've been so audaciously attacked, and so far away as well from where the front lines are, that the cheek of it, for a start, is hilarious, but also the fact that it's got them thinking we're not safe anywhere now. Yeah, I like that very much. That their foothold in Crimea is becoming less and less tenable with every day, just because of things like this. That those Russian people who've moved in there, the locals, they must be starting to find it quite uncomfortable, because their idyllic beach life is turning very slowly into a war zone, or maybe not even that slowly, right in front of their eyes, and that that they can choose to not be there any longer, and it will be a lot safer for them. I think that would be a really good choice if they decided to maybe just move on to less explodey places.
Yeah, which wouldn't be Berdiansk either, because Noel reports wrote something about that later or earlier today, that there had been major explosions reported in Berdiansk. So I don't know. Seems like there's a pattern.
Well, there's definitely new booms going on at the moment, aren't there? I did notice that there was a period where there wasn't a massive amount of reported booms, and it did seem like they were maybe saving something up for a bit later. And I have noted now that there appear to be deeper strikes. There appear to be some very tactical strikes as well. Looking at, for example, the drone striking the oil depot in occupied Ravenki in Luhansk region. This is near the border with Russia. Big diesel tank. And that diesel was specifically used for military equipment. And funnily enough, it doesn't exist anymore. It got completely burned out. And that, if that is not a strategic strike, I don't know what is, because that's here you go. We're just going to deprive you of this, and it takes out that opportunity to refill in that one place, and probably the supply for a wider area. So now they've got to think of other things. And I tell you what, they can't buy any mobile fuel trucks anywhere because Ukraine bought them all. There's none left in Europe because Ukraine has them, and so that'll be a shame. I don't think you can transport fuel in just any old truck. It's got to at least be in barrels or something. So it just makes everything that teensy bit more difficult. Guys, I've just scrolled through the listeners, and I've got to say, there's a lot of little alien fellas, and I'm loving it. I am loving it. Do we know if the aliens sent any new equipment? Because I'm pretty sure that Ukraine recently has had something new, and they've been targeting artillery an awful lot more. And I'm going to say that I think they're doing it on purpose. Nick, Dr. Nick?
Just on that, you may have seen a sort of confluence of these ideas appear in memes. Those NED memes, those little guys, those little IKEA guys or whatever.
Oh, yes, I love them.
Yes, I know. They're just so great. There's some that show like the aliens like bringing more, artillery, and then them slapping artillery on the aliens and all this kind of stuff. So people have been having a lot of fun with that idea in the memes. But just thought I would throw that out there because I know you love those memes like I do. So, but I don't have the answer to that. Maybe they
Whenever
do.
I see a good one, I send them to you, don't I? I'm like, this is hilarious.
Yes, I love it, love it, love it. But yeah, they show like some of the NED guys looking like little aliens and all of that too, and with little alien eyes or whatever. And but anyway, they're lots of fun. But who knows? Maybe if aliens are really a thing, perhaps wouldn't that be great? But I don't know. I heard some Bradleys were running around, and somebody sent me videos of that the other day, knowing how much I love Bradleys. So that's exciting too. I can't wait to see like actual video of them like doing stuff though. That's what I'm waiting for. But yeah, aliens.
Did you see the Bradleys next to some tanks that were dwarfed by them?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was kind of interesting, wasn't it? To give you a sort of a scale of size and all of that. But and immediately Russian media started pouring out things like, oh well, you know that um, the Western tanks have problems because of their size and they're so big and they're harder to maneuver and yada 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 and all this kind of nonsense because they're trying to get out ahead of these sort of ideas from a obviously from a propaganda point of view, but that's just kind of funny because all those things will get blown up, at least for the most part anyway, once these things are actually doing what it is that they're supposed to do. So it'll be interesting. And then we'll hear that, I don't remember how many Bradleys were delivered, but if it was like, say, 50 or something, that we've blown up 100 Bradleys, and you know how it goes. Typical Russian coping.
Oh, well, they've already drowned a Leopard tank, don't you know? They killed a Leopard tank. They forgot to take any pictures of it, and now they can't because it's underwater. So, yeah, that was a good story. That one, very believable. Good afternoon, Prince.
Good morning, mockers. It's not even 11 o'clock in the morning yet. How can you say good afternoon?
It's good evening for her.
I know it is, and it's good afternoon for you, Dr. Nick. And actually, it's Dr. Nick that I wanted to talk to. Do you have a few minutes to, I know you did this the other night, but sometimes it's good to repeat these things at different times of the day. It was the birthday, I believe, or the anniversary of the death. Sorry. Anniversary of the assassination of the first Chechen president, and I'm not going to attempt to massacre his name. But do you have a moment to give us a little bit of a overview of him and why he is important and why we should know who he is?
Sure. As you know, he was, as you mentioned, the first democratically elected president of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria. That is the formal name of is a democracy, or moving towards democracy, I should say, because it created this liberal constitution, liberal democratic constitution that was largely secular. They mentioned Allah at some point, but not in a way that would be institutionally relevant. But I digress. So people in Eastern Europe in particular know who he is, because famously, while he was a general in the Soviet military, he was put in charge of a mission by Gorbachev to quell and to crush the uprisings in Estonia. And he flatly refused. As a matter of fact, when people, for example, were doing things like, having protests against the Soviets, rather than sending out his military troops, he would send out the kitchen people with little mobile tea carts and stuff like that, so people could have tea and whatnot. So, of course, this was very upsetting to the Soviets. He would not long after leave and then fight for, as we know, the independence of Chechnya. And so he, while as president, obviously tried in some ways to negotiate something with now Russia, as it became in 1991. And they didn't really have any part of it. The reason why Dzhokhar Dudayev was chosen actually to run for president by those who were heading this sort of independence movement was because, number one, he kind of knew Yeltsin to some degree. And so people thought if anybody is going to be able to talk to Yeltsin and convince Yeltsin that, we have no intention of engaging in any sort of activities to undermine Russia. The way that the Constitution was written and other documents of theirs, they made it very clear that they were interested. While they did have grievances against Russia, that was the reason for their independence. That did not mean that they had intentions of blocking them from economic standpoint, and that they wanted to work together with Russia economically and all of that, and on security as well. But unfortunately, Yeltsin had in his little ear people like Zhirinovsky and others. So Zhirinovsky, he died last year of COVID. He was the head of the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia, essentially fascists. Another example in history of where you can't judge what people say by what they call themselves. I digress. Anyway, so he and some others convinced Yeltsin of the need to take over Chechnya, to go in and fight them. And it's going to sound very familiar, but the Russians came up with some idea that would be just, within under 24 hours, maybe 72 at the most, and Grozny would fall. And that ended up obviously not being the case. Whenever you have people in an existential fight for their lives, you can always guarantee that that aspect is going to have a certain latent uh, effect on this, right? Not something that you can directly measure, but you know that it does exist. And so Zhokhar Dudayev, obviously being the head of the Chechen Republic, being former military, he helped guide the military in that effort. Obviously, though, without the help of the West, they were going to have a lot of difficulties. And they did. But nonetheless, they did hold off the Russian Empire and won their de facto independence in 1996, right after the untimely event of Zhokhar Dudayev's assassination by the Russian government. It is suspected that the US helped in some way because of the technology that was involved in order to find, track, and kill him through a satellite phone. Apparently, Russia at the time did not have those full capabilities, at least not to the degree that the United States had. So this is why it's largely suspected that this is the case. But also, it's important because Zhokhar Dudayev, throughout his time as president and leading up to what seemed to be potentially the Russians invading or coming or etc., and then when they finally did, he made many, many what now appears to be very prophetic comments regarding the war in Ukraine that we're seeing now on the part of Russia. So, one of the very famous lines is that Russia will disappear from the face of the earth when the Ukrainian sun rises. Another one was, talking about the strength of Ukrainians, but all of this was couched in the idea that yes, everybody in the world, you see Russia right now coming for little tiny old Chechnya, but this is not going to quell the hunger or the thirst of Russia for empire, and that they will come for Ukraine. They will come for Moldova. They will come for Belarus in one way or the other. And that one of the best quotes, one of my favorite quotes, is that he said that in relation to the idea that the Ukrainians would not tolerate any of this nonsense because they are very, he often would talk about how Ukrainians are similar in mindset to Chechens as far as their love of freedom and independence, that it's kind of baked into who they are. And he said that when Russia comes for Ukraine, that Russia will break its back on Ukraine. And so this leads to that other quote that I talked about of, that Russia will disappear from the face of the earth when the Ukrainian sun rises. What he meant by that is that when Ukraine is awoken to what is happening to them, because some of them weren't, right? Some of them were buying in on some of the stuff that was happening, Russian Ukrainians or what have you, right? Um, but that there will be a time when Ukraine sort of unites against this and stands against the Russian Empire. And that's what he meant by the Ukrainian sun rising. And so it's kind of interesting, because if you go back, and there's so many interviews with him, some of them from Estonian journalists and um, other outlets, he really sort of predicted all the stuff that we see happening now in a lot of ways. Um, and so people find it very interesting from that perspective. And it particularly speaks to when he talks about this stuff, too, in relation to Chechnya as well, of a specific kind of culture that's baked into both Chechens. And then, of course, he spoke about Ukrainians, like I said. And it also sort of informs why you see lots of Chechen battalions, or Chechens in general, joining up with these Chechen battalions in Ukraine, etc. So that's kind of what I was talking about the other night. Prince, remind me if there's something I missed.
No, I don't think that there's anything that you missed. I just think that it's a very interesting connection to what is happening now, and it leads to our understanding, sort of, in a broader context. I think it's it's somebody that I had no clue about until you started talking about these kinds of things on the space. And so when I was seeing all the posts about the anniversary of his assassination, I had bookmarked it, and I said, the next time I have a chance, I'm going to ask Dr. Nick to talk about this again, because I think it's important to reiterate, to make sure that the widest variety of our audience has had the opportunity to hear you talk about it, so that we could hear those connections and those quotes. Um, because I think that, even though, it feels prophetic to me, it really does also. And so it just, the connection with that, I think, is really important in the context of what we're seeing now. Also, I would just like to say the 80s vintage prom dress is fabulous.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I love it. I just came across it at the store and had to buy it, and I will wear it out at some point. But related to Dudayev, yeah, it's, I mean, a lot of people would say, oh, well, people, you know, could have predicted this because of X, Y, Z, B, or Q. Number one, he was talking in 1994 when nobody was thinking along these terms. Everybody was drunk on the idea of Russia becoming a democracy. And again, this is one of the things I talk about, why the world didn't help Chechnya. Why would they help these, these brown people over here, that when in doing so, it could affect their economic condition, the possibility of Russia reverting back to communism or whatever it is. And so they just sort of ignored the various human rights violations that were occurring. It's important to remember, and I've mentioned this before, but for those who haven't heard me say it, Chechnya, yes, won their de facto independence in 1996. They did so by bringing it to a stalemate. And if you think about the size of Chechnya, it's a very small country. I forget what you could compare it to in the United States. It's just very tiny. There's a population of about 1 million people. Okay, so that gives you an idea of how small it is. This little teeny country, a lot of it's mountainous, etc. Um, and Russia just couldn't, the second army in the world could not on their own crush Chechnya. And that's important. But at the same time they were doing that, they were committing genocide. And this is one of the things that I feared when this war first happened, I was talking to my various academic friends about this, who aren't area experts, and I said that, while I had a lot of faith in Ukrainians and their ability to win, that it would still probably end up looking a lot like Chechnya in the form of genocide and leveling cities and this kind of thing. And that just terrified me from that point of view, having to witness something like this again. Of course, Ukraine is a much smaller, a much larger country, so it'd be harder to do on the scale of Chechnya as far as per capita genocide rates and the percentage of the country that was leveled. But nonetheless, it would happen. And it was pretty terrifying. But then to realize that in 1999, Russia under Putin wasn't going to tolerate little old Chechnya, um, embarrassing them and getting away from them, and instigated this war, the Second Chechen War, under false pretenses, through those apartment bombings, etc., in order to start this war so that they could take Chechnya back. And just like they did the first time, they engaged in genocide and all of that. So the problem with Chechnya was they could tolerate the one genocide, but the idea that, number one, they were genocided, number two, they didn't get help from the West, number three, that their president was assassinated by Russia, all of these things sort of work together in a way to um, radicalize more of a certain percentage of the separatists, as well as make it harder for them to recover economically from something like this, especially when they weren't getting a lot of help from the West, like other countries, like say Ukraine will in their effort to rebuild, etc. And it sort of amplified things like some corruption from some certain people, etc. And it didn't place them in a good position, or at least a better position that they were in, say when Dudayev was president, when Chechnya was first, finding its democratic feet and all of that. By 1999, it became virtually impossible for them to be able to recover from that genocide, from, all of these things that have occurred again without any help. So it was much easier to quell them the second time. But you have to think about that. They went through two genocides in under 10 years, lost over a third of their population. The overwhelming majority of that, less than 10% or about 10%, were military deaths. Um, so, I mean, that's just really kind of staggering to think about, that 90% of those who died were not military targets. And they died
Dr. Nick,
in. Go
can you
ahead.
talk about the the implosion of civil society in Chechnya, maybe in those years between the two, exactly those genocides, and what actually happened? Because the old, so to say, may I say, clan-driven structure dissolved to an extent. Those who came back from the Afghan wars against the Soviets had a completely different perspective. Then Wahhabism was trying to
Right.
make its way into it. And so there are different forces. So it's like 4 or 5 different forces
Yeah,
tearing
it's
at the seams of what is Chechen society at that time.
right. It was difficult. So, like, Shokar Dudayev, this is kind of something that I'll talk about in a way, to some degree, in my book that I'm writing. So there's this, to understand what you're talking about in relation to the clans. Okay, that's the clan-based structure is rooted in Chechen cultural norms and laws called a dot, and a dot predates the introduction of Islam into the North Caucasus region. So it's basically this roughly about 25-ish sort of laws and norms that they base their society on, starting from, what's called the Duzul, which is the family unit, the immediate sort of family unit, all the way to the tip, right, the clan unit, and then can exist also at the national level as well. And so when Islam was introduced into the region, if for those of you who know anything about Islam, it can be very adaptable and malleable. So this is why sometimes you'll get some patriarchic societies that are uber patriarchic or patriarch. God, I can't get that word out of my mouth right now. I need to get a drink. But you know what I mean. Male dominated social structures to where they have much more tighter restrictions on women, whereas in others it's not necessarily the case. And Chechnya was like that too. So that's one reason why Islam was very agreeable to a lot of different cultures, was because you could kind of make it malleable to your current existing culture. And of course, Chechnya was no exception. They did not want to adopt like full Sharia, and like full Sharia law. They wanted to keep adopt their cultural norms. And so they kind of picked and chose those things that they thought that they could borrow from Sharia to create a sort of updated, I guess, version of adopt when they adopted Islam. And that finally occurred in the late or mid to like 1700s ish, 1600s and the 1700s. And
So it's
so
fair to
they,
say that they were very late adopters, and they had already
oh
a
yeah,
long-standing cultural tradition. They had their own norms. They had
right,
established an established social strata which had survived centuries of
right,
hardship as well as cultural development.
right. And so the exactly, and they were very resistant. As a matter of fact, I think it was on the Mongol maps or something. For like, if you go back into history and you look at maps and how people talked about or classified that area of the North Caucasus, particular where Chechnya is in particular, they would write on it things like ungovernable, and stuff like that, because of how fiercely the Chechens would fight for the idea of not being subdued. And this is one of the things that's really tied up with this cultural norm of adat too, is this notion they're very fiercely independent minded, very fiercely attached to notions of freedom. And I mean, this may sound strange, but a kind of democracy. Even in their culture, men and women were deemed under a dot anyway, in particular before Islam, were deemed to be equal in many ways, particularly within the house structure. That men and women had the things that they do, and the men doesn't interfere with what the woman does. That she's just as important as the man, and the woman doesn't interfere with the man does. In concepts of the house and society and blah 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 and all this kind of stuff. They had lots of ideas about that. Even this is just sort of off tangent, but just to give you an idea of what we're talking about here, that women, it was perfectly seen, not just normal, but acceptable. And the man would be proud if his wife was having an affair with some other man, because it meant that she was so desirable that other people were interested in them. And so this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like they also were able to drink alcohol. And that's one of the things that they kept with the with the adoption of Islam, believe it or not, where most other Islamic societies got rid of it. Chechen was like, yeah, I don't think so. But
Mountain folk, they're
right,
mountain folk.
right, exactly. But so what's interesting here is what you're talking about, this thing with the Wahhabism. In particular, this started to become, it was somewhat of a problem early on, but it didn't really start to take as big of a root. These sort of the pulls between Sharia and Adat, I mean, they were always there, between some of the different groups, but it didn't become as a big a problem until somewhere in the Soviet times, like around like the 50s, 60s, where Saudi Arabia in particular started to um, uh, set up, Wahhabist madrasas, the schools in the North Caucasus region. And the Chechen English people kept saying, hey, Soviets, this is kind of problematic. We'd like for something to be done about this. And they never did anything. And the reason why, from my estimation, is because they thought that Sharia, number one, would help pull apart Chechen cultural norms and notions of a dot. Because from the Russian state perspective, if you, so what, this is one of the things I talk about in my research too, that a lot of people, when they are measuring things like foreign fighter action and, you know, these notions of jihad and jihadism and, you know, international or transnational activism and in these sorts of realms, they look at the Chechens today as they lump them in with jihadis. That tends to be what occurs, and I say that that's not really correct, because really central to this notion of a dot is the idea that Russia is the enemy. The Russian state is the enemy. Okay. Whereas with ideas of like international jihadism, okay, they look at anybody who could potentially threaten Islam, right? And so that is one of the main sort of aspects of jihadism. And of course, those people are going to attach their own personal whatevers to all of that notion of jihad. But what's different in the North Caucasus, particularly Chechnya, is they don't think about international jihadism, not really. What they're thinking about is whatever they can do to undermine the Russian state. Okay, they don't care about like America. They don't care about the Western world or whatever. Their idea is their independence, you know. And so one of the ideas that I talk about in my research is that I think we should think about them as more engaged in gazmat, right? And think of them as Ghazis, which is a particular term. It can be used in the Muslim world generally, and it can mean something similar to jihad in the Muslim world generally, but specifically in Chechnya and Ingushetia, the North Caucasus, it has a very specific meaning, because of course it does. Just like a dot, they adopt it to what they want it to be, but it means something very specific in that they see themselves engaged in an eternal, like the struggle against Russia, and that it's a social mobilization versus like some sort of religious on high type issue, right? To mobilize the people against the Russian state, and so it has a very specific meaning in that context. And so the Russian state, I think, why they turned a blind eye to the Saudis importing Wahhabism in the region is because Wahhabism as less of a threat to, which is of course very short-sighted, but in some ways, short-sighted in that they looked at them as being less of a threat than Chechnya's particular form of Shia Islam, which looked at Russia as the threat. So, if that makes sense. So they thought that if they turn the other way, attention to these Wahhabis coming into the country and all of that, that Wahhabism could potentially act as a tool to neuter, mute, or potentially destroy Chechen culture from within, and that notion of Russia being the enemy. They would rather there be some sort of international other out there to make the threat more diffuse, if that makes sense, I guess. And when the Soviet Union broke up and some of the young people started to go overseas, say to go to school or whatever, or could now engage in, you know, the Hajj, whatever, right? There in Saudi Arabia, they started to, I guess, get more attached to their religion, and that became this sort of influence that some Chechens are not really engaged in Islamic practices. They see, some young people see a dot as being this old way of thinking, old way of acting, and that it doesn't really have as much to do with Islam as, say, those different sects, and particularly Wahhabism, that focus on Sharia. So you've got that pulling at it, right, which has gotten bigger because of the influence of the madrasas and all of that through the Soviet period, as well as the ability of youth to go abroad and then experience Islam from the perspective of the rest of the Muslim world. So there's that. And then you had this sort of radicalization of some of the separatists who were being influenced by the Wahhabis during the 50s, 60s, 70s, whatever, and decided that the separatists who were engaged in war against Russia were not as effective. And so maybe we should start using some of these Sharia type, international jihadi type methodologies. And, there's all of these different things that are kind of pulling at each other. A dot still technically is what people go to for governing society. And a lot of people say that Chechnya would be in a worse position because of the lack of trust of any sort of Russian federal authority. That includes from Kadyrov. Uh, so they fall back on the Adat system of teeps and the elder councils and all of that within this clan-based system to help mitigate things like divorces or what have you, because that is also something that is very not, I don't want to say very common, but I mean more so perhaps in certain Muslim areas, right, where women can file for divorce and do all these various things. So they will rely more on that structure than the Russian federal structure, with which many people believe and see as being completely bankrupt of legitimacy. So a dot still has a very serious influence as far as that goes, but the idea of all of these various aspects of society and civil society did start to collapse, like you talked about, in this sort of interwar period. And again, a lot of that had to do with direct targeting from Russia, because just like Ukraine, they weren't going to stop trying to meddle in Chechen politics. Some of it had to do with, these sort of infighting between various groups from a political perspective as well. And things just sort of started to kind of fall apart. And without that sort of help from the outside, which, especially a country the size of Chechnya that went through a massive genocide, twice, essentially losing 1/3 of its population in each, one of these sort of sittings. It was very traumatic for them, and they needed that assistance that unfortunately they didn't get to help see them through these types of difficult situations.
There's two interesting, or maybe three interesting things. First and foremost, that when it comes to the, but I think, who was it? Thomas Lynch? Yeah, Thomas Lynch once termed it the waves of both Shia and Sunni terrorism from the early 1980s onwards, after the watershed of the how shall I put this? I don't want to go into too much detail. 1979 has unfortunately a number of very, very bad outcomes. One is the Ayatollah Khomeini. But 2 years later, pretty much inspired by both the Iranian Revolution as an example, and also as, say, a lightning rod of somebody else doing something, Sunnis started in a decentralized fashion, revolting also against the Soviets. And as you indicated this already, but that was not picked up in the West, very outside of the understanding of certain movements in Afghanistan. But it was not considered at all an issue for the likes of Dagestan, the remainder of what Ingushetia represented, or for that matter, Chechnya. It's interesting that only after the first Chechen war and after the remaining culture of a non-subservient, a non-Wahhabist, a non-torn apart Chechnya, only after that had come to be, that it was destroyed by the Russians in the first Chechen war. Only then the likes of the reorganized Al-Qaeda and Wahhabist global jihad kind of movement swept in to gobble up some Chechens.
Right.
And
Right.
it's terrifying to see that essentially the opportunity of a free and what I would call pro-liberty potential partner in the region, Chechnya, was lost because the Chechens and the Georgians, to take two completely, utterly opposite cultures in terms of their religious setup, but both being prevalent in a region as complex as the Caucasus, they were able to trade with each other for hundreds of years. They were able to live with each other for hundreds of years or alongside of each other. And they didn't have to fight with each other. They also did not intermarry. They self-segregated, fair enough, but they did trade with each other. And we lost the opportunity on both these seemingly small countries, but very determining factors in the Caucasus in the 1990s. And we lost them to the Russians, we lost them to the heavy-duty Islamist, Wahhabist Sunnis. We lost an opportunity there.
Agreed.
Just as we nearly lost the opportunity in Ukraine.
Right, agreed. And that's really important. I mean, what you bring up in relation to Georgia, that's something else I'll talk about too in my book, to a certain degree. Because
can you please tell people that I never read your book? I never read your show
I
notes.
haven't written it yet. So I'm well, I mean I am. I'm in the process of doing it now. So but no, but it's true that that region, the Georgians succumb, I don't mean to say that in a bad way per se, to the missionary type influences as far as converting religious practices and whatnot, and so they became Christian much earlier, not maybe a couple hundred years after the Kiev region, but so that had a massive, of course, impact on their culture and all of that, and so yes, they were very different in that respect, and Chechens have such an egalitarian type culture where no teep, meaning clan, right, is better than the other. They're all equal, and so they even had problems. Like one of their problems that they faced, which would ultimately become a bigger problem for them in the face of Russia, was that idea that they couldn't pick somebody to be like the head of a government, that sometimes they would invite people from the outside to sort of rule them, provided that they could make a deal with them that, or for purposes of territory and whatnot. But that provided that they would still get to be who and what they were. And you just, yeah, you can kind of be quasi in charge of this area that we think of as being ours as the Vanik, which is the ethnic idea of Chechens that goes into Ingushetia as well. But yeah, I mean, they just had this very different concept and culture. And what you're talking about the international jihadism and all of that, and how we miss that opportunity, it is very disappointing because it was stuff like Russia doing a Russia and engaging in genocide. I mean, just anybody who's been in the military, for example, if you see war or you see really horrible situations, if you weren't a very religious person before, it can do two things to you: either deepen the idea of not having religion, or it could even go in the other direction and make you more religious, at least for that time period that all these things are going on. And it can even, for some people, have a bit of a radicalizing element as well, especially if you're in the face of genocide and all this kind of stuff. And that's really what happened in Chechnya. And it's a certain percentage, like you mentioned, not all, but a certain percentage of those separatists who are like, we're going to try this thing over here, and try doing a terrorism type thing, because in Chechen society, for example, things like holding a school hostage with children in it would not be something that you would do under a dot. Under Chechen cultural norms, that would not be acceptable. But it is under notions of international jihadism. Okay, and so that is one aspect in how it was different. So some of the ways that the separatists engage in these, quote unquote terrorist activities, though they were still initially through this time period grounded in some ways in a dot, which um, probably kept them from killing certain people, right? Because very few of these instances actually resulted in the number of deaths or in any deaths. In some instances, until the Russians came in to quell it, and then the Russians just started killing everybody. Um, so that's one way. The other thing is that even, and there's some literature that talks about this, that when Chechens say joined ISIS or joined Al Qaeda, that they didn't really, that those Chechens didn't fully, even the ones that were heavily influenced by Wahhabism, didn't fully buy into these other people as enemies. Not in the same way that your run-of-the-mill Sunni from, you know, I don't know, Syria or Saudi Arabia or Afghanistan or whatever might look at that. They were, there's some significant evidence that demonstrates that at least a certain percentage of those who did go and engage in quote unquote international jihadism did it for the purposes, and this doesn't make it okay, but did it for the purposes of getting additional training, potentially getting additional assets, potentially trying to make diplomatic partners in some way, shape, or form for the purpose of taking that war home, taking those skills home, and then turning it around on Russia, if that makes any sense. But regardless of how you pull apart these people on an individual basis, it is definitely a situation that we lost, like you said, this potential partner. And Chechnya, though tiny, is an important important piece of the North Caucasus, the Caucasus region, and they want to go back to what Dzhokhar Dudayev was trying to do, which was to create this pan-Caucasian alliance to bring Russia down and to ultimately free the North Caucasus and the Caucasus writ large from the Russian yoke. And that's why I also say the thing about Ghazis, and this is the last thing I'll say, is that what I see in the Chechen battalions in Ukraine right now is that they're there because of these various prophetic things that Dudayev said, but also because of Adat and what it tells, how Adat informs them of who they are. This idea of men having certain warrior capabilities, and that being the highest class or highest type man in society that any man would want to emulate or whatever, right? Beyond all of that, and this notion of paying back debts, which is another aspect of Adat, because some Ukrainians came and fought in the Chechen War, notions of hospitality, all these other things about Adat are tied up in it too. But that's one reason why I talk about the idea of Ghazis, is because I think that that's the better way to term these people here in Ukraine, these Chechen battalions, or the individuals who are engaged in, say, the Pan-Caucasian Legion, called the Caucasus Legion, or what have you, because they are interested in, once this war is done, to turn around and turn it on Russia, to bring Russia down, and to gain their freedom.
And that's the interesting part. We have a unique opportunity. Now, those who are Chechen fighters, who are logisticians as well, in Ukraine, who see the diversity of religion and cultures in Ukraine all unified under one banner, and that's the banner of freedom, sovereignty, agency, and citizenship. The Chechens can see that whilst they're at war. Obviously, they have much more frontline experience and therefore are bereft of enjoying, so to say, many of the features of the rear echelon. But we hear it always from friends and colleagues who are in Kyiv or have been in Kharkiv or in Zaporizhia, for that matter, wherever Chechen squadrons, companies have had their time off. there's at least two good, say, bars, or how do we dives, where Chechens hang out in Kiev. And by the way, Tim Sennett was in one of them. And given the fact that he looks like a Welsh Monchichi, he fit quite right in there, as he said. The interesting thing is they can see that civil society does function. And there's a projection of hope in this as well. If we can, as the West, as the collective West, led by the United States of America, help them thereafter free themselves and show them that we are at their side, Wahhabism, religious extremism, suppression does not have a chance. It does not stand a chance. And I would like to highlight that mountain people are very, or have a tendency to be highly self-reliant. Some people say that those who are at sea and those who are in the mountains have one thing in common. They are very, very stubborn. From what I've learned in Georgia, I can attest to that, and I've grown up at sea. My Chechen colleagues I've met are very accommodating, have always been extremely hospitable, are super serious, and they are relentlessly stubborn. I mean, they're nearly as stubborn as I am, even when I'm wrong, and especially then. But they're highly reliable, and if you've won them, or if you're allowed in their house and into their home and into their heart, there is no stronger bond. So we need to find a way to make sure that this bond, which they have forged with us all, and Ukraine in specific, that this bond will never be torn again. It is our moral obligation to assist them in their own struggle for freedom. And it will probably even have a chance of bringing peace to the Caucasus because of that. Because what Dudayev highlighted is exactly that. It is an alliance, not a federation, but an alliance of aligned interests of those mountain folk, of those old societies, to actually live in peace.
Right. That was one of the things that he was working on in his lifetime, and was getting closer and closer to all the time, was a pan-Caucasian alliance. He was in talks with people who are, in positions of power in places like Dagestan and, obviously Ingushetia and Georgia or whatever. And this was something that he was constantly making inroads into doing. And the Chechen battalions today kind of are talking about as well. So again, that's why I would not only because jihadism has very negative connotations, but just to be more precise in general, I think that Gazma is a sort of better idea to talk about what they're engaged in doing. But anyway, I don't, Mockers or Prince, if you have a follow-up, or Mockers or whatever.
Mockers, Prince, we're coming down from the mountains of the Caucasus, so please.
Oh, I just wanted to say that David is here. Welcome, David. And if you don't know, folks, I've been here since 6 a.m. So I'm going to take a Dexys. I'm going to run out at midnight, sort of. Well, it feels like it. So I'm going to do one. And
come on, Eileen.
Enjoy yourselves. I will be listening, however.
The only thing that I wanted
Goodbye.
Mockers won't.
If you all three talk at the same time, it's not going to work. Prince, please.
This is very true. Dr. Nick, a while back you said we should see what size Chechnya compares to as far as a state in the United States. I think I found something better. Because we have an international audience and we've all been following what's happening in Ukraine. We've all looked at the map and we've all seen Crimea, and we all sort of have an idea in our heads what size Crimea is. So in comparison to Crimea is 1.56 times as big as Chechnya. So 1.5 times bigger than Chechnya as far as a land size comparison. So just to emphasize, I mean, Crimea doesn't look that big on the map. And so you know, yeah, it's so it's like
Right.
half of Crimea.
That's a good one. It's interesting because if you look in the North Caucasus area, you could literally sneeze and miss Chechnya. You know, it really is very tiny, and so to imagine that Chechnya was able to not was able to hold the Russian Empire back. I understand that the military was in a somewhat different state in 1994, but regardless, they still should have been able to. The size of Russia, the number of weapons, etc., that were there. Now, of course, they did benefit from the fact that there was oh god, what, an armory there, that in Chechnya, former Soviet armory, and so they had some weapons, but they didn't last forever. Number one. Number two, they didn't have as many, um, as far as an air force goes. They didn't have near an air force that Russia did. All of this, and yet, even in the face of that, little tiny Chechnya was able to hold off the second army in the world. And so, this is again why, when this war first broke out, and everybody kept saying, Ukraine's going to fall, Ukraine's going to lose, Ukraine's going to lose. Like, and people that are like military experts, that this is their job. I kept saying, I don't know, but I don't know that we should call Ukraine out just yet. I mean, let's look at history here, and look at some comparables. So I it just blows my mind. But it's also why I'm confident, to bring it back to Ukraine, why Ukraine can and will win, because with the help of the West, number one, taken together, the that chutzpah, that those guts that Ukrainians and Chechens are both made of. They're both made of that same kind of stuff, that all of that together with the training additionally that they've had recently on NATO weapons, and there's no way that in the course of time that Ukraine will not win. So that's just how I kind of bring this all back to Ukraine, and especially, um, Dudayev really understood the Russian mindset at a time when others, like I said, were just so completely fawning over Russia, that, oh, you've shed communism, quote unquote, and you're moving towards democracy and blah 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 and all these sorts of things. He was not fooled. And it goes back to some other concept that we've talked about here previously, that this isn't just Putin's war, that this is who Russia is at its core. This is what they are. He was the one who termed the or coined the term, Russism, that Russian fascism. He was the one who coined that idea, because he understood at a very visceral level, having even worked within that system, the Soviet military and all of that, and then obviously inherited by Russia, that this is something that is systemic. It is something that is cultural to a certain degree, and that it won't matter if it's Soviet Union, if it's Yeltsin or some future president, that this is what will happen because of Russia's inherent need for imperialism, this idea of Russian exceptionalism, this idea, Russian chauvinism and all of this, that was a systemic problem. and that it wouldn't be quelled by just taking Chechnya. And he understood that, I think, at a time where other people were glossing over that idea. And while you can look back now and, armchair quarterback all of this thing and say, oh, well, of course, you have to think about what he was saying in the time and place that he was saying it to really grasp the gravity of what that meant.
Yeah, when you put it in perspective that he was saying some of this like in 1994, it was such a different time, and to be able to put things in perspective that way that we now see, is just it just really makes you think. And as somebody who really didn't know that much about Ukraine, let alone someplace like Chechnya, um, a year ago. It's wonderful to hear these kinds of things and that it all is, and to see the Chechen fighters in Ukraine. And I think that their experience and their knowledge and their show of support is in the long run going to, and same with Georgia. It's going to benefit and lead back to more strength and more support in their own areas when they are going to need it again. So
For
yeah.
sure. For sure. I mean, thinking about the Chechen battalions in Ukraine, and the Georgian and all of that, they understand aspect of that too, with the Kuril Islands or whatever in the northern part between Russia and Japan, but not quite to the same level as, say, Chechens, obviously Ukrainians, Belarusians, which we know are there too. There's a Belarusian battalion. Um, but they understand in a way that, say, people from France or people from the United States or other places don't understand what Russia is, number one. And number two, the Chechen battalions, when they were first formed, they were super sought after because of their history of fighting with Russia. So, in 2014, when the Ukrainian military was still being very much hobbled through various problems related to Russian corruption and meddling in that state and all of that, when the majority of the battalions that were formed were volunteer battalions, because the military was so small at the time, the Chechen battalions were the most highly sought after because of their history of fighting with Russia and their perceived ability to be more effective than perhaps some of the others were. Because, like what I just talked about, they did beat Russia once all by themselves, essentially, not outright, but essentially, through forcing this truce on Russia and winning their de facto independence. And so they were sought after for that reason. And you get people who were not just Chechen or from the Caucasus in these battalions. You even get some Ukrainians as well, in those that aren't necessarily Muslim. And one of the interesting things is too to think about, if you think about ideas of the difference, say, for example, between Chechen Adat, okay, and say Sharia, they were okay with this idea of accepting women into their battalions, even Muslim women, to fight with them alongside them as equals, which is really a different sort of concept too. So to put that sort of spin on it. So some of these battalions have women in them, fighting alongside the men, or are there in various capacities. And so again, that's just one different aspect. What there was something else I was going to say, related to what you said, Prince, but I'll just end it by saying that absolutely that they want to take this home and to bring it back. Yo, the other thing I was going to say, I cut myself off there because I remember what I was going to say. It's important to make that distinction between the average Chechen and, say, Kadyrovites, because they are completely different people. One of the things that I'm doing is I'm creating this database of interviews with the different battalions and with different members speaking about Kadyrov and the Russian state and all of this stuff. And they call Kadyrov a traitor to the Chechen people. And that's very important to understand that there's this other aspect that kind of permeates through Chechnadot, that while yes, it's true that at different points they've had to succumb to the Russian yoke, that they aren't really, from their perspective, um, beaten in a way, because they refuse to, in their hearts, fully legitimize the Russian state. Of course, you do find a couple of clans here and there that historically have aligned themselves with Russia. So you can't 100% say that Chechen society is a monolith in that way, but it's true, overwhelmingly accurate, that the majority of Chechens perceive Kadyrov as a traitor. They are biding their time, and they don't perceive themselves as being truly defeated by the Russian state. Dudayev even said something like, so long as one of us disagrees with Russia and is willing to stand up to them in some way, we are not defeated as a people. And that's another very important thing to keep in mind, that while you might wonder, well, why aren't Chechens in Chechnya raising up right now? The answer to that would be they are biding their time when Russia's a little bit weaker. Because again, they did go through 2 genocides, and they aren't convinced that they're going to get help from the West. But that's why these Chechen battalions in Ukraine are so important, because they are doing their part to weaken Russia and to put Chechnya and these other countries in the Caucasus region in a better position to stand up to Russia and say no more. And in the case of Chechnya, to win their country back from them.
I appreciate what you do for us so much. You bring so much knowledge, and you know, I've heard you speak on this space here when you're exhausted and when you're not feeling well, and you when you have time, you are more than willing and free with your time to share with us your expertise and knowledge, and it's important perspective for us to be able to understand the entire situation. So I just wanted to thank you for that real quick. And
Oh, you're so sweet, Prince.
yeah, and so
Thank you.
you're welcome.
You're so kind. You're so kind. I don't mind doing it, especially when I'm like right now. I'm feeling okay, so I definitely don't mind doing it. And it's important because I think that it helps to bring more context to this notion that this isn't just a Putin thing, too. That this is the natural state of the Russian state, is their natural position, their natural idea, their natural worldview is imperialism, and that even if they were to win in Ukraine, I know that that's not going to happen, but even if that was the case, that this isn't over with Ukraine, just like it wasn't over with Russia. In fact, it will only embolden them more to do more once they have rebuilt their military again and recover. Uh, because if Putin were to drop dead today, this war would not end, and that's something that's very important for people to understand. It would the probability of that is approaching zero. It would depend on who would come out on top and if that person was democratically minded. And not only that, but if they part and parcel of the democratically minded, in my perception, would be a dropping of the revankist or irredentist notions of empire to try to get these areas back that used to quote unquote belong to them. Like laugh about every once in a while. Look, I'm Italian. Should you know, I try to invoke the Holy Roman Empire, and say that it's okay for Italy to go try to reclaim all that, or for people who are from Mongolia to try to reclaim, the Mongol Empire. I mean, in ad infinitum, every sort of variation of that. And when you put it like that, it's ridiculous because, of course, it is. We live in an age of modernity, not in the age of empires and imperialism anymore. That's why, going back to the discussion previously about the United Nations, it's so important that we focus on this notion of the rules-based international order. And I think that, and that's one of the things I wanted to mention earlier when I was kind of distracted with some other things, is that this notion of the rules-based international order is what the UN was supposed to be about. In a very large sense, the respecting of borders and sovereignty and all of that, because we're dealing with concepts of the modern state in a very Weberian, Max Weber type aspect. And I think that we've kind of lost some of that to some degree. And I think that because we're too focused on things like great power politics, which is one thing that I'd like to just tie in here with Ben Tallis and his notion of neo-idealism and all of that, which I think is really important and very informative here. I think that the UN does serve a lot of good purposes. I think it needs to be retooled away from this notion of great power politics so that we can focus on these ideas of nationhood, of sovereignty, of self-determination, all of that kind of stuff, and get back to those founding ideals of the United Nations, as well as Europe through the EU, etc. But I'll leave it there. I don't know if Axel has anything he wants to say or change the subject or whatever. But
No, I think what you just did is by linking it up, and you remember that I had this discussion with Benjamin here now twice, and I quite like his approach because it is it's essentially the next step away from what we had in more rigid, formulated past polarization. It's neo-idealism is actually we're distancing ourselves both from utopianism, which is good, because it is the ultimate death knell of listless, valueless progressivism has already been dealt. We've seen this. Our power projections, and you and I spoke about this here today, the myopia of the West towards the value of smaller nations as linchpins for the distribution and overall dissemination of the ideals of freedom, our failure to accommodate those and help them has been tremendous. We wasted the opportunity of the downfall or the seeming downfall, but at least the disintegration of the Soviet Union. We failed to capitalize on this because we were so exhausted out of the last 3 decades of fighting the Cold War, because we had allowed communist propaganda infiltration, the fifth column and the likes, to debase our societies. And we had failed to make the case clear at home before. We haven't learned from that quite yet. We're not making the case to our population yet properly as to why we must fight, why it's worthwhile fighting for democracy, why we shouldn't ridicule those men and women who stand at the fence, but we should help them and support them and work with them to make sure that whilst they have a completely different life and a completely different perspective, they are part and parcel. The sheepdogs are friends of the sheep, and that they live together, that there is a reciprocity between them, and there's mutual respect. And we've failed to make sure that this concept of mutual respect of different roles in society has been communicated properly to our children. And this is our mistake in the West, and that's a matter of consumerism, of media abuse, and I don't know, laziness and comfort and whatnot, but it's our fault. And that then disseminates because this is our culture. We live that culture in as much as we are fallible human beings, and therefore the rest of this machine kind of discipline, we have too much empathy with our own fallacies, where we are not disciplined enough. That's a big issue. We're a little bit too soft in that regard. We should be a little bit tougher. It's like in good exercise, and this is why it's great that David is here, because David is a former, very, very highly qualified athlete, and he entered the service and stayed in service for, what is it, 14 years, David?
15.
15, sorry. So apologies.
I think they would have got rid of me earlier if they could have.
Yeah, well, they failed, you know. But having said this, so if you've been an athlete and in competition and then you served, you have a different mindset, both for discipline as well as for the empathy with your own fallacies and your own failures. But you definitely have a different mindset when it comes to focusing on key components in your life and also in society. And I think we need to learn this, relearn this, refocus in that regard. It's not difficult. It just needs a bit of toughening up. It needs to do a little bit more walking, a little bit more running, a little bit more exercise, a little bit more social empathy, a little bit more civil service, maybe the reintroduction of civil service for those societies which currently can't defend themselves. I don't know. We have to find ways of arguing this case that we have a responsibility for each other. And if we manage to do so, then we can escape from these junctures in history and use them rather than being abused and being leapfrogged by those who just advance propaganda, who just advance different utopian dreams of yet another strange, say, electrifying, radical belief system or authoritarian use of current, say, industrial production means or IT. We have to be extremely careful about ourselves. I'm not sure that neo-idealism is the only choice for this, because neo-idealism is very abstract.
Right.
And it does not break it down into civil service at all. And Benjamin and I were battling about this a little bit here.
Yeah, I think it's
that does not mean that it does not mean that his meta level structure doesn't do the trick. I think he's on the right track, but you have to break it down into what are the political means and what can be lived by people.
right. I think because he does international relations doesn't deal with the minutia of day-to-day life of what happens with inside nations. That's the domain of comparative politics, which is what I do. Comparative politics. That's my first subfield before political science. They break it down into what's your subfield, either international relations, comparative politics, political theory, whatever. And then from international relations, whatever, like you break it down further. But comparative politics deals with the politics within nations. And as somebody who's in IR, that's kind of beyond his domain, I guess, because he's thinking about the relations between states and how they interact versus per se how the state interacts with the people and vice versa. So I kind of give him a little bit of a pass on that from that perspective. But I agree with you that it's not perfect. It's not perfect. There's a few areas where it could be sort of tweaked here and there from the point of view of international studies as well. But I think what that looks like downstream in individual states should also be looked at as well. And so it's valid of you to bring that up because those are things I think about naturally myself as well. But I think it's a good start. I think it's a really good starting point to think about this. I was actually before the war started, I was working on something like that from the point of view of European security. I didn't come up with a name of it or anything as detailed as what he did, but my research before the war started, it was called Europe Endless after Kraftwerk, right? Um, and it was this sort of idea that Europe straying away from its values and whatnot, in particular as this external other, um, and allowing itself to be influenced by authoritarians, particularly Russia, and authoritarian type rule, and bowing too much and kissing too much Russian butt, to put it frankly. The very Cliff Notes version of what I was looking at. But then the war happened, and I sort of put that aside. But it makes a lot of sense. Some of the stuff that he's talking about in relation to, particularly that smaller nations have just as much right to exist, especially if you're talking about an international rules-based order. Rules-based order. We all sign on to the UN Charter if we want to be members of the United Nations. And part of the UN Charter, just the UN Charter alone, says that you cannot just go and invade another country. And the fact that anybody's sort of equivocating on that uh, tells us that we are too strayed and too influenced by this concept of international rules-based order. I mean, not international rules-based order, the opposite. They were too constrained by notions of great power politics. And
We should, Dr. Nick, we should arrange another roundtable with Benjamin, because I think it's a very important topic and it's very
I agree.
timely at the moment.
I agree. I'd love to talk to him again. I missed it when he was on here before. I think I was teaching or something. It was just a bad time for me. But I agree. I'd love to have him back and to talk about it some more and drill down on some of this stuff in a constructive way.
I'll give
To
him a
help.
ding. I'll
Go
give
ahead.
him a ding and then we'll set something up.
Yeah,
I think this might be
I
very
definitely will.
interesting, also in view of how we come out of this conflict with Ukraine, how this actually can help both. I mean, this is ultimately transatlantic. We're back to the coalition of the
Absolutely.
willing.
Oh, absolutely. And that is one of the things that I know he kind of highlights too, is this notion of that these values are democratic and transcend borders and all of that. And so that aspect of it is good too. But I think that talking with him about it some more would be pretty useful for us to start thinking about this kind of stuff, because we need to really free ourselves from this notion that, oh, because Russia's so big, because Ukraine used to belong to Russia, that somehow that gives Russia the right to do whatever. And of course, the answer to that, by anybody who's serious about um, not only international rules-based order, which has become sort of vague in recent years because we haven't been adhering to those values, but if you're actually serious about those ideas, that hopefully you're at least serious about your own borders and your own country, and you don't want someone else to come and invade those borders and subject you to potential genocide or war or what have you. Um, Even if those values you're seeing them initially right now as a selfish thing, I would hope that at the very base you would see that there is some value in this idea of the international rules-based order. Just a tiny example in relation to Russia, to bring it back to this. Every once in a while, you get some of these politicians that will talk about that we should try to get back Alaska or maybe get back some parts of California because Russians used to have some ports there, and some such. And we laugh about this right now, but these types of ideas do germinate and they percolate inside Russian political circles, philosophical circles, what have you. And who's to say where the next Russian president's to come that they might take something like that up seriously? People laughed about the idea of not too long ago, before 2014, of Russia invading Ukraine. This is ridiculous. Why would they do that? Putin has said at least to Western audiences, that he recognizes Ukraine's borders, sovereign borders, and all of this kind of stuff. Why the heck would this even happen? So we can laugh about it now, but we don't know the direction of the next Russian president, let alone who the next despot will be and what country that will come from and what views they have. They may have designs on your country somewhere there in Europe or somewhere in Africa or somewhere in Asia. And we can't predict those kinds of things. And so we have to be serious about what this stuff means, because it may just come for us one day if we don't support Ukraine in this particular instance.
Excellent.
Agreed. But
That's
with
a
that,
wrap.
yes, it is. I was gonna say I think we just talked this one to death. But with that, I do have to run. I've told you guys before I do Ukrainian lessons. Now I've switched from Duolingo. Well, I'm still doing Duolingo, but I hired a Ukrainian tutor, and she's given me a bunch of homework. And my lesson is tomorrow, and I put it off all week because I've been doing other things. So I got to run and do some Ukrainian homework so I can send it to her.
Good. Very
Yep.
good. Don't
Yep.
procrastinate. Homework is good.
I know I'm such a procrastinator. I'm the worst. I need to get into habit of doing at least one of these assignments every day. I just get so bogged down with other crap that I say, okay, I'll do it tomorrow. You know how it is, especially if you're a terrible procrastinator about these kinds of things like I am. So, yeah, but I work best under pressures, which I try to tell myself, but it's still not a good excuse. But I'm gonna run and get going on some Ukrainian homework, and I'll probably pop back on a little bit later. But so I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure. David, take it away. What do you have in store for us?
Well, I don't have anything in store. I'm still waiting for you to apologize to me and say I was right.
No, I can't because you weren't.
Well, I am. I sent
No,
you
you
the
can't.
thing.
I said that. I'm sorry.
You can't draw a line to Newcastle and then say that's Hull. You can't draw a line to Newcastle and say that's Hull. It's one of those things, Axel.
No, what you said, David, was different. What you're trying to.
I don't. But here's the thing, Axel.
You said
We
something
have a
different. What you
recording of
said
this.
is-
So I
yes,
will
know, and
prove
I have
to
a recording.
you. Good.
We have a
Then
recording, and the good thing is,
get it
in the
out now.
recording, David, in the recording, you said, if you go from Britain across the Dogger Bank, you end up in Denmark. And I said, that's not true. Because if you go
I
across
did.
from
It is.
that's what
It
you
is.
said.
I said